Didn't they even bother calling in?
Hopefully, we can hear me pretty well. We'll see. We'll see. Everything going there. Mic's turned up. I'm just double checking everything, making sure I'm loud enough. I need to be. What else we got? I'll turn this up a little bit there too. Watching Asmongold too, so. Alright, we got Rumble activity feed, got kick feed there, and okay. That's back. Asmongold playing in the background. I'll keep him up until he stops streaming for the day. I've been pretty active on X today, but some videos that I wanted to check out. Chew on Head has a couple new videos that I'm going to watch. And yeah, we'll go from there. Hear me? And we'll maybe get to some video games if I can stay awake long enough. But that's always a if if statement more than a actual will happen statement. We're good there. Oh, I guess I should post on X that I'm live, huh? What else? And kick. Cool. Ah, darn it. Eli, come on. There we go. We should be good.
What? All of that? Oh, hold on. Well, this probably so
Yep. There it is. Okay. Pictures. Thumbnail.
all those.
Post. Oh, the cats. What are you doing? Yeah, of course. All right, we're good there. Sweet. Okay, close this tab. All right, let's go through some of these X posts first. One that I thought was interesting since SCOTUS today voted on Trump's tariffs, or at least the one way he was dealing with tariffs. And I found this hilarious from Matt Morse. He goes, "Wait a minute. If all of us Americans have been paying the price of Trump's tariffs, as the Democrats have been claiming, then why are foreign exporters now scrambling to get a refund?" Makes you wonder. It's a good thought-provoking question. Let's see. There. We'll keep this going there. Switch that. I think we're good here, so I don't need the preview anymore. So yeah, I thought that was funny. Some people posted multiple viewpoints. I wrote this before. I purchased regularly online. Never was charged a tariff, even though a statement said I might be. I've been charged a few tariff fees on book orders, but other than that, nothing really. SCOTUS no longer serves the American people. Yeah, they're really listening to they're influenced pretty directly by the louder voices, which, always the Democrats that are the loudest ones. They're usually screaming their bloody heads off for whatever reason. Anna Kasparian falsely claims that the only reason America has a bad relationship with Iran is Israel. Yeah, I doubt that. So nothing to do with the militant theocratic jihadists who rule Iran, chanting "Death to America" again and again at every public gathering. Let's hear her nasty rant.
We have a bad relationship with Iran is because of Israel. That's the only reason why.
No,
so
it's
what
not.
We're gonna do, if Ted Cruz gets his way, if Israel gets his way, is regime change in Iran. We will pay for it, of course. We will risk the lives of our soldiers to do it, of course. For what? To benefit us here in the United States? No,
Yes,
of course
it will.
not. But to benefit Israel so they...
No, it's not just to benefit Israel. It'll dramatically lower oil prices across the world. It'll give us a foothold against China and Russia militarily. If we have a regime that's friendly to us, we can put bases there, right? Like, nobody thinks about that. And it takes all of our excess spending that we already give to the Middle East away, because we don't have to counter these terrorist organizations as hard because they won't be getting funding. They won't be having as much support from a state.
It can operate.
People are so
anyone or any
refrigerator
country
temperature IQ
from their main goal, which is expansionism, right? The Greater Israel Project.
It's
and
not
as
their
I
goal.
reported on the show yesterday,
It's so
if you pay
stupid.
attention to Israeli media, if you
Just
listen to their
crazy
politicians,
leftists
Naftali Bennett is the
like
latest
conspiracy
example,
theories.
they're already planning for whatever war comes after Iran, and that war would be against Turkey. The only
Oh yeah, because Turkey hates Israel. We know that too. We know Turkey is next. It's just probably not going to happen anytime soon. And MIR2C said stop the count because Thomas Massey was definitely not expecting this poll to go the way it did. And the poll was, do you want a U.S.-led war with Iran? And 50% said yes. Technically, it's 57%. The 7% said attacking is not war. And I wholeheartedly agree. Attacking is not war, but yes, I would prefer a U.S.-led war with Iran. And yeah, like this guy said, Iran is not Iraq. A war is against the whole united country. Do you really believe Iran is that? No, they're not united. The majority of people do not want the regime in place that they have. Oh yeah, I thought this was very interesting since this is closer to home for me.
So according to court paperwork, investigators uncovered 2 separate sex trafficking rings after a shooting right here in Norristown last Friday. Their first clue, the shooting victim was
that's
found
right up
with
the
a
street.
wallet full of business cards marketing women available for prostitution. Investigators believe a turf war between rival sex traffickers in Norristown led to a shooting here on the 400 block of Sandy Street on February 13th. Norristown police say 24-year-old Efron Flores Rodriguez shot 42-year-old Fernando Meza Ramirez in the leg during a drive-by shooting using a stolen vehicle. The subsequent investigation revealed both men were, quote, in the business of running women from New York City to Norristown for the purposes of prostitution.
It is crazy, and it's dangerous because this block has been very quiet and everything until they start coming around. I don't know if it's been 2 months.
April Montañez lives right next door to Flores Rodriguez on Jacoby Street. She had her suspicions about something going on after hearing people come in and out of the house at all hours of the night.
In the back.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, because that door when it shuts, it's like a thump, thump, and it was like, oh man, 2 o'clock in the morning, and they're like thump, thump. I'm like, what the heck is going on here?
Doorbell camera video from another neighbor shows SWAT officers arriving to Flores Rodriguez's home on Tuesday. There, officers also found a sex trafficking victim. The woman said she worked for both Meza Ramirez and Flores Rodriguez and said they would transport her to clients for sex and she'd be paid half the profits. She also told police Meza Ramirez had been operating a prostitution ring out of Norristown for about 5 years, and Flores Rodriguez had recently been encroaching into the same territory. The police say Meza Ramirez was in the country illegally, and they believe Flores Rodriguez was as well. Both men were denied bail and remain locked up here in Montgomery County.
Good. At least PA is holding these people, unlike other states. But that's crazy. Crazy that that's happening so close to home. Federal judge in California just blocked Trump's immigration detention policy. Thousands who were arrested now can't be held. One judge in Riverside overriding the will of the entire administration. This is why people don't trust the courts anymore. Yeah, I have very little trust in the courts, in the Senate, and in the Congress. They're all corrupt, in my opinion. Which this judge is in the wrong. Judge can't do it. They're just trying to cause problems. Federal judge threw out on Wednesday an administrative board's decision endorsing the Trump administration's policy of subjecting thousands of people arrested during its immigration crackdown to mandatory detention. U.S. District Judge in Riverside, California, vacated the decision by the Board of Immigration Appeals after finding the administration had failed to comply with our earlier order declaring unlawful The underlying policy of denying detainees the chance to seek release on bond. Yeah, they don't get release if they're here illegally. They're a flight risk. That's immediately, like, I don't know how these people get to be judges. They're so corrupt and so evil and so disgusting. Let's see this one. Imagine being so tolerant and accepting that you stop your car to harass the elderly because they're flying flags you disagree with. This is very strange. No one's ever done this for any other president. No other president was as good as him. Amazing response. These two won't allow the left-wing maniac to bully them. Yeah, some elderly people with a bunch of Trump flags, and Jesus is the way, the truth, the light. Amen. John 3:16. Got a lot of good flags. One nation under God. Trump is Rambo. That's funny.
I know it's a cult. People only do this when they're in a cult. This is very strange.
Wait, do you consider the Deadheads a cult? Because people label their stickers all over their cars and Deadheads and like whatnot.
You're not?
And band, like people that like bands.
You are part of a cult. This is very strange. No one's ever done this for any other president.
I'm pretty sure they have.
I have another question. I have another question. Did you know who Charlie Kirk even was before he got shot?
Do I know who Charlie Kirk was? Yes.
Who is he?
He's an advocate.
He's a podcaster, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
He spoke about Christians.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was Christian, too.
He was also racist.
No, he wasn't.
Did you know
That's
that?
a lie.
He thinks that people who are black shouldn't fly planes.
That is all incorrect.
Yeah. I have a feeling you don't know much about either of these people. You just kind of ran with...
I have a feeling this lady doesn't know anything. And it's just showing how stupid she is because she doesn't do any research.
Well,
Wait.
wrong about that.
You haven't read the Epstein files.
I have no
Neither have you.
files.
Because you just don't want to know the truth, or...
It doesn't really matter.
That's the guy, like I said, he's the president of this country, he's the country as well.
So I would not let you within 1,000 feet of any children, because that's fucking weird. This is creepy. This is very creepy, and this is a cult.
Well, you're entitled to your opinion.
That's a fact. You should look up what a cult is. You only have half your teeth, so I know you're not that smart.
Oh, wow. That girl's evil. It's okay. I know how to deal with them. The only senator I enjoy is, and trust is Fetterman, and of course he's from PA, so he's more purple than blue, but he is a Democrat nonetheless. But he's probably the only Democrat with common sense, even after having a stroke. Exactly why I refuse to shut our government down. Most vulnerable, needlessly suffer, critical services and benefits impacted. America loses. Yes, very true. Let me check, make sure I'm not. Yeah, I'm still chatting on all of them. Yeah. Yep, 100%. I like Fetterman. Right, the little people, the party the Dems are supposed to represent. The Democrat Party is responsible for this, within a few exceptions. Jerks work. From a guy that never accomplished anything but get in the way. A good question. Why is Senator Fetterman the only Democrat open-minded and willing to work with Republicans? Because he's based. You've got to leverage whatever power you have. You wouldn't close the government to give millions health care. You won't close the government to stop ICE from killing people. Is there anything you care about? Oh. Director of Public Affairs, former reporter, editor. So she says, there comes a time when you've got to leverage whatever power you have. You wouldn't close the government to give millions health care. You won't close the government to stop ICE from killing people. Is there anything you won't care about? Well, 2 people have died. More people have died in BLM riots than they have to ICE right now. Oh, this was hilarious. Sneeko, flexing his, some of his Muslim pride and knowledge today. Hilarious how promoters of Western values get more upset by Ramadan than they do about gay pride parades and teenage girls on OnlyFans. Yeah, I mean, we get upset about both of them as Christians. And then Dr. David Wood said, didn't Sneeko endorse Zoran Mamdani, who promotes and attends all the gay pride parades and even posed in front of a sign that says God is gay? Hilarious. Yeah, and then that's a queer in Palestine. That's what happens. $1,400 years later. They kiss a black rock. These people are not the smartest. And then, yeah, unfortunately, 2 Iranians died yesterday in a jet crash. Meyer to see the first casualties of the war. The idiots can't even fly a jet during training without accidentally dying. Yeah, they were flying a, I think it was an A4, right? Do they have it in here? No, they don't have it linked. It was actually the trainer and a trainee in the back seat. It's a two-seater, one for basically inputting bombing coordinates or whatever, and then the pilot. And the trainer was the pilot. Apparently his seat didn't eject, and then the trainee's seat did eject. So there was... it's an unfortunate accident, but again, it's the first casualty in this war. Since I think strikes will potentially be happening tonight or tomorrow night. Full moon's tonight, so. And Congress is trying to stop this whole thing from happening, which I don't agree with. I think every president before has had the ability to perform strikes when it was needed on an organization that's considered a terrorist organization, so. Now, here's some dumb as rocks AOC news. AOC says Republicans are radicalizing young men by pushing them towards masculinity. Men don't typically resonate with the message, all men suck. Correct.
And they are able to radicalize and target and exploit a generation of young boys in particular.
Is it Republicans she's talking about or Christian nationals?
Away from
Probably
healthy
both.
Masculinity and into an insecure masculinity that
Is there a healthy masculinity? Yeah, it's not being a wet noodle of a man that gets pushed around by women like AOC.
requires the domination of others who are poorer,
Not domination.
browner,
Knowing when to use
darker,
your
or a
power
different
and
gender
when not
than
to.
them.
It's self-control.
And that is why they are resonating online, because they are appealing to the most basest and worst parts of human nature to divide. And they are
A masculine man is having control over your emotions, having control over your strength, knowing when to act, and and knowing when to not be pushed around. These feminists do not get it, no matter how much they try to wear the pants. Yep. They'll be the cat ladies in 20 years. Crazy lady with 20 cats and no man because they were pushing them away thinking they could wear the pants. Yeah, it's not all it's cracked up to be.
When you're thinking about...
Oh, and speaking of, here's some old Hassan clips, which are hilarious. Everyone is sharing this old footage of Hassan Piker being a raging misogynist, quote unquote. I can't believe the reactions. You're surprised that the man who said he couldn't care less if rapes happened on October 7th has a history of misogyny. Does this mean his new liberal talking points are a grift? Well, yeah, it does. It was obvious. The man who said Crimea more like Crimea River in regards to Russia's violent war on Ukraine doesn't care about people. He is. Look how small his head is. He's got the tiniest head and like broad shoulders, but such a tiny head. Like a micro head.
Bringing out the alpha male in you. A few things to consider when you're thinking about Lady Gaga as the top contender for Babe of the Week should be the fact that she might have a penis. The fact that Lady Gaga might have a small penis does absolutely terrify me. Here's why the 5-second rule works. Because when you start thinking for longer than 5 seconds, you're immediately not thinking with your dick and also thinking with this pesky thing up here that we like to call our brains. So once you start thinking with your brain, you're immediately going to psych yourself out. Come back again next week when we discuss the legendary question of all time. Old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark?
What? I mean, he would say that. He's Muslim, so, I mean, that goes right along with his, theological discourse. That's a horrible...
I want to say thank you to Miley Cyrus for showing off her camel toe at the VMAs the other night. I always knew Hannah Montana was a little slut. Don't even try to hide it. Look, this is a classic example of what happens when your father doesn't pay attention to you. You turn out to be a slut who's craving for attention, and then I tend to pick you up at a bar late night.
Which is not a bad thing in view of the stripping industry. Jeez. Yeah. Hassan is into degrading as many human beings as he possibly can.
And bang you out on the first day. Bringing out the alpha male.
Another Meyer Tusi. He said, retard detected. Even China can't directly defeat the American empire, let alone feeble IRGC. Do not underestimate the power of the United States. Yes, a lot of people underestimate, like, how much firepower and how many secret weapons we do actually have. And it's a lot more than... No, I do need more ice. A lot more than people actually think we do. The United States is not an empire. Yeah, and I'm a Chinese grandmother on a wheelchair. Yeah, it kind of is an empire. It gives the military very clear objectives, and the morale of the troops is very high, praying for Iran to be free soon. Never won a war by themselves in their whole history. Who has? Usually everybody that fights a war has an ally that's assisting in some way. Retaliation is not the danger. Full energy cost, a full-blown regional war, and China and Russia accelerating their move away from U.S. homogeneity. You are clearly underestimating the power of Iran. The 12-day war was halted at Israel's request. The USA has several bases within easy striking distance. Missile systems are advanced and they have plenty of them. Body bags of flags. Are you happy with that? How well they defended their underground nuclear sites. Advanced. Thank you. I'll take my sandwich whenever. Yep. 2. I would say it. Yeah, it was proven in Ukraine's defense, but Ukraine doesn't have enough of them for how much missiles. But not a lot of launchers, which is the limiting factor, which we'll move on. What's this? Yeah, someone's team's banned from social media. Who followed? Thank you, Jordan, for the follow. I need to change the length of that. I didn't realize it was going to be so long. Banned from social media, cites daughter phone obsession. I mean, with him as a father, I don't expect much, honestly. With any relative of his. I mean, it's coming eventually. I just don't think California will ever implement it correctly. They'll be very communist about it. What did I say? Well, with a father like you, I'm not expecting much from any of your offspring or relatives, yeah. He's addicted too. That's all he's on, is X. The UK has fallen, so has Canada, next is Europe. US will remain the last bastion of freedom, while the whole world goes into totalitarian darkness. Be proud of being an American and fight for your First and Second Amendments. Agreed. Have to constantly fight for them because somebody's always trying to take them away. They might not be in power right now, but they're trying. Yeah, this happened in the UK. Where's your gun license? Where's your speech license? People being thrown in jail. Wish I could do like you and buy a house in the US and have citizenship. Canada's out of control. Yeah. I think Alberta's coming over though, huh? Which will be good. They have a lot of resources, a lot of cattle farms, and that will severely hurt Canada's economy if Alberta secedes, which I think it'll be good. They don't have to necessarily become a state, but they would be a good ally to have. And there probably wouldn't be any tariffs between us, as that's what Trump is doing right now with his tariffs. And no matter how much we're reading about, oh, the Supreme Court overruled his tariffs, they overruled one way that he can implement tariffs. He has like 5 other ways to implement them. But the tariffs are to get people to the negotiating table to eliminate tariffs that they've had on us for generations. When we helped rebuild most of Europe and have been way too nice to a lot of these Europeans and African and Middle Eastern countries. We need to stop giving aid to a lot of these countries.
Fits into our criteria of small business owners, not those who make 200,000 and above. We don't make that much amount. We have been suffering since the crisis.
Yeah, you're probably the third
wife.
wife.
We also demand an immediate help to evictions so families are not pushed to homelessness during the crisis. Our community deserves accountability. Our community deserves safety.
Did they just like pick their most inbred looking woman, or like are they just trying to live up to their stigma that is true? I think 30 or 40% of Somalis are inbred. Like it's very common over in Somalia. And then Asmongold was talking earlier about how 99% of women 15 to 49 have had genital mutilation happen to them. Just horrible. It's just a disgusting culture, the Somalis. And then they're trying to make like the Somalis out to be all blacks. No, all blacks aren't Somalis. They're Somalis. You have South Africans, you have North Africans, you have Ethiopians. They're all different. Just no wonder that the Africans conquered other tribes and sold them away to slavery. They were natural selection at its worst, I guess you could say.
We need also justice for those who lost their lives defending the community. Leave program.
There were 2 people, and one was an out-of-towner, and one was a nurse that had quit his job and had been unemployed for months. I don't feel sorry for either of the people that were killed during ICE operations. Their reparation is they get to go back to Somalia. How about that? Alright. Let's listen to this about Zoran destroying New York City by Cash Jordan.
Furious with the new mayor, who they say is forcing them from their homes.
To the mayor.
Mayor Zoran Mondani, you are out your mind.
To the mayor, the greatest respect. In every campaign speech, in every debate where you engage, we opened our ears to listen.
Oh, yeah?
Now today, accept the words echoing from us now. Do your job as mayor and leave our taxes out.
What?
To close a $5.4 billion budget gap, the mayor says he has 2 options. Convince Governor Hochul to tax the wealthy, which he refuses to do,
will
Yeah.
raise the city property tax rate by 9.5%.
How about
Faced
save
with no
money?
other choice, the city
Or,
would
you
have to
know,
exercise the
cut
only
costs
revenue
somewhere else.
lever fully within our own control.
By
We would
lying
have to raise
about
property
a
taxes.
campaign
But the
promise.
city council would
All
have
he
to
did
approve
was
the
lie
measure.
during his
And
campaign.
Council Speaker Julie Menon says the
This is what
proposal
socialism
should
looked
not
like,
be on the
people.
table
Like,
whatsoever.
I know a lot
But
of
you
people
heard
I
the
know
residents.
wanted
They said that when
socialism.
the mayor campaigned, they
Yeah.
were listening. And
You can't have a full economy on socialist values. You can have maybe like 20 or 30% of it socialist, but the majority needs to be capitalist. You want people to be able to prove their worth and move themselves up through the economy if they have the willpower and mentality to do so. And socialism does not offer that whatsoever.
what exactly is it he said?
They keep sending me mail that says that you shouldn't be the mayor.
What are these guys saying?
Okay, let me see. This one says support higher taxes and more fees on New Yorkers. I don't want to pay more taxes.
Do you make $1 million or more a year?
100% disagree.
So then your taxes are not going up. The only taxes that we are
Until
proposing
now.
are on the 1% of New Yorkers who make $1 million or
Oh
more
my
a year.
What are you going to do about the price of matcha lattes?
You just heard it
100% not sure.
right there, clear as day. Do you make $1 million or more? Nope. Okay, nothing to worry about.
I don't plan to move. It's my home. I'm not leaving.
This two-story
Might
single-family
have
home
to.
in Cambria Heights is Vivian Campbell's American dream come true.
These are not
His starter
millionaires.
home that has become
These are not
his forever
billionaires.
home.
The greatest thing to happen to me.
He bought it just after
And this is
graduating
who's
college
paying
in the
for socialism.
1990s. If you step inside, he even has a stack of CDs to prove it. The retired real estate
Wow, I
professional
remember those.
who was on a fixed income recently poured almost $35,000 into a new front porch and a new roof. But now with Mayor
Yeah.
Mamdani proposing a property tax increase, he feels duped.
Do you feel like he lied to you?
He
I
was.
do not feel. He lied.
He did lie.
He lied.
And it's funny that he tricked
We
all
would
of
have
you
to
guys.
raise property taxes.
What a
But the
lie,
city council
man.
would have to approve the measure, and Council Speaker Julie Menon says the proposal should
Yeah,
not be
because
on the
it's a
table
lie.
whatsoever. Meanwhile, Hochul, for her part, is unlikely to soften her position as she faces re-election
Of course
this
she's
year.
not.
You are giving only two options. You're saying if we don't tax the rich, then I got to increase property taxes. We are not a pawn in Southeast Queens. We are not part of your negotiation tactics.
In Queens, Stefan
Wow,
Kim, Channel
dude, look at
7,
this. This sign
Eyewitness
says
News.
no transparency, overtaxed, wrong calculations, stop
I
destroying
mean, Mamdani might start the next Boston Tea Party in New York.
our communities. But maybe this money's going for a good cause and people will learn to like their higher taxes.
Racial equity, 4.6 million. Commission on
Yeah, he's already trying to. I read somewhere that he's trying to cut like 5,000 police officers, or that are coming on 5,000 police officer positions that are supposed to be onboarding shortly. And it's like, New York City can't lower their police presence whatsoever. They need as many police officers as they can get. They're already understaffed per capita.
racial equity, 835,000. Commission on gender equity,
Wow.
260,000 for Department of Education. Chief Diversity Officer.
I see where you can cut money. Office of Racial Equity, that can go. That doesn't need $5.6 million. Commission on Gender Equity, that can go. That doesn't need $835,000. Commission on Racial Equity, $4.6 million. That doesn't need to be there. There, I just saved all but $1 billion. No, all but 10, 14 million, maybe. Deputy of Education, Chief Diversity Officer, that can go. For 3 Fire Department of New York Civilian Chief Diversity Inclusion Officers, that can go. Chief Diversity Inclusion, all this can go. All this is unnecessary.
101,000 for 3 FDNY Civilian Chief Diversity Inclusion Officers.
Wow, nice.
There's a title for you. And 118,000 for an FDNY Chief Diversity
Wow.
Inclusion Officers. Is that necessary stuff? You can't cut that back?
And a list of things to do when it
Needs to
comes to
go.
public safety, absolutely not. Public safety's got to be in the top of your list. So we can't pay for everything. Everything can't be for free. But what you need is cops out in the street.
Yeah.
Tell me how all these programs are going to help when you're getting robbed in the middle of the
that's
street.
the other problem. Looting, plundering, it's off the chain here.
Believe me, he's about to find out, sadly. Mondami's progressive agenda includes new budgets items like $750,000 for art and cultural fund, $800,000 for anti-ageism, $437 million for child care.
And I think Shapiro on PA is bad. Who lied to get his governorship. Like, I can't wait to vote him out this year.
It goes on and on. And you
They
pointed
got to
out
deal
his
with
climate change
Mamdani
budget.
for a while. Geez.
None of this is worth lying to the people who voted for you, telling them that they're going to have to pay for this when they don't want to. If people thought that they needed all this stuff and that this was all super necessary, they would say, yeah, go ahead, take my taxes. Go ahead, raise them because this is going to make the city great. But it's not. No one's saying that any of this is going to do anything as far as the affordability crisis is concerned.
It's just a waste of money. It's creating positions that do nothing and paying them to do nothing.
Thing the mayor ran on.
Already provide. It's to advance an agenda that makes it easier for working class people to live.
No, it's to advance your agenda. It doesn't do anything
this is both
for
the
working
wealthiest
class
city
people.
and the wealthiest country in the history of the world.
It's about to
and
You're
it's a
making
city where
it
1 in
poor.
4 New Yorkers are living in poverty. And so what
That's
we are
about
looking
to
to
go
do
up.
is put our
Tax them,
city
see what
back
happens.
on a firm financial footing that also allows us to tackle the affordability crisis. And we know that part of this crisis...
You can't tackle an affordability crisis by raising people's taxes. Doesn't work that way. Unless the affordability crisis is going to be tackled for people who don't pay taxes.
Has been fomented by the inability of government to meet the moment. We've spoken about this briefly with regards to the vacancies that have been kept year over year. We want to deliver the most excellent city government so that we can transform the most expensive city in the United States of America
with gender
into one that
equality
every
and
New Yorker can
affirming
afford.
making them
And that is
poor.
precisely why I have been emphasizing the need for structural solutions to a structural crisis. Because what we do not want to do is engage in an annual budget dance where the city is trapped in annual deficits that it needs every single year one-time assistance with. What we need to do is reckon with the structural nature of this and put ourselves back on the kind of footing that allows us to advance an agenda.
An agenda, which is not the agenda he ran on. The agenda he ran on is so that people can afford their homes, is so that people can go to the grocery store and buy food and not feel like they're broke.
Mayor Zoran Mondani has left Governor Hochul in the lurch
she's
with
in trouble.
Democrats scrambling with the brazen tax the rich ultimatum.
Yeah.
People have told the Post that is a slap in the face to the governor.
It's an
so this all
ultimatum.
comes on the heels of Zoran Mondani rolling out his preliminary budget this week. Part of that budget, he said he needs to either raise property taxes by nearly 10% or Hochul needs to raise the personal income tax for people making $1 million or
It's
more
a
by
fight
2%.
with the governor.
And this is after a weekend where Governor Hochul had actually negotiated with the Zoran Mondani team all weekend to give him an extra $1.5 billion in funding to help balance his budget.
He's a bad faith
Mondani says that
negotiator.
the budget hole comes from his predecessor, Eric Adams, who left him with a $12 billion budget gap for this and next fiscal year.
Mayor Eric Adams only spent money on the same types of sanctuary city policies Mayor Mamdani says he wants to strengthen. So don't tell me that the last mayor spent money on things that were irrelevant. I mean, he spent the money on the very stuff you said you want more of.
He went and had a press conference last month in which he sounded the alarm about this budget hole. However, within 2 to 3 weeks, that budget gap has shrunk to $7 billion and now down to $5.4 billion,
how'd that
which is
happen?
what the Mondani administration is pressing Hochul for.
Wow.
The calls from Zoran Mondani puts the governor in a precarious situation, considering this year is an election year for the governor's office. And with multiple Democrats and also Republicans that the Post reached out to, the initial thing that they told us was it's an
We're
election
gonna push
year.
a
How could they do
Republican
this to the
into
governor?
office there.
Which means if it weren't an election year, this would probably sail on through. That's what that means.
You can't raise taxes in an election year. It's just bad politics. Hochul has
the election year,
repeatedly
that's when they're
insisted
gonna
that
raise
she's
it.
not going to raise taxes this year. She's not
This year.
commented on the fact that it's election year, but she has repeatedly said that she is not in favor of raising taxes. She believes that the state and the city have enough in their coffers to prop up the budget.
They do.
And again, she gave another $1.5 billion to the city this week after giving the city another $1.5 billion earlier this year.
So here's the thing. The governor, she can't give the mayor of New York City any money and expect any of this to go away because he ran on raising taxes on people making over $1 million, which was supposed to pay for everything. Then she says she doesn't want to do that. and she says, hey, I don't want to do this thing that you ran on, but here's some money. And the mayor's like, no, I ran on this. So either give me the money or I'm going to tell the people of the city that the reason their property taxes went up is because of you. You see, that's the fight that we've got going on here. It looks like the people in Queens that are out there on the streets understand that that's a big lie and a big scam and that it's not the governor that wants to do this, but this is a very tense situation.
Help pay for his early childhood education expense.
We're going to have some fake
One of the key players in potentially raising taxes throughout the state is Carl Hastie, who has told us he's been in support of raising taxes on the wealthy, but he has always stopped short. And he said just earlier this month, I think at the end of the day, we'll be fine. The city will be fine. We're not going to leave the city on the ledge.
The socialists
so that
now
leaves us with Mamdani saying that he really needs this money. Democrats across the city are outraged because this leaves some 3 million homeowners and 100,000 commercial properties potentially staring down a 9.5% increase on their property taxes.
He wanted to make New York more affordable. He wanted to remember the forgotten New Yorker. You're
now
saying,
he's going to tax
hey,
them.
This ultimatum here, this could disproportionately hurt Black and brown communities. Has he received that message? What has his response been to that, if he has?
Well, I've spoken to him. I spoke to him yesterday. I was at the budget briefing with him, and I made it very clear, I didn't bite my tongue on this, that this is a non-starter.
Wow.
And I think you're starting to hear a lot of the political class, whether you're Republican, conservative, progressive, who are saying, no. We cannot absorb this amount of an increase. And let's be creative. Let's look at this March. I think he has...
But here's the thing. New York City, it's full of progressives. You got progressives all over the place. Very few Republicans here. And what these progressives don't realize is that all of their policies just trend towards socialism. Socialism is the result of progressivism. Things progress in that direction until we have it, and here it is. And the thing is, you got people in New York, they've been convinced that they're not very well off, even though they live in these homes that are worth tons of money during a housing crisis. And now they're shocked to hear that there are people out there who are doing even worse than they are, and that's why they need to pay higher taxes. And nobody thought that was going to happen, but that's exactly how socialism works. But now the question is, will the governor keep her promise?
He wasn't housing them?
Hold back on tax increases, or are those just 1 year away?
So what's the first thing Democrats do once they're elected into office, besides move out of their parents' house? Well, right after the swearing-in ceremony ends, the hand slips off the Bible or the Quran and goes straight into your pocket. And everyone who worked hard and created wealth gets ready to have a giant leech called the government attach itself to their necks. Let's start in New York City, where its mayor just unveiled a record $127 billion budget, which is a lot of money to spend on homeless people freezing to death. And it's to be funded with property tax hikes, because nothing says affordable like making it more expensive to live. It's called the property tax, but because no gains were realized, it's no tax at all. It's wealth confiscation. It's just more linguistic deception. He's cutting 5,000 cops, but don't worry, he's pouring millions into racial equity and six-figure diversity jobs, which means if you get mugged, you'll be pleased to know that your attacker will soon enjoy a high-paying position on the mayor's staff as a motivational speaker. Now let's head to Virginia, where after winning on the promise of affordability, Governor Spanberger unveiled a flood of new tax proposals on dog walking, dry cleaning, car repairs, event tickets, counseling. Seriously, tax
100%. This is a problem. This is the brand of this party. They say one thing, they say, okay, there's an election year, we're not going to raise taxes, bad politics, and as soon as it's over, bang! People are furious. But you see, the thing is, there's no return policy on a politician. You're stuck with them for 4 years. They can say anything. They can go on the subway, they can make cute videos about how they're going to save everybody money and how nobody making more than $1 million is going to pay for anything, and then, plans have changed.
The property tax thing got everybody's attention,
Sure
right?
did.
We knew the guy was going to go after the rich, okay? But then he says, no, I've got this kind of hostage situation.
Socialism goes after everybody,
or
man.
it's property taxes. How are people, like the council members in New York City, people in New York
She's
City
the only
feeling about that
Republican.
threat?
Well, I think they made it pretty obvious yesterday when Julie Menon stepped out of her box a little bit, and she got very firm. You know, we got 51 council members, and I don't think we're going to stomach this too much longer. You're talking about us losing our entire tax base. He cannot raise this 9.5%. What is he thinking? It's unrealistic. And we have a battle right now between the socialist agenda, which he campaigned on. This is no surprise.
Right, it's not a surprise.
You use the word hostage. How right you are, because that's exactly what's happening right now. You do this or this is going to happen. You're going to hold us, the middle class folks that he claimed that he was in all support of for all the people, and yet he's going to hold us hostage.
He's holding the middle class of New York City hostage based on a lie.
That's not how this game is played, Zoran. Okay, and why don't you start digging into the $20 billion of our $116 billion citywide budget, which goes to non-for-profits. Cut spending. Let's dig a little bit. Why don't we talk about fraud?
The fraud. Gotta pay for the fraud.
We put this into AI, and we asked AI, where could New York City cut spending?
Exactly.
And it turns out there's so many areas.
Oh, man.
You know, you've got retired city workers who get lifetime pensions.
Right.
They could be on Medicare.
Right.
You've got New York City workers, all public workers, 100% of their insurance and their family's insurance is paid. That doesn't happen in the private sector.
No, it happens
you have
in
to
the
pay
government.
At least 10, 20, 30%. That would be a massive multi-billion-dollar shift. You know, you could tackle some of the overtime costs. How do you see some of this cutting taking place? It doesn't seem to be that
Cutting's
difficult.
not on the table. They're not going to cut anything.
You can't go into our rainy day fund. He's and hitting our retirees. These retirees paid in for 30 years. He's talking about hitting that for $920
They've been in litigation for years.
Yes, exactly. They have been. But we got to go back to brass tacks. Brass tacks is get right to the line-by-line item. Go into...
They're not going to go line by line in anything. That's not how socialism works. You heard the mayor say he's got an agenda and he wants to accomplish it. And he's going to do it either with the governor's help or with the money of homeowners living in Queens who never voted for this. Cutting things isn't part of the plan at all.
I'm telling you, go into these non-for-profits. Just recently,
the fraud.
as recently as last week, I'm in District 19 in Queens. In District 23, which is my neighbor, they just found $120 million in fraud through their senior centers.
Oh, but we can't cut the fraud. Nope. Better raise taxes to pay for the fraud, because if the fraud gets cut, well, I mean, there goes all the money that seems to make its way back to politics.
That's only this big in my area of Queens. If they were to tackle New York City on a whole, okay, and you take 20%
you might be
out
able to
of
lower
our budget
taxes.
that goes to these non-for-profits, where is the money going?
Right.
So he's going to go to Hochul for money, and as a New Yorker, can we trust them with this tax money? I mean, no, we cannot.
You know, New York should just defund all these nonprofits. They're not solving anything. Go ride the subway in this city and tell me what the nonprofits are solving. Otherwise, we have to raise taxes to pay for stuff that's obviously not working.
The path that we want to pursue is working with Albany to raise taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers, the most profitable corporations, by that little bit more. If we do not have that state action, then the only tools that the city has at its disposal is a property tax increase.
Right. Instead of cutting, the Wall Street Journal editorial board calls the tactic, quote, taking New York hostage, saying, what an ultimatum. Fleece the rich for him or he'll fleece them and the middle class. This would smack middle class homeowners in the outer boroughs as well as the wealthy in Manhattan. Let's bring in Democratic strategist who lives in Manhattan.
Oh, a
Melissa
Democratic
DeRosa.
strategist.
Melissa, what do you think about how he outlined what needs to be done? He says he basically has a crisis. He's got to raise taxes.
I think that this is a crisis of his own making. He ran his entire campaign on three-word slogans like tax the rich, you know, very similar to Bernie and AOC, the far flank of the party. And at first it was tax the rich to get childcare. But then Kathy Hochul stepped in and gave him some of what he wanted and he declared victory. But he still needs to tax the rich because this isn't about governing. It's about ideology. And it's about the DSA and the extremists in the party and class warfare. So now you're seeing what he's doing now, which is completely absurd.
Now, what I don't understand is when Mamdani came in and he had this agenda, he says he's going to freeze rents, there's going to be free grocery stores, he's going to expand sanctuary city programs, and just blow all this stuff up to levels never before seen. And his way to do it was to tax the rich. If he knew that he wasn't going to get that tax increase from the governor, why didn't he come into office? And then every time there's a problem, blame the governor. You say, well, look, I ran on taxing the rich. I want to do it. The governor, she won't let me do it, and that's why you can't afford to live here. It's not my fault. I'm doing everything I can. I'm fighting her every single day, and it's her fault. Why didn't he just do that? He had a scapegoat for every single policy failure, but now all of those scapegoats go away. You can't blame the governor if he's going to smack her with an ultimatum and say, look, either you give me my millionaire's tax or I'm going to tax homeowners. You see, now the problem is if he doesn't tax the homeowners who are revolting, if he doesn't tax the middle class and wipe them out, if the governor really does say no, now he can't fund the other stuff that was supposed to make the city more affordable. And then there's going to be people that are saying, hey, you said you were going to tax the rich to make our lives more affordable. Didn't happen. Then you taxed us to make our lives more affordable. And that didn't happen either. Now he's got nobody to blame for himself when things blow up. And I think that's a massive political liability, which he didn't even need to have. He could have avoided this by letting the governor say no and then blaming her.
He's going after people who make $120,000 as if they're the problem. They take home probably $65,000.
Yeah.
They own the other taxes, and they're the problem.
No, and you know what? It's very interesting because he ran an entire campaign on affordability, right? Saying affordability crisis, affordability crisis, affordability crisis. And now he's basically saying to Kathy Hochul, he's putting a gun to his own head, and he's saying, give me your wallet or I'll shoot.
Yeah.
And it would impact not just people, you know, who are renting, because obviously real estate owners pass along these tax increases to the people who are renting and to homeowners, but small businesses. There are still far too many vacant storefronts in New York City post-COVID. So this would have ripple effects that are unending.
And by the way, the landlords are really getting worried. Because if he freezes the rent, now that he has the numbers on the board to do that,
and
then expenses are already going up, utility costs are going up, and they're saying, well, I'm going to go out of business.
No, 100%. And it's, you know, at the end of the day, the real estate term, it doesn't pencil out. It won't make sense for these landlords to continue to hold on to these buildings.
And look, if your landlord walks away from the building you live in while you're in there, you think it's going to get repaired? Of course not. Place is going to fall apart, and then your affordable life is going to evaporate when you are homeless. You see, that's where this city is headed. This city is headed in the wrong direction. And I don't see how the mayor walks away from this looking like he's won some victory. I don't see how he can even politically swing it because he's the one that put the ultimatum on the table saying, give me the money from the rich or I'm taking it from my own voters. I just don't understand that logic. What do you think's going to happen? I'll see you in the next video.
Yeah, I just... Yeah, he's just going to shoot himself in the foot. He won't get reelected ever again. Because he's going to implement this property tax on everybody in New York City. And they'll all flood into PA because they can't afford to live up in New York.
Beheaded in effigy of Trump outside his inaugural meeting of the...
This is a Palestine protesters behead Trump statue in D.C.
Board of Peace in D.C. And they literally were saying U.S. out of Palestine. I actually saw some similar images when I was in D.C. myself in 2024 when I was looking at people protesting outside of the Capitol while Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was testifying. This is crazy stuff.
I want to talk about a cult. they look mentally stable.
You ever ask yourself what's going through the heads of the police officers? Like, they're just doing their job, just standing there. But do you ever think, because they obviously have opinions too on politics and opinions on what's going on in the world. You ever think about that? I
probably think a lot of these people are idiots.
Thinking right now.
The same chants over and over again at every possible sniper. Defeat the war on black African colonized people in the U.S. and abroad. Huh? Yeah, I'm not sure. It doesn't make sense. Yeah. Defeat the war on black African colonized people in the U.S. and abroad. I mean... Oh, no, it is. Because these are the Free Palestine people that are just nutso. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. It's not anti-black. It's saying there's a... to defeat the war on. So there's a war on black people that they want to stop, basically, is what they're trying to say. It's stupid. It's all a bunch of mumbo jumbo. Like, there's literally nothing going through these people's heads whatsoever.
Right now, in this building behind us, heads of states and billionaires from around the world are here for the inaugural meeting of the so-called Board of Peace for Gaza.
For Gaza.
The stated objective of this meeting is to raise funds for the reconstruction of Gaza, which is a thin veil to hide the colonial
I think she wears that hijab all the time, or she's just doing it because that's the protest.
To achieve the political goal that Israel failed to accomplish militarily over the past 2.5 years. Total domination of Gaza.
Well, don't start a war you can't win.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I have a pretty clear opinion about stuff like this, and the opinion is that I just, like,
it is, it's so annoying.
Human beings will become aware that these attempts at trying to change legislature or policy or government or law, like, your energy can be better placed in another spot. And that spot, I think, is internally. It's inward work. Everything that's going on in the world, everything that has always happened in the world, all of the terror, all of the war, all of the famine, all of the starvation, all of the fraud, all of the rape, all of the crime, the hate, they are products of an entirely larger cause and issue, which is consciousness. Illegals. All of the wars
and not having a great community
are all related to consciousness. I'm saying it right now. I'm telling you that when you look at these symptoms and you don't focus on the sources of the problems, meaning what is causing the symptom to be there. A surgeon does not do surgery and looks at the symptoms of cancer. They try to remove the entire cancer as possible because you have to go to the source. So putting your finger on the dam and patching it up for a moment in time is only going to cause that thing, that crack, that hate, that low frequency, low consciousness behavior to return at some point. And that's what we do as society.
Rot away.
We attack the symptoms. We do not attack the source. And as we continue to do that, we continue to waste our time with efforts that also have us participate in very low frequency behavior. Going to these protests, and I understand, man, like I get it. You want to go to the street, you want to yell, you want to scream. How's that working out for you?
But it doesn't make any sense most of the time.
If it makes you feel good, okay. Just because something makes you feel good does not mean that it's rooted in truth, and that it's rooted in change. That's the thing, man. I mean, like,
most of the time it's just idiotic rambling.
When are we going to have a protest that's about peace? It's stop this, anti this, stop them, stop him, stop her, stop they. Boycott this, change this, point fingers. What about, where's the gathering for peace? Where's the gathering for togetherness?
And usually most of these people are the ones causing disruption and chaos in their own towns in the first place. Alright, we're going to watch Shoe on Head's video after I go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Right, we're back. And we'll watch the Shoe on Head. Preview. Okay, let's start it.
Welcome to another episode of What the Hell is Going On with your host, Ugly Belle Delphine. Now, before you ask, yes, there is an Epstein Files video coming out. I feel like everyone has like streamer brain nowadays, and like every fucking video has to be breaking news in order to get the most views. But I am taking my time with it. I'm sure you understand there is a lot happening.
Always.
With this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Is Jewish. I want to be clear. Do you want to go there, Attorney General? Do you want to go there?
Are you serious? Gentlemen. Talking about
Oh, she triggered her.
to a woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust.
Your country, sir. Anyway, let's just forget about these satanic billionaire pedophiles running the world.
Not
And
as
let's talk
crazy
about
as
some
New
internet
Zealand's
drama, shall
Congress
we?
yet.
Because that is what's really important. For a little over a decade now, the most inane things can get you called a racist or a Nazi on the internet, to the point where these words hold little to no meaning anymore. It's so bad that when someone is called a racist or a Nazi online,
Holds
I'm
zero
immediately
meaning
like,
anymore. Whatever.
oh, what funny joke did they tell? But ladies and gentlemen, we have officially come to the point where not saying anything also makes you a racist Nazi. For the few of you watching this channel who are employed, there's a very popular Twitch streamer named Emaru. She's a cosplayer and just kind of a fun, chill, normie video game streamer. Well, the other day, someone in her chat asked her opinion about ICE, and this is what she had to say.
Like, there's a certain extent where I'm like, okay, sure, I get people wanting big content creators to, like, say their opinions on, like, important topics. I get that, right? But it's like, if you need a streamer who doesn't even know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you probably just need to get off the internet.
In a world where it seems like every single celebrity is just screaming their political takes completely unprompted, this was a refreshing thing to hear. Seems like a pretty sane, rational, inoffensive thing to say, right? Wrong. This short little clip where she ironically tried to avoid controversy ended up being one of the most controversial dramas this year. I feel like decades worth of news has happened in the past like 2 months, don't you? Every day there's like a breaking story of the most insane shit you've ever heard in your life. And everyone is expected to have a fully formed opinion on every single breaking story. There's pressure to react, to pick a side, to condemn, to defend. But the reality is, when a story first breaks, we're usually not seeing the full picture. And that's why for years now, I have been using today's sponsor, Ground News. So let's quickly give them a shout out before we jump into today's video, shall we?
Eventually.
Ground News is a website and an app that lets you see how news stories are being covered all across the political spectrum, from left, right, and center. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of political bias, ownership, and headlines that helps you understand the full story and really make sure you're getting both sides. They really make it fun and easy to compare headlines to see how political bias and media ownership can affect the framing of a story. For example, let's take a look at this one about how RFK admits he used to snort cocaine off toilet seats. If you look it up on Ground News, a right-wing headline covers it like this: RFK revealed why he wasn't scared of COVID. It was a legendary answer. And a left-wing outlet covers the same story like this: Robert F. Kennedy Jr. doesn't fear germs, and his reason is really, really gross. Same story, completely different vibes. The Ground News feature I like the most is the blind spot tool. It shows you how news stories have been covered by only one side of the political spectrum and ignored by the other. For example, here's a story about how Hillary Clinton says migration has gone too far. Rare Hillary Clinton W. Suspicious. 37 sources covered it. 91% of those sources were right-wing, and only 4% were left-wing. Interesting. Or this one about how middle-class Americans are selling plasma because of financial pressure. Americans are selling their blood because they're so poor. 71% of the sources that covered this were left-wing, and only 14% were right-wing. I have been using Ground News for like 5 years now, and I am obsessed. It is one of the first
I can't sell plasma. My blood is tainted. She was just reading a news article that there's been an increase in Americans selling plasma because of financial hardship. Because it pays decently for not doing much, just sitting there and having your blood taken. And I can't do it because I'm on the opioid medicines and they won't accept my blood at all. No matter how much I'd want to do it. I don't even know if I can donate blood anymore. Probably not.
Open when I wake up in the morning. It really helps me stay informed and helps me keep up with the news for my videos. But don't just take my word for it. Even the Nobel Peace Center recognized Ground News as an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview. Best of all, I am currently offering 40% off their Vantage plan, which is the plan I use to access all their amazing features. This comes to only like $5 a month, which is like the price of a cup of coffee nowadays. To get the 40% discount, just go to ground.news/shoe or use the QR code on screen right here, or click the link in the video description down below to subscribe to their Vantage plan today. Big thanks to Ground News for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad as always.
Ground news.
Right. And now let's get back to the video. In this video, we are going to talk about the drama surrounding Emaru, the people trying to cancel her, the mistake the left is making by embracing cancel culture again. We're gonna read some insane, hilarious tweets, of course, and then we will talk about my personal experience with these people. And what do I mean by these people? I mean the cult of the crybullies.
Yeah, so many of them.
I'm sorry if I sound even more like a prepubescent boy in this video. I am a little bit sick, but I am here, slaving over a hot laptop for you. If you guys saw my last video, you know I am quite critical of ICE. I don't think we should abolish them, of course, but I think it is good and healthy to criticize your government. I am a political culture war commentator. I talk about political topics often. People come to me to hear my political opinions. But not everybody wants to be a political YouTuber or streamer. And not everybody wants to listen to a political YouTuber or streamer. Sometimes we just want to have fun and talk about other things. There are lots of other things to talk about. Sometimes we want to look at funny memes or watch funny videos without having politics shoved down our throat. So a lot of people thought it was really refreshing when a cosplay streamer was basically like, I don't want to talk about politics. Why are you coming to me for politics? It was a perfectly sane, rational opinion. So of course, like half the internet had a problem with it. It's just not that hard to say ICE. It's really not that hard to say ICE, to be honest. Is it so hard to just say ICE? It's really not hard to say ICE. Jesus Christ, how hard is it to just say ICE? How hard is it to just say ICE? How hard is it to just say ICE and move on? Oh my god. Just say ICE. It's not hard. Is it so hard to just say the line? Say the line. Say it. Jesus Christ, like at this point, even if Emaru did want to like abolish ICE, even if she really did think ICE, she shouldn't say it. Like I wouldn't say it at this point because this is just like, this is creepy. This is like a horde of zombies chasing after you. Hey, it's actually super easy to stream and have opinions. I'll show you. ICE, Donald Trump and everyone in his administration, Elon Musk, free Palestine, US is on stolen land built by stolen people, Luigi did nothing wrong, abortion is healthcare, leave trans people the alone. These people literally just speak in bumper stickers, dude. Just like copy pasting the internet leftist starter pack. What the hell am I looking at? I hate the Reddit ass. Hey, it's super easy. It's crazy like 1,000 years ago, this dude's ancestors were hunting mammoths. And now he's on here like, men should not be speaking like this. I'm sorry. We need another war. The post that really seemed to kick this all off was made by Denims, the self-described largest female political streamer. Only because I don't stream, Denims. Only because I don't stream. Anyway, I don't have any like personal beef with Denims. This isn't like an own Denims video. We used to be kind of cool years ago, but she apparently has some opinions on Emaru, so let's hear her out. Never thought I'd see the day we'd be fence-sitting the modern Gestapo. First of all, she's not fence-sitting. She's just choosing not to talk about politics. Like, in order to fence-sit, you actually have to say something. She didn't even say anything. Like, how do you even know what her opinion is? Second of all, modern Gestapo? Why is everything the f***ing Holocaust? It's totally normal to criticize ICE. It's totally understandable to have issues with the things they are doing. But modern Gestapo? Don't you guys get tired of this shit? Like, don't you guys get tired of saying, like, isn't this exhausting after a while? Everything is Nazis, everything is the Holocaust, everyone is Hitler. It's like nothing else bad ever happened in history. Like, what did they used to compare bad things to before World War II? Oh my god, you're literally Napoleon. Also, I love this. Racist chud. Like, where did the racism part, like, where did that come from? Listen, I don't get on camera and start talking about cars or math or taxes or investing or going outside or the plenty of other things I don't know about. I sit here and talk about the gender war and the culture war because I'm good at those things and that's what people watch me for. That is my lane and I stay in it. Emaru likes what she's doing. Her audience likes what she's doing. There are plenty of other channels that will regurgitate your political takes back to you. Just turn on the TV. Turn on CNN. Most normal people are sick and tired of celebrities just like spewing their political takes completely unprompted. I don't care what Glubshido thinks of politics, okay? Why does Glubshido have to get on stage and start talking about how we're on stolen land or some shit? Why do you need your political opinions thrown up into your mouth by a celebrity like a fucking baby bird? Like, do you really want Sydney Sweeney throwing up in your mouth? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. Please don't answer that.
She's right when she says most streamers are not qualified to talk about politics. Okay, here's the thing, dude. You actually don't have to be qualified to talk about politics to say
Denims is a joke.
It's not that hard of a concept.
One
you
evil
actually
woman.
don't have to know what you're talking about in order to just say the line. What? You should look into a topic, do your own research, come to your own conclusion, and form your own opinion on the topic. You should not just blindly, mindlessly say the line.
You know who doesn't do political content? Cutie Cinderella. Cutie Cinderella literally never does political content. And even she's capable of saying F ICE. What about Cinna? You don't have to be a political creator to recognize that it's not hard to say F ICE.
You don't have to be a political content creator to say the line. All your other friends are saying the line, Emaru. Why aren't you saying the line, Emaru?
L ICE. Okay, but unironically though, F them. Straight up. Hey, F them. Yeah, it's F them, don't care, and if you don't like that I say that, it's F you too. You know what I mean? It's really that easy for me, I'm telling you right now.
There's Emaru's roommate saying the line. Aren't we all proud of her? By the way, where are all her friends during all of this? Where are all her morally righteous, good guy, big streamer friends while this is all going down? While she's being dragged by half of the internet for doing absolutely nothing wrong. This girl who literally just came out of an allegedly abusive relationship. This girl who literally just got assaulted, grabbed by some freak at a convention. Now this girl is going through all of this. I guess it's fine to be silent when your friend is getting dragged by half of the internet, but don't you dare stay silent about current thing. I don't even know this woman, and I'm sticking my neck out for her because it pisses me off seeing this kind of shit happen to people who absolutely do not deserve it.
If you're above the age of 18, you should care about politics in your fucking country. You don't get to be like, well, I don't agree with this whole taxes thing, so I'm just not gonna pay for it. You can't say like, well, I'm just not going to care about all this politics stuff.
When someone doesn't have an opinion on a political topic, people like you might get a little mad. When someone doesn't pay their taxes, the government comes and arrests them. Okay, so that's the difference between those things.
There's this weird idea in America especially where like you can just be an adult and be like, oh, I don't care about politics. What?
Many people, most people, do not care that much about politics. I know to you and me that's like mind-blowing, that's like unfathomable because our whole life is politics, our job is politics, like I get it. But most people's lives do not revolve around politics. They do other things other than fight with strangers online. Crazy, I know. But man, do I envy them. I was so much happier before I knew. Sadly, it is getting harder and harder for the average person to not care about politics because politics is seeping into literally everything. Politics will be bending you over and spreading your cheeks and going in dry whether you want it or not. And unfortunately, the people who are like, I just want to be left alone, are the people who are the most fucked by politics. Also, more importantly, Emaru wasn't saying that she doesn't care about politics. She was saying she didn't want to talk about politics. I feel like that is a huge difference. I care a lot about like skincare, but I don't get on here and talk about like peptides and collagen to my audience because they don't give a shit. They're here to watch me say feminism is doo-doo and make silly little faces at the camera. Yeah, you like that shit? I hate when grown women don't have a mind of their own. You are 28 years old. Please develop a mind of your own. All she does is pander to anime gooner men. No mind of her own. I never liked Emaru, so finding out she's stupid and doesn't have a mind of her own is nice. The audacity. If she didn't have a mind of her own, she would have mindlessly parroted the shit you want her to say. She would have mindlessly just been like, fuck ICE. If Emaru came out and was like, actually, I think ICE is doing a fine job, do you think they'd be like, ah, yes, she has a mind of her own? No, absolutely not. They are not angry that she doesn't have an opinion. They are angry that she doesn't have their opinion. The absolute audacity to say that this woman doesn't have a mind of her own while thousands of you people swarm her like drones, barking orders at her to say the line. You guys literally operate like the fucking Borg. So what I'm gathering is that Emaru is a grown woman who acts like a frail, silly little girl to entertain fat, dirty, incel, Asian fetisher weirdos and is okay with that but draws the line at saying ICE is bad. Emaru and Asmon's audience are the same. Incels love Emaru because she confirms the image of the anime bimbo stereotype that that incels worship. She definitely cultivated an audience who, in the end of all things, are reactionary. She appeals to violent racists who fetishize Asian women. What the f is this Asian fetish thing? Are they just saying this because she's fucking Asian? Like, I'm trying to find a clip of Emeru saying sucky sucky $5 or something, but it doesn't exist. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's not a coincidence that she answered the question this way, and that her fan base consists heavily on Asian fetishes. I don't know where this is coming from. And the woman saying this is literally an OnlyFans, like an Asian OnlyFans model. Like, I'm sorry, are you really the person to be talking about fetishization here? The most insane part of all of this had to be when her ex-boyfriend, her allegedly abusive ex-boyfriend, posted his own ice in the middle of his ex-girlfriend being canceled for not saying that. Like, how fucking petty do you have to be to subtweet your ex like that? Another character involved in all this is former booby streamer Caseytron.
It reminds me of whenever Amarath started wearing a cowboy hat, because that's whenever she started going like full Nazi, basically. She started wearing the cowboy hat. It's like whenever these Texas girls in like these Austin, Texas streamer circles start wearing cowboy hats, that's whenever you gotta watch out.
A woman in Texas wearing a cowboy hat? Lord, take me out. Take me out back behind the shed. Put me out of my misery if I ever become this politically brain rotted. Holy shit.
Like, you know that she probably has like weird incels donating her hundreds of dollars. It's because, like, in my opinion, like, it's all a facade to appeal to the worst type of men. Because, like, really misogynistic, shitty incel like men, they like a woman that doesn't have any opinions. I think that she also plays into how a lot of incels will fetishize Asian women. Her whole platform is just like appealing to like the worst fucking men. She's like basically like she's like a pick-me for like incel freaks.
So this fucking pick-me shit, dude, it's gonna be the death of me. Before making this video, I watched a bunch of Emeru stuff, and I saw no signs of like pick-me behavior at all. At least with some streamers or some YouTubers. People could be like, oh, they criticize women, so they're trying to be like one of the good ones, and they're a pick-me. Like, okay, sure, like, that's retarded. We all know that's retarded. But at least I can like kind of see how is Emeru a pick-me? She doesn't even do that shit. Like, where is the pick-me thing coming from? No, really though, what makes her a pick-me and not the booby streamer or OnlyFans models calling her a pick-me? You are literally selling your body for men to consume. If men do not pick pictures of your ass, you can't pay rent. There's no bigger pick-me on earth than a fucking porn star. And me. I don't care about being called a pick-me. I've been doing this for over a decade now. I'm used to it. I've been called it thousands of times. I'm a 35-year-old married mother. I do not give a shit. I do care, however, when other women are called pick-me for the crime of not following a hive mind. I see it so often in like the VTuber community. Like all these VTuber anime women will be called pick-me's for just saying their opinions. You have to understand, like, to these people, whenever a woman has like an opinion that is not like the corporate HR approved opinion of the week, whenever a woman doesn't toe the line of the current thing, in this case, whenever a woman doesn't say anything, she's called a pick-me. You know, she just must have these opinions for men. No other reason. Every woman is secretly a big progressive feminist. And if they're not, they're just doing it for male attention. Because I'm sure someone who looks like this is really starving for male attention.
And then in my opinion, it's like she's not entertaining whatsoever. She's like, I would literally rather watch paint dry.
So true, because you know what is far more entertaining than a cute, high-energy cosplay streamer reacting to memes? This is way more entertaining. And if you don't agree, you're just like an incel. Okay, bitch. Eventually, after a few days of being dogpiled by the most annoying people on Earth, Emeru came out with a statement. Hello, it's very rare I will speak my mind, but I'd rather get my thoughts out there, so apologies if this is long. There's a clip from my stream that's been circulating a lot, so I'd like to explain it for anyone who was hurt or shocked by it. It should go without saying that no one deserves to live their life in fear of being killed or taken away from their homes or families, regardless of who is doing it, but especially not because of ICE or any other government agency. I understand the world is a very cruel and messed up place. You don't have to study politics or actively read the news to know that. I would never want to invalidate anyone who struggles with those things, and an agency causing fear and suffering deserves zero support. To me, that's not even political, it's basic human empathy. Now, I thought that statement was perfectly fine. My issue with it is, she didn't have to make it. She was basically forced to come out and say her opinion. So did these freaks finally back off once Emaru made her opinion about ICE clear? No. Of course not. Nazi response. TLDR, go f*** yourself in your PR apology. And there it is. Of fucking course she's another dumb cunt. Girl, we are not as dumb as you look. You're still a racist chud, but continue to enjoy the money you get from your incel audience because they're disgusting, just like you. All I hear is, I support Israel and my name is Emaru. Wait, what? Where the f*** did Israel come from? What? I don't like to talk about politics equals I'm a Nazi and I'm ashamed of my opinions. Everyone knows what's up. She's a fascist in disguise and is squirming. Emaru, you are garbage Nazi-loving cunt. You got orange around your mouth. Say F you, Asmongold. If you're neutral, if you're neutral, you might as well say you're MAGA. Stand for something, ho. That's what Trump wants, for everyone to be quiet about it. The idea of get off the internet is so fucking ignorant. This dumb cunt needs to shut her fucking mouth. Thank God her downfall is happening. I've been hating on her since day one and knew something was off about her. Not a good statement. She implicitly disavowed ICE, but not so much the actual Trump admin. Yeah, you disavowed ICE, but what about the whole Trump administration? They're like literally the mouse from If You Give a Mouse a Cookie. I was like reading that book to my toddler the other day and I was like, oh my god, this is literally Twitter. You cannot give them an inch, dude. Of course are incel fans swooping in to protect the poor little 28-year-old. Ah yes, incels. Known for defending women online. What? What the f does the word incel even mean anymore? Does it just mean man now? It just means man. Man I do not like. I had no idea this was a thing until yesterday. How come no one told me Emaru low-key a femcel? Femcel! Emaru's a femcel! Oh my fucking... Do people just not know what words mean anymore? How are they coming to these conclusions? I mean, have you looked at her? I mean, look at her. Look at her. Just look at her. Look at her. Yeah, sorry, I don't see it. I think you guys just might be mentally ill. We need to do something about these male-centered women. Okay, first of all, nothing is more male-centered than centering your life around hating men. Men just live rent-free in your fucking head. Take it up with God, go to therapy, do literally anything else than make it our problem. Fuck her, and especially fuck her bestie Asmongold. I hope they get kirked. 30-year-old woman too scared to say fuck ICE to keep her incel audience happy. Let's hope she gets abused again. Couldn't happen to a better person. Next time this cunt is assaulted, I'm gonna laugh and laugh. Fuck her and fuck ICE and fuck you if you support this cunt. Emaru deserved what Miskiff did to her. Fuck Emaru for supporting ICE. I genuinely hope this bitch gets okay. I reported that one. Holy shit. What is wrong with these people? See, you don't understand. I'm good guy, which makes it okay for me to say fucked up things about bad guy. You think saying that to someone is fucked up? Well, you should be abused too, because you're probably also bad guy. It's called being on the right side of history, chud. Look it up. Nazis deserve death, and silence is compliance. May I just remind the audience that this is what she said.
If you need a streamer who doesn't even know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you probably just need to get off the internet.
Ladies and gentlemen, a Nazi that deserves death. What? After making her terrible statement full of lies, Emaru decided to follow right-wing grifter Shoe-on-Head. Of course Emaru is now following a fellow pathetic pick-me for being quiet about ICE. They both don't want to piss off their 100% right-wing gooner fanbase. For the record, my fan base is probably like 70% right-wing and 80% gooner. Okay, but for some reason, they didn't mind when I came out and harshly criticized ICE in my last video. Yeah, some disagreed, but for the most part, they didn't care. As long as you aren't preaching from an ivory tower with no nuance, rhyme, or reason, people don't care. I'll say some shit like, we should decommodify housing, and the right-wingers in my audience are just like, okay, commie mommy. These people cannot fathom a universe where people just disagree. Oh, you're just scared. You don't want to upset your chud audience. I upset my chud audience every goddamn day. You're the ones terrified of your own fucking cult. God forbid you only agree with 99% of the hive mind approved opinions. God have mercy on your soul. I do not envy you. Once you bend the knee to these people, once you apologize or capitulate, it's over. These people don't actually want an apology. They want to humiliate you. They want to drag you down. At the end of the day, they have found a socially acceptable way to bully people. That's what this is. A lot of people in response to Emaru's statement were like, why did you apologize to the mob? You know, you bent the knee, you're a coward. And honestly, people don't realize how insane it can get. These people, the cult of the cry bully, they come in swarms, they get in your head, they prey on your empathy, they isolate you from your friends, they make you feel like a terrible person for having milquetoast normal ass opinions, or in this case, no opinion. And when you are someone who is not used to dealing with these types of people, or you are someone in like a vulnerable state of mind, it is very easy for these cult-like tactics to work. This shit works especially well with women in particular, not to be sexist, but it's just true. Honestly, you know, now that I think about it, the only people who are immune to this are like autistic people. I swear to God, people on the spectrum are immune to the cry bully tactics. What happened is Emeru just saw like a shit ton of people who were mad at her, and she wanted to do the correct thing. Unfortunately, this is just gonna make it worse. And they're moving on to one of their favorite tactics.
The big question in everyone's mind is, well, are you still friends with Asmongold?
While it is appreciated that you are taking a stand and clarifying the clip, you do continue to be vague about how deep your associations with Asmon are. So hopefully you've cut ties with that hate-mongering Nazi troll Asmon, right? Glad you made this and owned up to it, but you're still friends with Asmongold, so it doesn't read as earnest. Almost a decent explanation, but the elephant in the room is that your friendship with Asmongold is holding this back from seeming sincere. Okay, now what about your best friend Asmongold? Denounce Asmon or I'm not taking this seriously. You're friends with Assmold. Assmold?
I'm pretty sure she's still friends with Asmongold.
Now, whatever you think of Asmongold, he is friends with Emeru. They are friends, even though they disagree with each other. Crazy, right?
I literally said, like, I don't agree with the things he says. Like, what do y'all want me to do? Like, fucking shoot him on stream?
Yes, that is what they want you to do. Yes. Around 2018, I was facing nearly daily harassment for being friends with someone who was on the right. Hundreds of people were on my ass like every day. They were calling my job. They got emails of my family members. It was like nonstop. Now, this person was a good friend of mine, but in order to get all these people off my back, I did probably the cringiest thing ever, and I publicly disavowed her. Publicly disavowed a friend of mine over political differences. Now, for those of you who are new here, that sounds like something I would never do, but I did it. I bent the knee to a faceless mob of people who hate me. And in return, I received nothing. The harassment didn't stop, the hate didn't stop. Well, needless to say, karma is real, and the same thing happened to me years later. I was publicly disavowed by friends over political differences. This story ultimately does have a good ending. Me and my friend from 2018, we made up years ago, but looking back on all this in 2026 is extremely embarrassing. And if I knew what I knew now, I would have just told those people to go fuck themselves. But in the moment, it's incredibly stressful and you just kind of want it all to stop. And you will do whatever you can to make it stop. So I understand why Emeru came out and made a statement. I just really hope she doesn't wind up disavowing friends over political differences like I did. It was a huge mistake and it is not worth it, because you are going to find yourself surrounded by people who see you as a temporary ally and not a real friend. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a never apologize person. You should apologize if you actually do something wrong, if you actually wronged someone, but you shouldn't apologize to like a nebulous, faceless mob of people while facing down a barrel of a gun. There is nothing that she could say and no amount of money she could donate that could convince me she's not a soulless ghoul like all the men she's happily surrounded herself with for years. There is nothing you can ever do to please these people, so why bother? They will not be happy until you kill yourself, and even then they will dance on your grave. And I know, like, with everything going on right now, like, is this really a video about cancel culture in 2026? And it's like, yeah, I don't know. First of all, you should expect that. You clicked on a shoe on a head video. But second of all, yeah, I feel like this is kind of important to talk about. I feel like this type of thing is part of the reason we are where we are right now. This type of stuff drives people away from the left. And more importantly than that, it's just evil. I saw some leftists covering Emeru being canceled, and they were like, the cultural shift is here. Woke 2.0, we don't play around, we're mean now. Woke 2.0? Because Woke 1.0 worked out so well for you guys in the country, right? You're supposed to learn from your mistakes, not double down and get worse. I don't know how you can look at the last 10 years and be like, we have got to get more annoying. Like, what are you doing? Attacking normie streamers for not wanting to be involved in political discourse? Also, I feel like this goes without saying, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I'm not smearing, like, the left as a whole, okay? This isn't fucking Fox News. This isn't the Nuxanor channel. I'm well aware there are plenty of left-wing people, especially in my audience, who feel the same way I do. I'm talking about a certain faction of the mostly online left. I was about to say it's like a loud minority, but I don't even think it's a minority anymore. I think it's like a majority. Like, I feel like I feel like I'm one of the only ones like holding down the fort. Like me and Anna Kasparian. And every day I'm called a right-wing grifter for being like, hey, maybe we can focus on the issues that like actually affect the working class. You know, things that actually help people, not stupid fucking shit like going after e-girl cosplay streamers. Like, can we just get back to the fact that we are all being ruled by satanic billionaire pedophiles who may or may not be eating children, please? Thank you. In conclusion, Emaru did nothing wrong. People are tired of having politics shoved down their throat, and you don't need to speak about things you don't want to speak about. You don't have to do that. You don't have to say the line, actually. This is mass psychosis, rivaling on 2020. These people are trying to socially ostracize this woman for not putting like a black square on her Instagram. They're just mad at Emaru for not doing like the ice bucket challenge or some shit. Like that's basically what is happening here. If you are going to streamers for political information, you are cooked. If you are going to Shoe on Head for political information, you are deep fried. So that was that little video. If you liked my yapping, please subscribe. And if you can, donate to my Patreon down below. It really helps the channel out and I appreciate it so much. And I will see you guys very soon.
That entire video responding to Hinks writing a paper. So it feels. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, I just got. I'll do it.
What's this one? Oh, here, Temple now. I'm not gonna read all this. I'm edit it if I have to throughout the night. Holy fuck. What do you have? Oh, another soda. Yeah. Ew. Ew. Okay. Thank you. Oh, it's okay, Bubba. Sentence. Muslims are leaving their faith and either become Christians or atheists. Most Muslims just say they are Muslims because it's a death sentence to even leave the religion. But more and more are becoming brave. Where did I start playing? Okie dokie. Let's see what Timbo has to say.
There are a lot of things that I'm good at. There are physical abilities that I have. And on average, men are stronger than women. It's just true, on average, typically.
Yeah, on
and
average.
then there are things that women can do. And there are things that women are naturally just always going to be better at than men, like having kids, raising kids, nurturing kids. And this is largely due to their physiology. Let me just stress that men have more muscle mass, greater bone density, and by virtue of having this, they're going to be able to open pickle jars. So for me, there's also the obvious. There's the hormonal drive that men have, and that is towards goal-oriented things for a variety of reasons. That being said, women have the natural human ability to create young, with the help of men, but largely within their bodies, and then nurture them through mammary.
What buddy? What baby? Went out. You want that? You want me to hold you? You want me to hold you? Ooh. Sit. I need you to sit so I can get you out. Good thing you're not so heavy.
Mammary glands. Men can't do this. And for this, I do believe that men and women naturally view the world very, very differently. However, over the past several decades, there's been an increasing trend to convince women to be men, to tell women to compete against men in a work environment where they're going to be at a massive disadvantage.
True.
Men are going to be better in labor jobs. They're going to be taller, faster, stronger on average. They're going to be more quick-witted. Indeed, there are more smart men than women, but more stupid men than women as well. The greater male variability hypothesis. And now we got this story from Newsbusters. CNN clutches pearls over women choosing to be stay-at-home moms.
Debating
and
lately. There's a lot of stupid people in the world. More stupid people than I thought. The problem we face in this country,
in my opinion, is largely that millennials aren't having kids. Now they're telling women to be men, to engage with men in traditionally male spaces. And it's fine if women want to do that, but not to convince them that's the way it needs to be. Let me put it like this. All of you guys out there with kids, you already know it. What happens when a woman sees a baby? And all the liberal feminists with no kids are going to go, oh, they're going to get all mad and salty. Bro, my baby is a celebrity. My baby is like the most famous person ever. No. What do I mean? I mean that when my wife and I are walking down the street with a stroller, every single woman, all of them are trying to take a look at the baby.
Get
They're
those baby.
oohing and eyeing. I'm in an elevator when I was at the dentist last month or whatever, and there's like an 80-year-old woman and presumably her either caretaker or daughter, maybe daughter, and there's here's the stroller, and they're like right here, and she leans back. She goes, I got to see the baby. And so we turn the stroller so that our daughter could see the people, and they're all so happy and excited to see her. Guys, I'm going to tell you this. Many men may get offended by this, but I believe it is fair to say that on average, women love babies more than men. It's true. Men love their children. Men love babies. But I believe that women just absolutely love their babies more than men do. I really do think so. Now, there is this modern liberal view, the blank slate, I don't agree with. And there's been this even somewhat conservative, not really, effort to claim that, men and women love their children equally. I don't believe that. Sorry, I don't. And I know a lot of guys out there be like, you can't say that. I love my kids. I know you love your kids. I know you love your kids more than anything, but I am telling you that women and the mothers love their kids more. If you look at human civilization traditionally, there are reasons why the courts favored women. A woman must be with her baby because we recognized women are attached to their babies more than men are. I mean, they carried them in their bodies and they feed the baby with their bodies. Men don't do this. I do believe that men should have equal rights to their children, the same as women. But I do believe there's a hormonal and emotional connection that women have that men don't. That being said, I'd also agree. If women don't want to have kids and want to be in the workplace, that's allowed too. The problem I have is the lying and the manipulation. And the reality I see is this. I believe that women, on average, would be substantially more happy with children than being a girl boss. Totally think so. And now I think what we're seeing is we're dealing with a lot of nihilism. We've got a lot of millennial women that don't have purpose and don't have cause and don't know what they're living for. So we're seeing things like support for MAID, medical assistance in dying.
Yeah, that's.
Now let me tell you this.
I can't believe that's happening in Canada.
And when you
Sorry
have kids,
Canadians.
and again, I know I'm not late to the party. Don't get me wrong. For all people out there who already have kids, you already know this. Your world changes, and these young millennial childless people, the liberals, not the conservatives. I mean, look. Even though I only recently had a child, I understood what was being told to me by those who had kids and my parents. They say your perspective changes, what matters to you changes. And for a lot of these liberals, they're scared because they're ego-driven. It's all about them. They're the only ones that matter. That's why many of them, even when they have kids, they bring their kids to protests and put them in harm's way. Then they say, they tear gassed my children. You brought your kids to a riot. Right? They're not intending to tear gas babies. You brought the baby to the tear gas.
Exactly.
Don't use your baby as a human shield.
Just like, you shouldn't really start
and so
a war
what I say is,
and bring it to your people. You can't win it.
I was on that border where, as I was getting older, all this is boring. It's all boring. Fighting so hard, pushing the rock day after day, brick by boring brick. And I had a kid, and now I feel it. I understood exactly what people were telling me, and that's why they always say I've been right-leaning. I recognize the importance of children for an expanding society, for the continued existence of society, and I understood what people were telling me. But now I really feel it. And that is to understand why a man would decide to fight a grizzly bear. You may be saying, like, why would I? That's ridiculous. Yeah, because if you are walking through a forest with your wife and child, and you come across a bear, I completely understand why the guy is going to step in front of that bear. Why it is that if perhaps your mom and your dad were going to the opera, and as you were leaving, a man approaches you and draws his gun, I totally understand why the father steps in between the gun, the wife, and the child. Even if that gunman is going to shoot him and his wife, he's going to make every effort. Because some things just matter a lot more. And it is fascinating to hear these stories from women where they feel stress and anxiety when the husband's not around. They are concerns for their safety, but not their safety, the safety of the child. Yeah. These are natural things. Humans experience these things. We have existed for too long in a society that has told women not to have children because of this Malthusian worldview. But now that our society stopped growing, they say, open the borders and flood the country with non-citizens. It's almost like, to some people, a great replacement. They said, don't have kids, then invited other people to come. I'm not so sure I view it as an overarching grand conspiracy, so much more than it is feminists who didn't want to have kids with ego, and they exist, driving a narrative to get women not to have kids, and then a realization that our economy is cooked because we don't have kids. So they flood the country. And now you have this. Call it irony or call it hypocrisy. CNN's The Situation Room was awash with it during their Wednesday newscast.
I'm not sure
when the pro-choice outlet's Pamela Brown clutched her pearls over Christian women choosing to put being a mother and wife above their careers. Brown parachuted into a patriarchal Christian community. She's fishing for stories about domestic abuse. She looked on in confusion, horror, and disgust as women explained why she wanted to be a stay-at-home mom and be submissive to her husband. See, what we're largely getting is that women are told it's offensive for a man to tell you what to do. I'm going to tell you this very, very simply. See, men...
Funny, I hit the word limit on on Discord. All right, we're back. Live there. We can hit the button. Maybe we'll be. A trap. Yeah, I said a trap. I trap you in your bedroom. I heard that, little girl. Yeah, sneaky tootie. All right, let's watch.
Some of them think this way, but many don't. Let me tell you what authority is. If I am standing on a street corner and I see a woman faint and she collapses, and then a man comes up and he's in medical scrubs with a badge from the hospital across the street, and he points at me and says, "You, come here now. Put your hands right here on her chest. Do this." I say, "Yes, sir." Now, sometimes people fake authority. We get it. But authority is, I see someone hurt and I don't know what's happening. There is a man or woman. Let's say it's a woman.
There we go.
And I can clearly tell she's a doctor. And she says, "Come here, do what I say." "Yes, ma'am." No questions asked. You know why? Authority.
Mm-hmm.
The presumption is, in a high-trust society, this individual is dressed like a doctor and someone is hurt and they need my help. I don't know why. I don't know what to do. Tell me what to do and I'll do my best. That's authority. Now we're told we should be saying, "Nah, you don't gotta, you can't tell me what to do." And that's what they're telling everybody to do. Some authority is fake, don't get me wrong. But I'll put it like this. I have security. We were in, where were we? Phoenix. This is a couple of weeks after Charlie is murdered. Charlie Kirk, assassinated. I got former SEAL team security bodyguard. And we're driving, and he's looking for a space. And I got my buddy, he's like, "Hey, why don't we just park up front?" And I said, "Let the man drive and decide where we're going to park." Exactly. And he said, right. He chose a parking space and he backed in and he said, "We want to be able to leave as quickly as possible. We want to be far enough away from the building where we don't have to be in any conflict that arises in the building. And we don't want to be too far away to where we can't escape." And I said, "That's what I pay you for, buddy. I'm not going to tell a security guy how to keep me safe. I pay him to do it. I recognize his authority." Now, the funny thing is, this view from the communists and the left is, you're exploiting his labor. No. I do not feel submissive to the man that I have hired, nor is he submissive to me.
No.
This is a guy who knows what he's doing and knows why he's doing it. So I say, "Sir, I will give you this money. You will be in my employ, and I'm going to do whatever you tell me to do." There's no issue of me being like, "Ha, I am the boss and you work for me because I'm better than you." No, it's quite literally, "Brother, help me out. I'll pay you."
Way.
Now, there are some things I can tell you to do as the employer. Yeah. That is, where are we going? The man says, "In exchange for your money, you tell me where you need to go and I'll make sure we do it right." Yep. And I say, that guy's the authority. You park wherever you want, buddy. You tell me where to walk and I'll do it. You tell me to get down, I get down. You say run, I run. That's what I pay you for. You know, I play these video games. I love playing The Division with my buddies back in the day. I don't really play video games these days.
The Division was fun.
But I always try to explain it to people.
I miss that game, actually.
In The Division, right? You got a team of 4 people. And none of us are fighting with each other. Hey, go left, I'll go right. It's like, okay, I trust you. Sounds good. If after a few runs it's not working, I'll be, "Hey, let me try something. Why don't you do this and I'll do this?" And we go, okay.
Yep.
Authority is earned and respected. What we have now is women are being told that when men tell you to do something, it's insulting to you because you're a strong woman and you don't need men.
Yeah.
So I say this. Anybody
Each have our
coming with
strengths
me,
and weaknesses.
you know, like I explained this to my wife. I said, in the event of an emergency, I will tell you what to do and please just do it. And she's like, sounds good to me. She's not offended that I would say that. I'm not saying that because I want to belittle her. I am saying I'm going to make quick decisions in an effort to protect you and our baby. And I need to know that if I say we're doing ABC, ABC is being done. If a man breaks into the house and I say, go this way, and you go, you can't tell me what to do, the concern that I have is when I draw my gun on that intruder, you might be somewhere I can't predict and potentially in harm's way. If a fire breaks out and I'm going to run into the flames to save my child, I need to know that you are out there somewhere safe, that I know when I get this out, we are clear. It is not meant to be insulting nor condescending, nor to make the statement that I'm always correct. It's that we both have separate priorities. If someone breaks in, I expect you to be holding our child and I'm going to be running towards them and I might die. I need to know that you're safe. I am going to take a tremendous risk to protect you. You need to escape. So if this is the plan, this is the plan. Now, that being said, if my wife were to say to me, let's formulate a plan before that happens so we know, smart thing to do, I would say absolutely. And then if she says, I want you to do this while I do this, I would say, that makes sense. Okay. Now, of course, if I was told something that doesn't make sense, I'd be like, that doesn't make sense. I don't think that's a good idea. But we get along very, very well, as couples should. And then we contemplate the logic of the plan. And we have plans for fire, for tornadoes, disasters, burglaries, whatever it might be. And then I say after the fact, in these situations, we will adhere to them to the best of our abilities. I will operate under the assumption you are engaging in the plan. If something is to change and I say, do it, I need you to just do it. There are circumstances by which you should ignore what I'm saying. But I just need to know, if you trust me, that we are going to be doing this. Now, don't get me wrong. There are situations where she won't be able to. The point is not to be a domineering a-hole saying, I'm the boss and you must do as I say. There are many women out there, liberals, and guys who are deferential, who are just of this mentality that what you're doing is offensive to me because I don't have to do it. Okay. I'll explain this. There are corrupt cops out there. They exist. Okay. If I get pulled over, you know what I do? I contemplate a few things. First, dome light on, engine off, radio off, license, insurance right there in the glove box before the cop walks up, hands on the steering wheel. He walks over. I'll roll my window down before he gets there. He walks over. I say, howdy, officer. Is there, what can I do you for? And he says, do you know why I pulled you over? You always just say no. Come on, guys. I say, I have no idea, officer. And he says, okay, well, you were doing this, that, or otherwise. You say, okay. And then he says, please hand me your license and registration. It's right there on top. You show him your hands. Now, here's the question. Why yell at him? I don't have to. I want a supervisor. Who's your boss? You ask yourself simple logic, what will that accomplish? And for me, I'm like, it'll accomplish very little. Keep your mouth shut, be polite and be courteous, and, see why he pulled you over. I once got pulled over for BS. Well, I got pulled over many times for BS reasons. Improper lane change. Lie. But is fighting a cop going to help or hurt? It's going to hurt in the long run. So I look at it like this. Does the government sometimes oppress? Indeed. Are cops sometimes assholes? They are. Do you think you're going to win this war here on the street? No. So you comply. I'm not some lunatic. The liberals are mocking the right for not being staunch libertarians. I put it like this. I'm walking down the street and a cop comes up to me and he says, excuse me, would you mind standing aside real quick? I say, is there a problem? We'll give you a second. You have an ID on you? I'll say, okay. Show him my ID. He'll take a look at it and then he'll go, okay, sorry about that. We're looking for someone. You match the description, but you're clear. I apologize. Thanks. Have a nice day. I think two things. I don't believe, I'm not paranoid, that a cop's going to stop me and randomly just jam me up. Sometimes they do.
They do.
Fighting with them in this moment isn't going to do anything for you. I don't really have a big problem with providing an ID. I don't expect there to be a warrant. And if there is a warrant for you, what do you think you're going to do on the street? Running from cops when you have an active warrant? It's silly. There's no immediate danger in being like, what can I do you for? Here's who I am. If you don't have an ID, it's like, I apologize, I actually don't have my wallet on me. How can I help? And then you can say, with all due respect, I don't answer questions without a lawyer present. Am I being detained? Always be polite. My point is, when I see that cop, they're doing it for a reason. Sometimes they jam you up. It's true. It's true. In 2017, a bunch of rioters got arrested. It was a mass arrest. I was included in it. I wasn't processed. I was arrested. I was told in no uncertain terms I'd been arrested. I didn't scream in the cops. I didn't fight them. I moved to the side of the group. And I put my bag down. And I was going into my bag to get my wallet where I had my active. So my current press ID, it's just, you just make it. I mean, it's not, there's no such thing as an act, like, credentials. You can get state ones sometimes. I had my old press cards from other companies I'd worked at. I had my active ones. I went to get my wallet out. There's a line of cops standing next to me. I put my backpack down. I unzip the backpack. And I say to the two cops that are standing next to me with the truncheons, locking everybody in, I say, I'm just going to grab my wallet out of my bag. And he nods. And I reach my hand in, I pull out the wallet, zip it back up, and then I put my bag back on. And I did that because I wanted to respect the officer who doesn't know who I am, doesn't know what I'm doing. All he knows is there was a riot. And you know what I respect? I respect that he recognized the riot. Now I'm caught up in the arrest, and I know I'm innocent, but I know yelling at a cop's not going to do anything for me. He does not understand who I am or what I've done, just that we must stop the riot. And they did. They ultimately lost in the long run. What I did then say was, pardon me, sirs, could any of you get a supervisor for me? Is there anyone here who's in charge? And yes, this officer, who I had been polite with, said, yeah. And he looks over, and then one of them yells to Lieutenant Washington. He walks over and he goes, what's up? And they nod at me without looking away. And I said, just wanted to let you know I am a journalist. I have a press card. And he goes, doesn't matter. You're all under arrest. And I said, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure I did my job and informed you. And he goes, okay. And he walks away. He comes back over shortly later. I look at him, and then I said, journalist? And he goes, you are under arrest. And I said, okay, I'm not going to fight with you. I'm not going to gain anything from arguing with you. Well, guess what happened? A woman who is nicely dressed with a cameraman made a phone call because we're surrounded by cops. We got our phones. We're sitting there. She called her boss, who called the police department, who told them, you have one of my reporters in your kettle. So Lieutenant Washington walks over and he says, who's the journalist? And I hold up my press card and he sees me. He sees the woman. I think she's wearing a blue dress and she had a camera guy with her. And he goes like this. The cops stand aside. She walks out. He says, show me your press cards. And she shows him. He's like, okay. And then I look at him. I was like, Lieutenant Washington. I was like, Lieutenant. And he sees me and he fans me over and he goes, you got a press credential? I was like, yes, sir. And I showed him my old and my new credentials. And he goes, okay, just keep walking that. And I was like, thank you. Thank you, officer. And I walked out. There was another journalist in there who was screaming in the face of the cops, you can't do this to me. Who the f- do you think you are? And guess what? He got arrested. And then he went on Twitter. He's like, this is BS. Why did Tim Pool get brought up? Well, it wasn't just me. It was several others. We got pulled out because we were calm, reasonable, recognized what was going on, and knew if they actually brought us in for charges, you know what was going to happen? I was going to go to court. I was going to go before a judge and say, Your Honor, I am not part of a protest group. I have no communication with any protest groups. I engaged in no rioting, and I obeyed every legal order. And the reason I got caught up in that kettle was because I was following lawful orders from the police. I have my press credentials, and I plead not guilty to all charges. And they'd say, dismissed, because they did for many people. You want to scream in the face of a cop? They're going to say disorderly conduct on top, resisting arrest on top. And then you can tell the judge, I'm a journalist. They had no right to arrest me. And they'll say, well, you were given lawful orders and you fought with police and resisted. So fine, rioting charges dropped, resisting stands. So why do it? Anyway, to wrap this all up, to bring it all back down, we have a generation of women with a chip on their shoulder. They're told their whole lives you are oppressed by men. And there are dicks out there. Some guys are a-holes. I get it. But you know what the reality is? For many women, they'd absolutely be happier getting to spend all day with their kids and telling the man, you do it. You know what's fascinating? This ego that exists. I have built this company up to a point where I know I'm at my limits. I recognize my limits and my capabilities, and I'm proud of myself. I think I've done a good job and I work really hard. But I also know that we need assistance and support. We did a deal with Rumble. I said, guys, when it comes to the next level, with ads and this expansion and all this stuff, it's just not me. You guys tell me what to do, when to do it. So we now have Rumble to handle our ads, and we do our show on Rumble. It's everywhere, but on Rumble, because they have the team that can do it. I don't sit there and say, I don't need anybody to tell me what to do. I don't need no man. I'm like, I need lots of men. I need a lot of people to tell me what to do. Some people don't. Some people do. Ego is going to hold you back. It's always good to have a little bit, that's for sure. But right now, the sad reality is the average woman would be much happier if they just said, I don't want to work, you do it. Men are more than happy to go lift heavy objects, make money, and come home. Be nice and respect the hard work. And you're going to find a lot of guys are going to be like, let me do the work and you take care of the family. And women are going to be a lot happier not having to worry about doing a full-time job at a factory or in an office. Being a mom is a full-time job. Take it. Hang out, everybody. We got more coming up. We got a big show tonight at 8 p.m. for Timcast IRL. Smash the like button, share the show. We'll see you on the next segment.
Okay. Good.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here.
Oh, let's see what this says.
Talking about a VTuber who recently lost out on an opportunity and even announced a hiatus as a result of these related events. This is someone who recently had posts discovered where they're saying very racially charged insults, as well as directing harassment campaigns against other VTubers. Now, a lot of the Twitter freaks out there, they think that describes me. No, I'm not the one doing those things. It's people like Naralina here. We have talked about this VTuber in the past and even recently for some pretty relevant reasons. And now they are taking a hiatus and they've stepped down from a recent VTuber related event because of the backlash she is facing and the event is facing for allowing her to be a founder of the events. Now, before we get into her statement, which is filled with a lot of misleading information, I just wanted to announce to you guys that my latest Patreon exclusive video is now live as of today. If you want to check out my Patreon and everything on it, I'll put a link to it in the pinned comment. There's bonus content there. We've recently revamped the page. There's a lot of benefits you can get. And at the end of the day, if you want extra content and you want to support me and this channel, this is a great way to do it. And I appreciate the crazy amount of support you guys have provided for this Patreon. But let's jump back into the topic for today. And it all begins with the Onyx Awards. And for lack of a better phrase, it is the Black VTuber Awards. And it's very controversial. Okay, if you look at the post that is promoting it, there's hundreds, if not thousands, of interactions. Some people criticizing it, some people supporting it, and a lot of other people just fighting amongst each other, right? Now, of course, the kind of end result of today's video is going to result with Naralina stepping down as a founder and walking away from this event and announcing a hiatus from VTubing related activities. Now, this happened because people were pointing out some of her very controversial posts. As pointed out here in this reply, they have changed their bio. The Onyx Awards originally had 3 founders listed with their ats, of course, and one of those people was, of course, Naralina. The other 2 individuals, I don't know anything about them, but we're focusing on Naralina for today. And if you look at their account right now, all 3 of the founders are gone. Now, they might claim that's because they're facing harassment, but a lot of people would say that's because Naralina, one of the founders, has had a bunch of very troubling tweets resurface, and they're facing backlash because of that, and the event is facing backlash for allowing someone like that to be their founder. So this is the focus right here, and it's an example of another individual that probably would have never been on my radar at any point ever if it wasn't for the fact they tried to go after Kirsha and lead a harassment campaign against her and call her slurs and other stuff, and also disparage me. In many such cases, by the way. But they made this statement yesterday announcing that they are stepping away as one of the founders. They are completely removed from the event and they're going on a hiatus. It's a bit of a longer statement here, so I'm going to break it up into some smaller chunks. Let's begin with the intro. It says, "To all who may or may not know me, hello, I'm Naralina, and I've made some comments in the past in which I would like to give context to." Now, I'm going to spoil this. Comments in the past, most of which have come from at the most within a year ago, and some of them within the last couple of weeks. But anyways, they say back in 2025, I made a statement against Kirsha and the wider VTuber fan community as I was facing racial attacks due to a video I made addressing drama tubers and my iris for their actions. Now that video, I could pull up some clips from that, but I think there's an even more on-point clip from an even more recent video of hers where she's talking about how black VTubers or minority VTubers respond to what they believe are attacks from not just VTuber fans, but VTubers in general.
And this has been a concurrent event that continuously happens in the VTubing community. A non-black person will say something controversial or be racist.
What?
Black VTubers
Did my phone die or did you lock it?
speak up about this issue and say
Oh,
it's
it definitely
wrong.
died.
And then
It died. I gotta charge it.
VTubers themselves will then turn to racism to defend their points.
I might.
It is just so interesting how we are now in a culture where it's
Well, why don't you take mom's? Well, actually, you're going to bed.
All right, you are not listening. Let's go. Say goodnight to Dad.
But I don't really want to watch
It's
this.
normalized to refer to us with such derogatory terms. But as soon as Black people use their voices to speak out against something that they find uncomfortable,
Gotta restart this. I wasn't paying
their
too much
bio.
attention.
For lack of a better phrase, it is the Black VTuber Awards. And
okay.
It's very controversial. Okay, if you look at the post that is promoting it, there's hundreds,
anybody
if
could
not
pretend to be a Black
thousands of
VTuber.
interactions. Some people criticizing it, some people supporting it, and a lot of other people just fighting amongst each other, right? Now, of course, the kind of end result of today's video is going to result with Neralina stepping down as a founder and walking away from this event and announcing a hiatus from VTubing related activities. Now, this happened because people were pointing out some of her very controversial posts. As pointed out here in this reply, they have changed their bio. The Onyx Awards originally had 3 founders listed with their ats, of course, and one of those people was, of course, Neralina. The other 2 individuals, I don't know anything about them, but we're focusing on Neralina for today. And if you look at their account right now, all 3 of the founders are gone. Now, they might claim that's because they're facing harassment, but a lot of people would say that's because Neralina, one of the founders, has had a bunch of very troubling tweets resurface, and they're facing backlash because of that, and the event is facing backlash for allowing someone like that to be their founder. So this is the focus right here, and it's an example of another individual that probably would have never been on my radar at any point ever if it wasn't for the fact they tried to go after Kirsha and lead a harassment campaign against her and call her slurs and other stuff, and also disparage me. Many such cases, by the way. But they made this statement yesterday announcing that they are stepping away as one of the founders. They are completely removed from the event and they're going on a hiatus. It's a bit of a longer statement here, so I'm going to break it up into some smaller chunks. Let's begin with the intro. It says, "To all who may or may not know me, hello, I'm Neralina, and I've made some comments in the past in which I would like to give context to." Now, I'm going to spoil this. Comments in the past, most of which have come from, at the most, within a year ago, and some of them within the last couple of weeks. But anyways, they say, back in 2025, I made a statement against Kirsha and the wider VTuber fan community as I was facing racial attacks due to a video I made addressing drama tubers and my iris for their actions. Now, that video, I could pull up some clips from that, but I think there's an even more on-point clip from an even more recent video of hers where she's talking about how Black VTubers or minority VTubers respond to what they believe are attacks from not just VTuber fans, but VTubers in general.
And this has been a concurrent event that continuously happens in the VTubing community. A non-Black person will say something controversial or will be racist. Black VTubers see this and speak up about this issue and say it's wrong. And then VTuber fans and sometimes VTubers themselves will then turn to racism to defend their points. It is just so interesting how we are now in a culture where it's normalized to refer to us with such derogatory terms. But as soon as Black people use their voices to speak out against something that they find uncomfortable, then all of a sudden it's a free-for-all and it's okay for y'all to say whatever you think you can say.
So when I say I think a lot of these statements that she's making are misleading, I think she's trying to create this sort of narrative that these rabid VTuber fans are out there and these VTubers are joining in on these racial attacks. But the main focus of this entire thing, the only VTuber name dropped here is Kirsha. And the situation with Kirsha, it didn't have anything to do with something Kirsha said. Kirsha never went after this Neralina individual, and yet Neralina was the one making posts, harassing her and directing.
VTuber fan community. So I was facing racial attacks due to a video I made addressing drama tubers and my ires for their actions.
Hate towards her and saying some pretty out-of-pocket stuff. And really,
out of pocket.
This post right here kind of sets up, again, a narrative that doesn't add up when you actually look at the post. And don't worry, we will go through all of them. So here, continuing on in her statement, since I was being called everything between the hard R and the R word, I was driven by heightened emotion and tried to clap back, citing the phrase racist, Nazi, Mayo moon crickets in my tweet. For context, the word moon cricket was historically used against black slaves as a slur to insult those who sang hymns through the night and looked rough. Because of it, and considering that I was already being lamented with derogatory language at this time, I thought going dark woke and fighting back with something equally as inflammatory was the correct response. That is not the case. So, yeah, they're trying to say they were being attacked and they tried to attack back with the same sort of energy. They thought they were getting racist attacks against them, so they tried to be racist in return. They're fighting racism with racism. Probably not a very good idea. But of course, this is all focusing on Kirsha. And the post that she's referring to is not about Kirsha's fans. It's about Kirsha. So when you're saying these things up here, which we'll see in the tweet in just a second, you're calling her a racist with no proof. Slander. You're calling her a Nazi with no proof. Slander. And then you call her a Mayo moon cricket. Slur. You know, like crazy stuff, right? And again, this whole thing is about Kirsha, who gets lumped into like pretty much every situation like this. I try not to talk too much about her, but it seems like we're always intrinsically tied in like every single kind of VTuber related drama or cancellation campaign. But this is the post we're talking about. This was during the whole Gamer Subs campaign where people were trying to get Kirsha removed from Gamer Subs, and there was a massive attempt to have that happen. Sound familiar? Well, it should, based on the last month or so with this channel. But you can see what she said. So much Kirsha hate has been in my timeline recently, and to that I say, keep it going, guys. I love to see those racist Nazi Mayo moon crickets getting dragged to filth. She's talking about Kirsha, not a barrage from fans. She's singling her out by name and saying she deserves all of this, and she wants it to keep going. She's not just throwing out these terms that she's directing at Kirsha. She's also directing a harassment campaign against her. Okay? She did not include that in her recent statement. She ignored that part. And of course, in the quotes of the statement here, you have Kirsha pointing out many different things, and we'll get to them, including Nerolina promoting an article that essentially said you can't be racist against white people, and that...
Yeah, you can. Thank you to everyone who's been super supportive and has been sending me so much love via DMs, etc. If you have time, please read this beautiful article by Grimoria. That is in my last tweet directly addressing that one right now. I'm not racist, Kirsha says. Her community shows otherwise.
That essentially said you can't be racist against white people, and that basically Nerolina did nothing wrong. And down here, they also mentioned that she was happy to lose her sponsorship with Advance. That's a very loaded subject right now, as you guys know. But she did lose her Advance sponsorship for those tweets, among others, I believe, at the very least because of the tweet about Kirsha. And she's happy about it. And then they whine and say that this is an example of cancel culture, referring to how Kirsha lost her sponsorship with Crime Boss for no reason whatsoever. But then you have someone saying slurs and directing harassment campaigns, losing a sponsorship, and somehow that is relatable. Like those are on the same level. Absolutely not, right? But of course, you keep looking through their account. I just keyword searched KK Kirsha. Obviously, we know what they mean by that. And it's like relentless. This was happening over and over again. They were including it in a bunch of tweets and replies to other people. And then in response to the backlash, they say, "Dear VTuber community, I would like to apologize to absolutely nobody. Hell, I apologize to myself for not going harder." Guys, this wasn't a tweet from like 10 years ago. This was a year ago. This was in 2025. And they continue on saying, "My words come up from a pure hatred of bigots. KK Kirsha and her fans can keep crying. What do y'all say again? Cope and sieve?" And then they continue on sharing that they lost their sponsor with Advanced. And down here they say, "I just learned that Rev is sponsored by Advanced. Thank goodness they dropped me, bro. Holy S. I didn't know they were working with that stinker." Which, by the way, if you worked with Advanced at the time, I cannot understand for the life of me how you didn't know I worked with the company. Like, I wasn't some like random affiliate who just had like a code. Like, I was like, you know, prominently featured a lot on their website, among other things. But moot point, I'm not with them anymore. They dropped me as well.
They dropped
I guess we have that in common. Niralina and me, we are both former Advanced partners, or I don't know if she was an affiliate or whatever, but you get my point. But it goes further. Okay, so back in June, now we're talking like a full month later, someone pointed out her previous comments under a post where she was trying to virtue signal about racism not being acceptable, and she said, "Don't care," with a burning cigarette. And then, back in my whole campaign with Advanced dropping me, she tried to jump in on the brigade, saying they dropped my sponsorship at the drop of a hat, but continued to platform Rev after harassing me. So obviously we all know the reason that happened. It was, I can almost 100% say it was the tweet where you said slurs and directed a harassment campaign against someone else. And me, at the time, making a video just showing your public tweets and not even asking for punishment. That's not harassment. I'm allowed to talk about people. I'm allowed to criticize people. That's fully within my right. But they were trying to join in. You can see a proposed note. It doesn't matter at this point. This stuff kind of is like over. But then again, in the same thread, they try to say racism equals reclaiming and jokingly using a slur that was historically used against black people. Y'all can call me whatever, blah, blah, blah. Bunch of bad stuff. But forbid a black person makes their own dark woke own. So they use that whole dark woke thing in their statement from yesterday, and they're still using the dark woke own thing in January of this year, on the 28th, 3 weeks ago. And then they got absolutely ratioed into oblivion right there. But, you know, when we're like reclaiming things, I guess that's the claim. You have someone citing what they said back in May. They also added in another one saying, "We bringing back shiny new insults for those palm-colored semen demons." Okay, is that dark woke too? Yeah, like, I don't know. Am I missing something? What are we doing? Does anyone that you think are these awful, terrible people say anything even remotely close to this stuff? Like, I feel like I needed to get out like a dictionary or a thesaurus or something to try to find out what's going on here with these terms. But let's continue with the statements. They say, "My past actions have caused a great deal of grief, harassment, and abuse towards my mutuals, colleagues, and friends, and I cannot sit idly by without properly addressing it anymore. I apologize for my actions, my words, and my lack of acknowledgement towards the situation as a whole. I thought that I could ego my way through the hate."
You had a big ego, and that got squashed.
"And simply move on. But after seeing the people I cherish around me getting attacked and unjustly targeted, I knew it was time to say something. I have not used or vowed to never use such shameful language regardless of the context again." Well, I guess we will hold you to that, but
we'll see.
Based on the mocking tone to anyone bringing it up as recent as a few weeks ago, I think people have their doubts.
Yeah.
But here is the second part of the statement. I'm just going to read through it. It's pretty self-explanatory. They say, trying to bite back regardless of my justifications with such language is not okay. It's not who I want to be, nor is the type of person I want to present as. And I understand that in order to have opinions I do, I must lead by example and not stoop to the level of those who hurt me. With that said, I have decided to formally and officially step away from the Onyx Awards as a founder and staff member to aid in my extended hiatus. This decision is my choice. It has not been influenced by anyone inside or outside of the events. I want to take this time to focus on my physical and mental health, my family and friends, and my education. I have a lot of other things going on outside of VTubing that are way bigger than me, and I feel like the best course of action is to step away entirely and prioritize myself. It's been an honor and privilege to be part of such a tremendous adventure, and I trust everyone to bring this beautiful thing to fruition. Now, if they do have other things going on in real life, go for it. Like, seriously. I don't like to prey on someone's downfall. I disagree heavily with some of the things this person has said. I think it's been pretty hateful, and I even think some of the things in this apology has been misleading about the depth of where all of this goes. But if this person has something good going on in their life, pursue that. Like, make something of it. Like, this stuff, like, I don't think it's great for a lot of people's mental health. And it can't be worth it at this point. So if you got good things going on in your life, like, unironically, I hope it works out really well for you. I know. I'm not joking. 100% serious. And I think that advice could work with a lot of people. I think a lot of people maybe need to take a step back, whether that's touching grass or finding some good things, good influences in your life that don't require you to be angry on Twitter all day and night. And not even get that much out of it, right? Yeah. But the quotes were going after them, saying basically a hiatus after not streaming for 2 months. I checked. Basically it's been a bit, right? Like, let me see here. Their last one was like in December, so like I don't think it's like a big gigantic announcement. This person says you attacked Kirsha, called her a racial slur, and then tried to get her sponsors to drop her. F out of here with your victim mentality. And then Banana Juju, another person getting featured all the time. She gets tied in everything too. She said, harassment do be crazy. I know. I still remember what you said about me. You're not the victim. You were the bully. And, I think sometimes maybe like an apology is in order because I mean, this was her response. Girl F you. When Banana Juju thanked Asmongold for defending her because she was getting brigaded, dogpiled, if you will, because of her hairstyle, because she has dreads on a fair-skinned model that is based on her real-life appearance. And Nerolina jumped in and gave, obviously, a sterling criticism just saying F you. And then in the replies of that same tweet saying, these women get one lick of pushback and they immediately jump into the arms of a man who made racist remarks about Palestinians and is violently transphobic. Genuinely F you. Yeah, getting a little bit of pushback and immediately jumping away.
Oh, the fruit line.
Sounds familiar, doesn't it? But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for today's video. Make sure to check out my Patreon. Come on and join. The water's fine, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of good stuff coming. I really appreciate everyone who's been joining up. Got big plans. Check out the new video. We're going to talk about some of the lawsuits, the Ms. Kiff stuff, and we're going to do some reacting and also some other situations going on that somehow got intrinsically tied into that as well. I think you guys will enjoy it. So check out the link in the pinned comment and description. But that's going to do it for today's video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah, we'll see. I thought he would have something out earlier.
Welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and as of tonight, Friday, the 20th of February, according to the Pentagon, we are expecting an imminent conflict between the United States of America and the Islamic leadership of Iran. There is a lot to cover. As you can see, I am not in our usual home studio. I'm somewhere else until tomorrow. I have also evacuated, let's just say. Not really. But there is a lot that is happening behind the scenes when it comes to the military mobilization, but also on a more diplomatic level. The European countries have now obviously urged their citizens to leave Iran immediately. There are a couple of major countries that are now the latest ones to send out the order. And we're going to get your reaction live because... again, I don't expect it to be tonight necessarily, but anything could happen. It's currently about 11:15 p.m. UK time. It's about, was it, 3.5 hours away behind Iran. This was around the same time, between now and 1 a.m. that usually airstrikes begin, but doesn't necessarily mean that it will be exactly tonight or exactly this time. It could still be tomorrow or whenever. But they're saying as of now, the war should be considered imminent. But first things first, let's talk about what's going on around the Middle East. So USS Gerald R. Ford is now finally in the Mediterranean Sea. Now their job, so they'll be on the left-hand side, their job is to primarily defend Israel. So they will be taking a more of a defensive approach. And but they can still technically, if they want to do something, they can reach Iran. You also obviously have the two combat ships in the Persian Gulf. You got the USS Abraham Lincoln just outside the Gulf of Oman. You got a couple of other destroyers on the other side, just behind Saudi Arabia. 1/3 of the US Navy basically almost is currently around and active. We're going to talk about the potential strategy by President Trump and the Pentagon, because the point of these so-called fake nuclear negotiations was to do a couple of things. One, buy some time to mobilize the troops. Two, to create legitimacy for the war against the Islamic Republic, so that the whole of the international community, everybody would realize, well, yes, the Islamic Republic is an imminent threat. We tried to talk to them. It's not working out. Now, obviously, President Trump's 4 demands, they were never going to be accepted by the IRGC anyway, but they knew that. But now, the Islamic Republic have rejected the deal, but they've said they're going to write a new proposal in the next couple of days, right? It's a new draft. So President Trump has a new strategy. He said, okay, so we might have to do a limited strike to put more pressure on them. So what he wants to do, he said, well, he really wanted them to, for example, do a preemptive attack on the US bases or Israel. If that's not happening, if we do a limited airstrike, we're not going to call it a war. It's war, but we're not going to call it war. Obviously, that's going to provoke the Islamic regime in Tehran to say, we're going to hit Israel and the US. And at that point, President Trump could say, see, we just want to do a couple of limited airstrikes. They are attacking us. Now it's self-defense. So, based on that, so you got some of the US troops will be pulled from the Middle East, the Persian Gulf Arab countries' bases. Some of them will stay to defend the installations, obviously, in their own territories. But then you also have, this is basically the naval assets that you currently have. The Ford strike carrier group, you got USS Winston S. Churchill, you got all the others as well who have already been pretty active in terms of exercises around the region. And you got many more that have been there for some time now. Somebody in the live chat said special operations. Yeah, it's a special military operation. Or as Israel called what they did after October 7th, it's a counter-terrorism operation, which was actually factual when they went to Gaza. It's a counter-terrorism operation, not necessarily war. I mean, everything is war, but there are different categories apparently. But in Iran, the Islamic Republic are also on standby. Let's go to Qasr Shirin in Iran. This is the most fascinating thing I've seen. Now, we've seen a lot of crazy things from the Islamic regime, but this is on a whole new level. This is right by the border with Iraq in Kermanshah. The Islamic Republic are preparing the Soviet Union era rocket launchers. These are the BM-21 MRL. If you don't know, these launchers are from the 1960s. Let's go and see them.
Believe it. Small rocket launchers.
Yeah, we're supposed to be absolutely terrified of what the IRGC currently hold. One of the problems is that they did lose a lot of the slightly better rocket launchers during the 12-day war. They've been rebuilding a lot of the missiles, but in terms of the launchers, they've been struggling. So they had to bring out the 1960s style of the launchers from Soviet Union. In terms of what the Europeans have been doing in the last few hours, we now also have this from Deutschland. Germany's embassy in Tehran sent out an urgent statement calling on the citizens to leave Iran immediately. The statement is as follows. The situation in Iran and in the region remains tense. A further deterioration of the security situation as well as a military confrontation cannot be ruled out. We therefore once again urgently remind German nationals of the existing call to leave the country immediately. Please note that in the event of an escalation, the German embassy in Tehran and the Federal Foreign Office would likely be able to provide only very limited assistance with departure. Please make use of the currently available options to leave the country. Now, if you're a normal person, I'm not really sure why you would be in Iran, unless you're obviously a part of the intelligence agencies, and whether you're an asset, you're an agent. I'm not really sure why you would be there. If you're a normal citizen, you should have known, at least since June 2025, just don't go to Iran. Things are going to come back. Things are going to get worse. Just stay away from Iran. There is absolutely no need for you to go there. France and others, Indonesia and many others have also joined the call to evacuate the European citizens and others, obviously Asians as well. Surprisingly, this time round, the French were not the first ones to surrender their citizens. They're the last ones, actually, as part of the major European countries to call for the evacuation. So the French are also finally leaving. In terms of President Trump, earlier on, he indicated quite directly that his plan might be to do a limited airstrike and as I explained, my own analysis shows that, this is basically to say, I didn't do an actual war, but look, the Islamic Republic are hitting back, so now they're asking for actual war, so we're going to go in. And apparently they didn't realize there was a camera on him, but I highly doubt that. President Trump knows. He's a TV guy. He wanted himself to get caught. And this is what we call in politics self-leaking. But he was also at the press conference earlier on asked about the Iranians. And of course, he was asked about the Islamic regime. But he did have to clarify. He said, the Iranian people are very different to the leadership of the country. Let's go to that.
To the Kurds. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. President, what's your message to the Iranian people after 2 rounds of talks with them? Do you have any message to the Iranian people?
The Iranian people in Iran or people here?
People in Iran.
They better negotiate a fair deal. You know, the people of Iran are a lot different than the leaders of Iran. And it's very, very sad situation. But 32,000 people were killed over a relatively short period of time. They were going to have...
Yeah, that's one of the main points that he did repeat. I'm just going to go to this section again about what he says, 32,000. The official numbers were still lower. They said, well, it's 25,000 or whatever it was. Nobody trusts the official numbers from the Islamic regime. We wouldn't know the real number until after this war and after the collapse of the regime. The numbers are much, much higher. Let's quickly go to this bit again about the numbers.
Very sad situation. But 32,000 people were killed over a relatively short period of time. They were going to hang.
Yeah, but he did also obviously repeat the same thing there is with him. He really doesn't want to say much until the action has been taken. So he just repeats the same things. Oh yeah, they were going to hang people and I stopped them. But then what they decided to do was, instead of doing public hangings, they started to do private, kind of secret executions. And but President Trump still has a number of cards that is still holding close to his chest. And he's clearly going to be using that when the time is right, when he has to basically finalize the legitimacy of the war. As I said, they have to basically make it legitimate compared to what happened in 2003 in Iraq, where the leadership, both George W. Bush and Tony Blair, initially came and said, okay, we want regime change. And then people said, wait, what? You have to explain yourself. What do you mean? And then they say, oh, because of this and this and that. And then they had to come up with reasons, and they had to go and sell it to the world. And it didn't work out quite well. This time around, it's the exact opposite approach to, for example, saying, this is my intent. I'm going to show you my card. And now, I now have to explain myself to the world. And Tony Blair, it was his job to go sell the idea to the world. That's why he got most of the blame, rather than even George W. Bush. But this is a slightly different approach to that. There's also been a lot of fake news and exaggeration that's been going on over the last few hours. Firstly, we had New York Times reporting initially that the Pentagon have already evacuated hundreds of American soldiers from the Al-Udeid base in Qatar, and also the bases in Bahrain. That included apparently the 5th Fleet base as part of defensive measures. But we did double check, that is not true. Not everybody has been evacuated. Some will stay. The non-essential personnel are still being evacuated. So the New York Times had to redact that after getting exposed. So I don't understand why they would even try to do things without doing their homework, but it happens. You know, when you're doing a last-minute breaking news, a lot of... but you would think that when it comes to newspapers, at least, because I had to double-check, it's not the same as broadcasters. When you're broadcasting live and things happen, then you have to clarify later. I'm not really sure why they're spreading fake news as usual. In terms of the reaction from the Islamic regime in Tehran, we are once again going to have some comedy. Who's excited for some humor? Because I'm not even trying at this point. They are just making it so easy. All right, so this man, whose mum and dad were cousins, allegedly, Amir Hayat Moghadam. He's a member of the Islamic Republic's National Security Committee in Parliament. That is the longest title in history of titles. We got a couple of spammers, by the way. If you copy and paste in the live chat, you will get banned and deported to Pakistan. He said that we will sink USS Abraham Lincoln, and they are very confident. He said that Iran's strategy, the IRGC, is not to initiate a war, but it is at 100% readiness for confrontation if war breaks out. If the United States attacks, the Islamic Republic's response will be immediate, harsh, decisive, and stronger than ever before. They said that last time as well. I don't know when is going to be the actual strongest, but apparently next time will be the strongest. The Islamic Republic would strike all US bases in the region, whether they are in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, or any other country. The United States has no real defensive capability against Iran's ballistic missiles. American and Israeli defense systems have been proven ineffective. He's really trying to say that the Americans can't defend themselves. Of all countries throughout all history, the American military are not good at defense, apparently. Right. Interesting. But, putting aside this retard, the reality is that if they're going to go around and keep repeating that we're not going to start a war, this is exactly why you are getting the new approach by President Trump to do a limited strike Unlimited is still going to be hitting government buildings and IRGC bases. The IRGC will be forced to retaliate. And once they retaliate, President Trump is going to get the media to say, well, I didn't do a war. I just wanted to teach them a lesson. They are overreacting. So I'm afraid we're going to have to start a war. So the second round, that's when President Trump is going to call it a war. Not the first time. He's not going to call it a war. It's just going to be a special military operation. It's because they're not doing what President Trump wanted them to do. Preemptive attack. Walk away from the deal, preemptive attack. So they're still trying their best to hold their nerves. They're going around, obviously, threatening President Trump. They're going to assassinate him, apparently. Good luck with that. And they want to sink all the aircraft carriers. Okay, fair. You can try. But they still haven't fallen directly into the trap of the Americans, which is they really want to poke them to get Tehran to either do a preemptive attack or to directly walk away from the talks. So what they've done is they've rejected the deal, but they said, we are going to send you another proposal in the next couple of days. Now, President Trump has given them about 8 days left, basically to the end of February, about 10 days left, right? Because a few days ago he said 10 to 15 days. It's the end of February. That's the official deadline. So you might not have the all-out war now. You might have the limited airstrikes to just hit them, which is still war, to get them to get angry. But I think they've done their homework this time compared to June 2025. They know that this time they have to be seen as the underdogs. This time they have to be seen as the victims. And they are very good at playing the victim card. They've been doing that since the 7th century. They are professional. In terms of the reports from Iran as well, as expected, the Iranian people are preparing because they're also used to this sort of things now. But they were very much used to it during the 8 years of war with Iraq. Shopping centers and petrol stations are packed. People obviously are buying everything that they need, the essentials from shops, anything that's basically left. There's not much left. And people are sticking tapes on their windows to prevent them from shattering too much. The same thing that they used to do during the 1980s war with Saddam Hussein. But again, it's still not going to be completely bulletproof in that sense, but it does help a little bit. As long as they're not right next to IRGC bases or government buildings, it should be okay. But the regime personnel have also occupied schools and universities and hospitals, basically places where you would have civilians. So everybody should just stay away from any sort of building or area or institution that has any connection to the IRGC. And so it's going to be quite tough, but people would know when it's about to happen. Meanwhile, protests in Iran continue. The uprising has not stopped despite the massacre of the last few weeks. We have a huge crowd again out today across the country chanting, "Long live the king." We also have people chanting or singing, "Oh, beloved King of Iran, return to Iran. The mullahs have ruined the country." They are not scared. They've seen their neighbors, their friends, their family members getting massacred. You would think at this point, based on the history of the Iranians, because the Iranians are not necessarily revolutionary people, they should be hiding at home. They should be terrified, right? You would think that. Not this time round. They're still out. They don't care because they've got nothing else but hope for freedom and democracy. So there is also a sad video that I have to show you guys. This is a teacher in Iran, the father of one of the guys who was murdered by the IRGC a few weeks ago. His name was Sadra Soltani. Now, Soltani's father who's a teacher, walked into his classroom. The students of the school decided to, I don't know if the word is correct, but surprise him with a memorial for his son. Every student rose as the teacher walked in silence. They had his pictures on the screen. They're his son with music in the background. And of course, the father, the teacher, got emotional.
Solid. Uh, yeah, I saw this earlier. Sad. His son. Yes, it's part of their culture that they do something 40 days after somebody dies. And it's just the 40th day of his son's death.
Yeah. They're still standing strong. He's back at work. He sees it as his duty. He's a teacher. Even though deep inside, his life, his heart is shattered. But it was a lovely thing that the students decided to do. Showing a bit of support reminds people, including this father, that you are not alone. And your son did not die in vain. Now,
break will be coming soon.
Some reaction in the live chats. Someone says, won't we need boots on the ground for regime change? Not necessarily. And definitely not necessarily like the way it happened in Iraq. You might need some special forces to go in to do a certain special operations in terms of targeting individual leaders. But you won't necessarily need, for example, American soldiers to just walk around the streets definitely for like weeks or months. That is a terrible idea. And that's how you put American soldiers' lives are at risk. Yeah, not necessarily in Iran, but it happened in Iraq and Afghanistan for very different reasons, because they were tribal. And when you have American bases during a completely messed up situation after the fall of Saddam or the Taliban in Afghanistan as well, then yes, they're going to get targeted. So a lot of the American soldiers who lost their lives, it happened because of that. But you don't need that necessarily. Fix that hair, 2C. No, says Keith. Damn, 2C TV. Other sources of geopolitical news on Iran are making me gag. Oh, what? That's your fault. Thanks for what you do, bro. Keep on keeping on. I'll adapt and like it. What are they doing? There is no context to this comment. Why are they making you gag? What are they saying? Massive super chat from Jay. Thank you very much. Saying, 2C, our baby girl was born at 3:05 a.m. Do me a favor, please. Will you tell my beautiful wife, Lauren, congratulations. Sending love and prayers to the brave people of Rome. Well, firstly, congrats, because, Lauren was supposed to give birth in March. It's now 20, was it March? Yeah, well, it was supposed to be later on, but it's happened now. I remember when Jay mentioned this a few days ago. Well, congrats. And, best of luck with everything, because it's just the beginning. I don't know if it's your firstborn. I don't remember you mentioning that, but enjoy life. Anyway, let's continue. Thank you for delivering us the news that we need to see. The real news. 2C TV. That's not what? Forget the Iranian people who deserve freedom, love and kindness. They are very important to this world. I appreciate that. Are they launching Coke cans and Mentos? The IRGC, they're not allowed because Coke is banned in Iran. Not that Coke. That Coke is fine. You can find a lot of it. But they got their own Coke. They actually allegedly part of the formula from Coca-Cola. But they can't get sued because there's already sanctions on the Islamic Republic anyway. So they created their own version of Coca-Cola. Maya standing behind the curtains backstage at Britain's Got Talent before performing. This is the final battle on stage. Really? I don't think it will look like this, Britain's Got Talent, but it's more like the Middle East is about to go boom boom talent. Now, sent the university great video to a contact in DC that forwarded it. Hopefully it pisses him off. They all have daughters. Is that the video I showed you yesterday? I'm guessing. I don't know. Jeremy Corbyn was protesting against Trump invading Iran, even though Trump didn't want to invade back then. Leftists love the IRGC. Yeah, to be fair, Jeremy Corbyn has been consistent in being on the wrong side of history. So to give him credit. Well done, Jeremy.
Consistent with that.
Been completely consistent. Keep going. Watching from Fort Worth, Texas. Prayers for the Iranian people. Thank you very much. Lebel says, careful, remember they have a whole Phantom jet. Not many of it left. That was literally the F4 Phantom that crashed. By the way, this is the level of the quality you're getting from the armed forces of the IRGC. The war hasn't even started yet, and they're just dying during training.
Low.
The war has already had
They're
one
just
casualty,
used to,
and it hasn't even started
being
yet.
terror.
But that was one of the last few remaining
Terrorists.
phantoms that they had. I'm not really sure what they're
committing terror on their people.
Because they had so much time over the last few decades to get extra help from China to be able to build a better,
Apparently,
slightly
they have
better
one of the Chinese jets.
high-tech military force, but no. Still
I mean, if
bother.
US
They
gets their
focus
hands
primarily
on
on
that,
ballistic missiles.
China's going to be not happy.
Does Ali the Mouse not realize Trump is the hide-and-seek champion of the world right now? Yeah, why are they trying to assassinate the president? It's just not going to happen. RG says, who do you think is the most influential on Trump? Witkoff is trying hard to make a deal on small amount of enrichment instead of none, and remove Israel's ballistic requests so the deal can go through. None of these people are decision makers, and everything that they are told to do, President Trump tells them to do it. And of course, he would send people like Witkoff and Kushner to do or say one thing, and on the other hand, he would send Marco Rubio to say the exact opposite thing, and he himself, he just says the way, well, whatever he says.
He deals with
and that's
whatever
part of
he
his tactic.
says.
He delegates, but he knows what he's doing.
He knows
the
what
one
the
thing
right
you could say
hand
about
is
President
doing.
Trump, whether you like him or
the
dislike
left
him,
is
whether you
acting.
agree with his policies or don't agree with his policies, domestically or foreign policy, is that nobody can tell him what to do, even Melania.
The enforcers
And
really
he can't be controlled. We've seen the same track record even since
global politics.
when he was in the world of business. And even in
He's
media,
pushing these countries
so everything that
to
happens,
actually,
he knows
gear up,
exactly what is
get their
happening.
butts moving,
but
get rid of their
the
free
narrative that's
healthcare
been
so they
created
can
by the
have
White
a
House
defense.
indirectly is, oh yes,
instead of
there
making
are
America
differences,
do all the
and
work.
oh, this person might be doing something different than what the president wants. For example,
I know the
Steve
enforcer doesn't
Witkoff.
agree with that.
But at the end of the day,
that
they
statement
can't
and say that
be the
Europe
decision
can
makers
defend themselves.
because that's not
They
their
can't.
job.
Not yet.
What do you think that the Iranian pilots refuse orders or help the US and Israel? Historically, the pilots hate the mullahs and vice versa. So, I mean, there will be the actual armed forces, and that's when you're going to see the difference. The actual armed forces of Iran, different to the IRGC, and those who allegedly, apparently tens of thousands of them, have now privately defected. That's when you would see the difference. If they have defected, if they are basically not with the regime, then when they are needed, they're not going to be around. So, and I think the Americans are banking on that. I'm guessing, obviously, but we still don't know. I mean, so we keep hearing that they have defected, but we don't know when we're going to see the result. Obviously, towards the end, it's not going to be now, but when the time is ready. Think Trump lets BB strike preemptively? Well, that was supposed to be the thinking until literally a few days ago, a couple of days ago. But again, they are in charge of the narrative. They want us to think something, right? But doesn't necessarily mean it will happen. So right now, the Pentagon have said war is imminent. Now, imminent could mean right now, half an hour from now. It could be later tonight. It could be tomorrow. It could be after Sunday, right? But they want us to think it's imminent. That is the position. That's the political decision and position saying that, it's imminent. We've now made a decision. Same thing with the Israelis. Until a couple of days ago, I would have said what the narrative is, what they are telling us to think is, Israel might go first because Israel's red line is the ballistic missiles. And during the negotiations, the Islamic Republic are not even talking about the missiles. They're just talking about nuclear. Mm-hmm. So Trump might use that as a good excuse to get the Israelis to hit first.
Maybe.
And then the Islamic Republic will retaliate. And then the Americans could tell the world, look, they're being crazy. We're going to have to go in. But now the White House have changed the narrative slightly. As of the last few hours, they now want us to think, they are telling us, President Trump himself might do a limited airstrike. So it's not war, it's limited airstrike. And then see the reaction from the Islamic Republic. What do you think is going to be the reaction? Are they going to sit down and say, I'm sorry, don't hit us, please? No, they're going to hit Israel, they're going to hit the US bases. And then the outcome is the same.
I mean,
which is
on the street.
We just hit Iran a little bit, and they've gone crazy, so we're going to have to go all in. And if Israel hits first or President Trump does a limited airstrike, the outcome is going to be the same regardless. Now, would personal improvement be better for uplifting the masses than political change?
No, you have to do a full political change. How are you going to improve
sure
them?
how to respond to this. Firstly, it's a very vague question. If it's about Iran, imagine, guys, you want regime change? You want freedom? No. Just do personal improvement. Just go to the gym. Than wanting political change. I'm not really sure what this refers to. If it's about Iran, that makes no sense. If it's about, well, to be fair, with anything, doesn't make any sense. You need political change when something is wrong. A regime run by window lickers, true that, has caused so much suffering. It's hard to keep your composure, but I look forward to seeing a free Iran in the future. I try my best, guys. Asking for a friend, when Iran is free, can I propose to Goldie? What is the obsession that you guys have to come on this channel to propose to Goldie?
Right,
go on Goldie's channel and propose and get rejected. I'm not her pimp.
Goldie.
Please don't let them leave a retribution. I'm not in charge of the revolution. If I were, it would have been done differently and more robustly. Glad to see that you are safe, Maya. I have a son your age, and I'm a bit of a worry. What? Oh, well, where? What was your son? Where is your son? Deborah. But I guess that's natural. When you have a kid, you're always worried, I guess, regardless of where they are. Is your merch made in China, says Paul? No, so depending on where you order it from, so we got obviously a collection of warehouses and third-party suppliers. So if you order from North America, there's a couple of places in the US, it's made in America. Obviously, if you order from Europe, we got a couple the European side. If you're close to the other side, you've got Taiwan. Basically, there are a number of places depending on what is the easiest to deliver. It still takes a few days, by the way. We're trying our best to have a more like an Amazon delivery style for our 2C merch, but apparently it's not as easy as I thought. But if you want to also get your own Iran merch, you can go directly on 2cstore.tv and check out our Iran collection. We've got the Final Battle, the Lion Rises, the Sun and Lion, and everything else that we have. Check it out. All right. Now, IRGC will have a hard time fighting the US. Recruiting the people of Iran, as Hamas did in Gaza, is not an option. But that's the thing. Not just the people of Iran, they're also struggling with the official members of the armed forces. Because if you remember, during the 12-day war, they all disappeared. And when we were reporting, I was like, where is the military? All we had was a bunch of people who were near the missile launchers and in the control centers, and there were only a few people every time, because the videos were then released by the Islamic Republic over the last few months, showing, in each control center we had about 5 people, and especially those who got killed, and there was no military, and they didn't even decide to equally fight back against the Israelis. The Israelis had their military around. They had the Israeli Air Force fighter jets controlling the skies over Iran, and we weren't really sure where the rest of the armed forces were in the country. So this comment is absolutely spot on. Americans need to hear a plan for post-conflict security in Iran. How? It's up to the Iranians, and they already have a plan. They have an opposition. They have an opposition leader. They have a pre-constitution written already. They want to have a referendum. Let them have their country back, just like the Eastern European blocs after the fall of the Soviet Union. Not all of them did well, but some of them did well. You will be vulnerable from international enemies and from leftovers. No, that is not true. Obviously, you will have the leftovers, but you were going to have a Nuremberg style trials. So it's the job of again the armed forces and the opposition to go round them up, arrest every single person, those who haven't managed to flee, and then have trials, fair trials. Simple. It's happened in Poland, it's happened in Germany, it's happened in Korea, it's happened in many countries, Liberia, and it could happen again, happen in Kuwait with a couple of the traitors who helped Saddam Hussein. That's it. And obviously, Iran doesn't have a tribal problem with any sort of extremist groups. You're not going to have anybody taking over Iran.
Orbiters, I guess you would say. All of them pretty much got the death penalty or death sentence hanging.
No one's going to do that. The people who wanted to take over are already in charge. The instability is already there because they took control in 1979. They just wanted to go back to stability like before. Because they already had their country, you don't have to start from scratch. You don't. It's not like Iraq when people said, "Okay, Saddam is gone, have democracy," and people in Iraq were like, "Democ what? We don't know what that means." And they started killing each other 2 minutes later. Iran, they already had freedom, they already had democracy. They were the first country in the Middle East to have constitutional monarchy and parliamentary democracy. So they just go back to what.
And they have access to the internet, and it's the internet age. They've seen how other countries run, and what is allowed in other countries, what isn't. So they have, the Iranian people have a clue, at least.
What they already had. This is Maya TC reporting live from Tehran, says Soon I'll say that. Currently I'm in a bunker. What do they call an Iranian Coke? Ayatollah? That would have been a genius branding, by the way. Ayatollah. Good. You don't understand the drills and the testings for the jets is to see how they crash. Yes, that's why, yeah. It was on purpose, guys. Up here in North Dakota, the center of North America and the middle of nowhere. I'm glad to find this outlet to give day-to-day coverage. Thank you so much, Pat. And Loki, I hope the F-14s are spared. Only ones are still flight-worthy and are iconic. Oh, the good old days of the F-14s. Bad hair day? How dare you? I'm trying a new style. My wife likes it. Leave me alone. Funny watching people trying to guess the Trump's next move. I know, stop trying. It's not going to work. He does not show his card until the game is over. Classic Trump move. As I said, even Melania can't tell. And got a couple of other comments. A super sticker from PD Dunn. Say hi to Raphael. It's his birthday. Well, happy birthday, Raphael. And Ruhollah Khomeini took at least 10 years to realize his failure to lead the country. Sadly, Ali Khamenei still has not. I think Khamenei genuinely believes he's succeeded. I can imagine towards the end, Khomeini kind of knew, deep down, he knew it didn't turn out the way he wanted it to be turned out, the whole regime. Not that he wanted the regime to be better in some sort of democratic way, but the whole thing changed, even from 1979. So, to be fair, Saddam launching a war on Iran didn't really help Khomeini's plans. But what people fail to see is that the IRGC will be fighting on two fronts, externally with the US and internally with the patriotic Iranians. Many fronts. So they got the Israelis, they got the Americans, they got the Iranians, and they got the fourth group, the internal division, the splinter groups inside the regime. They also have people to fight. Nobody trusts anybody. If they're all standing next to each other in a line, they're just like, you might blow up any moment. Do you have a pager? Oh, no. So anything could happen. Anyway, according to the Pentagon, a war as of now, as of tonight, is imminent. I don't think it will be tonight, but they said be on standby. The Europeans are evacuating, and more of the US personnel, non-essential personnel, will be evacuating from the Middle East. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Maya Tusi, and we are the media.
Did they actually shoot down a fighter jet, or was it
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great today, wherever you're watching from. I'm filming this on February 20th, and we have major news. A Russian fighter jet reportedly has been shot down, and it is the latest sign that the carnage and conflict with Russia and Ukraine's war is not slowing down. This comes just mere hours after Russian bombers and Russian fighter jets buzzed the coast of the United States of America off the coast of Alaska, sparking a massive response. Now a Russian fighter jet reportedly has been shot down. So we're going to get into exactly what we know, what is going on. Before we do, as always, please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free, cost you guys absolutely nothing at all. Huge boost to the channel. Comment with your thoughts below. What do you think about the Russian fighter jet being shot down? Is it a good thing? Will it continue? Will Russia finally back off? Let me know in the comments below. Hit the notification bell. All notifications turned on. You won't miss a thing. And then Instagram, David_Hookstead, XD Hookstead. That's where you can find me on social media. My DMs are wide open. Please reach out with whatever you got. Now, let's get into it. We have, as of today, further proof that the war between Ukraine and Russia, which is nothing short of absolutely brutal. It is horrific on so many levels. The number of people who've been killed, wounded, disfigured. It is a terrible, terrible situation. Some people in the media are trying to tell you that the fighting is nearing an end, that a peace deal will be reached. I don't know what the hell they're looking at or what the hell they're paying attention to, because all signs from where I'm sitting, what I'm looking at, indicate we are just really entering a new phase of the war as the violence ratchets it up, as the situation gets grimmer and grimmer and darker, and you will see more and more death. And that now includes this. I'm going to throw it up on the screen for you. So what you see here on the screen has been circulating as of today, February 20th, that a Russian Su-34 fighter jet has been shot down over Ukraine. Now, this is a very fluid situation. It is rapidly developing. We are just getting information coming in as I am filming this video. But the Ukrainians, using anti-air defenses, likely a SAM site, a surface-to-air missile, which is meant to shoot down planes, has downed a Russian fighter jet. Now, this also recently happened where one got blasted out of the sky. We're going to get into that next, so make sure you stick around for that. But these are the reports. So this popped up that the war bloggers over there are saying that an Su-35 has been shot down. That is confirmed by Visegrad 24, which I believe is a Ukrainian-based news outlet, saying the Ukrainian army just shot down another Russian Su-34 fighter bomber over, I don't know how to pronounce that, is that Zaporizhia region of Ukraine. So the fighter jet was on a bombing mission in Ukraine, and the Ukrainian military engaged it and shot it down, shot it out of the sky. This is now the second jet shoot down in just the past few days, or about the past week or two, I should say, not few days, past week or two. So the Russians are trying to penetrate Ukrainian airspace. They are getting blasted out of the sky. Why is that happening? Well, in part, it's happening because the United States of America has supplied the Ukrainians with highly, highly advanced weapon systems that are able to engage these jets. Remember, Russia only has one kind of stealth jet, and that is the Su-57. Now, the Su-57, it's believed they've made about 10 of them. No one knows how many are actually operational. It's not even that good of a stealth jet. But what we know about the Su-34 is that it's absolutely not stealthy at all. It is going to light up on all the radar early warning systems. It is going to be very easy for SAM missiles to hit. And now that is what happened. So this was, I believe, the original report that came from Telegram. Now that is in Ukrainian/Russian. I do have a translation here, so I'm going to read it for you. Last night at 11:20 p.m., while carrying out a combat mission over the temporarily occupied territory of Zaporizhia region, an Su-34 fighter bomber was destroyed. The aircraft had launched a strike with guided aerial bombs on the Dnipro region and crashed near Kamika in the Zaporizhia region. I'm butchering all this. If you know how to say it, let me know in the comments below. The information is being clarified. We are waiting confirmation from official sources. So the fighter jet was on a bombing run. It released its bombs and then was immediately engaged by Ukrainian air defenses that blasted it out of the sky. Now, the details on this jet, this is the type of jet that was shot down, an Su-34 fighter bomber. You can see him right here. This is a look at him.
Yes.
This is the fighter bomber. It is a sophisticated, by Russian standards, not by American standards, jet. This is what invaded the Ukrainian airspace and then was picked up. So you can see its weapons loadout package there. Now, if we scroll down here, was manufactured from 2006 to present. Introduction flight 2014, first flight 1990. It is developed from Su-27. It is a Soviet origin Russian twin jet, twin seat, all weather, supersonic, medium range fighter bomber strike aircraft. It first flew in 1990, intended for the Soviet Air Forces, and entered service in 2014 with the Russian Air Force. Based on the Sukhoi Su-27 flanker air superiority fighter, the Su-34 is a wider armored cockpit with side-by-side seating for its two pilots. The Su-34 was designed primarily for tactical deployments against ground and naval targets on solo and group missions in daytime and at night under favorable and adverse weather conditions in a hostile environment with counterfire and electronic warfare countermeasures deployed, as well as aerial reconnaissance. Obviously, that didn't work. Their countermeasures failed because it has been shot down. Now, just at the end of January, what you see on your screen here is that we shot down, the Ukrainians using American weapons, shot down an Su-34 over Kursk and an Su-30 over the Black Sea. So there were previous fighter jet shoot downs of the exact same aircraft plus an Su-30. Some more details on that. It says Russian and Ukrainian channels confirmed that earlier today, a Russian Air Force Su-34 fighter bomber was shot down over the Black Sea. The crew did not survive. So in the past 3 weeks or so, we now have total of 3 Russian jets that reportedly have been shot down. Now, this shoot down, like I said, comes right here. I'm going to put this. This was released today, this morning on February 20th. Russian aircraft operating the Alaskan Air Defense Zone. It says NORAD detected and tracked 2 Tu-95 Russian bombers, 2 Su-35s, and 1 A-5 early warning aircraft operating in the Alaskan Air Defense Identification Zone on February 19th, 2026. NORAD launched 2 F-16s, 2 F-35s, 1 E-3, and 4 KC-135s to intercept, positively identify and escort the aircraft until they departed American Air Defense Zone. So today, the Russians tried to fly up to our coast. We made a video about that this morning. They were rushed away by American F-35s and F-16s, as well as refueling tankers and early warning. And then the same day, technically last night, bleeding into this morning, got a fighter jet blown out of the sky over the skies of Ukraine. So we continue to see the war tick up. I'm going to pull this off the screen now. I have told you all that this situation is going to get much more violent before it gets better. A lot of people didn't want to believe that was going to happen. A lot of people wanted to believe peace was on the horizon. I never believed for 1 second peace was on the horizon. This war will continue. The fact that the Ukrainians are successfully shooting down Russian airplanes is a huge, huge deal. Russia does not really have the capability to roll more fighter jets off the assembly line. They're kind of stuck with what they have. So every fighter jet Ukraine strikes down is a devastating blow for Vladimir Putin and the Russian war machine. He should be very nervous right now. He should be very, very nervous, and I'm sure that he is. He should be panicking. So that is where we are at as of this update on February 20th. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Please make sure to like and subscribe. As always, thank you.
Yeah, and internally critique. But here's my question to you. I'm just curious because I still don't understand why it would be that if we changed an amendment, that's anti-democratic or anti-liberal.
I didn't say it's anti-democratic. I said that it would be un-American.
It's not un-American.
Yes, it is, because the first
we've changed how many amendments?
Oh my! We've added a number of amendments, yeah,
and changed them.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah, but
like for instance, we added women's suffrage.
Yep,
we had an amendment for prohibition, and then we got rid of the amendment for prohibition. We've added and taken away many amendments.
Sure, yeah, and I
the
think
American system's actually a hodgepodge, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's one of the beauties of it. But I think like one of the things that are central to the American dream, the thing that makes America stick.
Annoying.
What's up, guys? Spenny. There are a ton of connections between Jeffrey Epstein and Israel. Probably more connections to Israel than there are to America. I mean, it wasn't America that installed and maintained a security system inside of Jeffrey Epstein's apartment. Why would that be? Well, because Jeffrey Epstein had so many prime ministers of Israel living inside of his properties, like Ehud Barak, but also a ton of other officials inside of the Israeli government littered throughout the Epstein files and emails, trips to Israel, meetings with high-level security officials, including but not limited to, well, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, who received a state funeral in Israel when he died, was a member of Mossad, worked for the Israeli intelligence. Ghislaine Maxwell, obviously, if you look through all of the evidence, was the operator of Jeffrey Epstein, not the other way around. And that's what the people closest to Epstein said. She was his handler. Anyway, the point is that Jeffrey Epstein died practically wearing an IDF sweatshirt. This is the last known photograph of Jeffrey Epstein. Israeli Defense Forces sweater. I mean, can you be more obvious? But you can, actually. He negotiated Israeli security deals. Jeffrey Epstein constantly winking and nodding that he's not Mossad. There's literally emails where he's like, I'm not Mossad. No, you're not Mossad. It's insane. It's in our faces, actually. And so you just have to know these kind of things, especially in the onslaught of the Jeffrey Epstein file releases, that it's going to have some major blowback on the nation of Israel. But Tucker Carlson's latest guest, Mike Huckabee, who is the ambassador to Israel, doesn't really have any idea, actually. Hasn't studied the files, doesn't know what's inside of them, and seemingly has no interest in what's inside of them. Very telling exchange here from Tucker's recent interview that just dropped with Mike Huckabee. I haven't kept up with that. Why are there millions of Epstein files still classified? Huckabee says there's no evidence that Epstein had any ties to Mossad. Yeah, there is. Okay, here we go.
Millions of Epstein files still classified. Why do you think that is?
I have no idea. I haven't kept up with that. I've never met the man. I don't know him.
You haven't kept up with the Epstein disclosure?
I mean, only from a distance. I'm 6,000 miles away from D.C. these days, and I'm pretty sure that there's so much going on.
The current president of Israel, current president, who I know you know, President Herzog,
know him very well,
apparently was at Pedo Island. That's what it says in the disclosures. And of course, we know that the former prime minister, Ehud Barak, was living on and off at Epstein's house. So still living high-level Israeli officials are directly implicated in Epstein's life, if not his crime. So I would think that you'd be following this.
Only I was not aware that there was any connection with President Herzog. I would be surprised to hear that. I knew there was about the former prime minister, who apparently had a lot of dealings with Epstein.
Business dealings. And
yeah.
By the way, I'm not alleging anything, but I mean, it's in the Epstein files. And I don't know that I've heard the current president of Israel respond to it, but he is listed as a visitor to Pedo Island. So that's kind of a big deal. I wonder, considering there are so many suggestions in the files, as I'm sure you know, of sexual abuse, and given that Jeffrey Epstein was a convicted sex offender, I wonder why the administration you work for would be holding millions of files, which I believe belong to the public, hidden for, quote, national security reasons. What would those national security reasons be, do you think?
Honestly, I think you've probably got more access to the White House sometimes than I do. You should ask them.
Well, but you're the government official representing that White House.
In Israel. And I represent the U.S. in Israel to the Israeli government from the U.S. government. But honestly, nobody has presented that to us.
Well, tough position to be in. What is Tucker talking about? Well, this is the current president of Israel. President different than the prime minister. Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu has more power. President still has a lot of power. His name's Isaac Herzog. And he's listed in the Epstein files. Here's the actual email. See here from Jeffrey Epstein, saying that Herzog and Ehud Barak coming, because this is the prime minister, coming to the island this weekend. Come on, plane, 3-issue art gift in the counting house. Just saying like where this person could be staying, and that Isaac Herzog, presumably because it's right here with also high-ranking prime minister, so the president of Israel and the prime minister of Israel coming to the Pedo Island. So there it is. They've never denied this, by the way. You know, no explanation for it. No explanation for this. The rest of this question and answer, though, on Epstein.
Well, but this is the first I've ever heard of this. So why do you expect me to have knowledge of something like that?
Well, because you attacked me personally for suggesting that Jeffrey Epstein had ties to Mossad, and you said that.
You think he does?
Well, it's very clear he does from the files.
You think he does? From where do you get that?
Well, the fact that he was in contact repeatedly with members of the Israeli government, including the current president and the former prime minister, and all kinds of Israeli intel-connected people. I'm not saying he worked for Mossad. I don't think we know that. But there's no question that he had extensive contact with CIA.
But I think you said it, a turning point event. Everybody knows Jeffrey Epstein.
I said everyone thinks, and it turns out everyone was right, that he did have.
I'm not sure everyone was right or everyone thinks.
Okay, but You said that I was lying, and I don't want to make this about me.
I don't think I said you were lying, Tucker. I don't recall.
I'm just saying, why don't we release all the files, and then we don't need to guess?
I got no problem with that. Go ahead.
Would
but
you
it's
call
not
on
mine.
well, because you weighed in on it and said that this was not true, when of course
I said there was no evidence.
Well, there's quite a bit of evidence, but you haven't apparently bothered to read any of the files. Is that what you're saying?
I have not read the Epstein files. Apparently you have.
Well, they're on the internet.
They're on the internet.
Millions.
It's a crazy exchange.
Some people care more than others.
It's going viral. 1.3 thousand reposts, 6,000 likes. I mean, kind of depends on where you are on the side of this, but I think that is fascinating that, the nation that is probably the most talked about in the Epstein files and that had the highest level, I think, direct connection with Jeffrey Epstein, nation of Israel. I think arguably, right? Prince Andrew under arrest. Who in Israel is under arrest for this? I mean, Ehud Barak should be under arrest, obviously, for what he did. I mean, there's photos of him going in and out off the island everywhere. There's voicemails with him and Jeffrey Epstein, like, having a great time. Tucker Carlson asked U.S. Ambassador Mike Huckabee, what basis Benjamin Netanyahu, whose family is from Europe, has a right to displace Palestinians who lived in Palestine for years? It's a wild exchange where Tucker is saying, why doesn't everyone do a DNA test?
New York or South Florida and a few other places.
Okay.
So this is a small population of people. They have connection to this land historically, biblically.
Do they?
Yes, they do.
If Bibi's family, we know they lived in Eastern Europe. There's no evidence they ever lived here. He's not religious.
But
in what sense? How do we know that? Do you have his family tree? No, we don't.
Do you?
He doesn't. So no one does. That's the point.
But
So
if
how do
there
we
is-
know that he
but
has any
if they
connection
are
to this land at
Jewish,
all?
And if there has been a practice of Judaism and a connection to the language, the
he
Bible,
doesn't-
the land.
His ancestors didn't. He doesn't practice Judaism in any rigorous way. His ancestors didn't live here. They didn't speak the language, and there's no evidence they ever lived here. So on what basis does he have a right to
Very
be
much
here?
speaks the language. He has fought for the land. His family has fought for the
You're
land.
dodging a
No, I'm not
very
dodging.
obvious question, which is where does this right come from? And the
I've-
reason
I've
it's
given you
meaningful
that
is
answer.
because there are a lot of people in the territory that Israel controls today, particularly in the West
Mm-hmm.
Bank, who, through genetic testing, we can know their families have been here for thousands of years. We don't know whether they practiced Judaism, whether they were Samaritans, pre-Islam.
So Tucker then calls for genetic testing to see who actually has a right to the land. I mean, it was a wild interview. Effing wild, people are saying. Tucker calls out Israel for knowing about the bombing of the USS Liberty. Where if you look into that, I mean, it's like, that is one of the darker days in American history.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is absolutely insane and crazy story. It's indefensible, in fact, what happened. Israel
I
has
never
straight up
looked
bombed
into
an American ship, killed Americans, right? Tried to kill Americans. It's nuts. Had to apologize for it and everything, but there was no real ramifications, no real response to it. It's insane. Anyway, more people need to learn about it. But anyhow, this is the full interview. Tucker posted at 1 p.m. And it's nearly 3 hours long. I could not encourage you enough to watch the full
Interview style lately.
thing. I have
More annoying than not.
I literally froze and had to play back 3 times because there's no way that he said this out loud, but he absolutely did. I mean, wild moments like Mike Huckabee saying that Israel should take all of the Middle East. Effectively, should take all of the Middle East from the Euphrates to the Nile, which is the majority of the Middle East, that Israel should take it all. I would be fine if they took it all, says Mike Huckabee. Well, crazy comment to make as a U.S. ambassador.
More so Israeli than he is
Mike Huckabee is a foreign agent.
U.S. resident.
Absolutely devastating. The whole scam falls apart with one question. So where does the right come from to the land? You're dodging a very obvious question. Where does the right come from to the land of Israel? Again, I know that there's going to be heated debate on all of this. I encourage you to watch Tucker's full interview. It's wild. It's wild. But the Epstein thing obviously crosses a number of paths that we have on this channel, things that we have been talking about. And as we dissect more about this insane interview, we'll do more reporting on it. But well done. Well done, Tucker. I mean, the clips are nuts. And there's a bunch of people saying, well done, Mike Huckabee. You know, like that. It's so tribal. The issue is so unbelievably tribal. So we'll see how this shakes out. But U.S. Ambassador to Israel knowing absolutely nothing and having no opinion on the Epstein files, not good, no bueno. Not good.
I don't know that I really care. Toby Robinson. What is he on Timcast?
Laws. And I, for instance, say, I would like to live in West Virginia because our laws are better. So the idea that there's no nations would be silly because even at the county level, people say, I don't want to live in Cook County because they raise their taxes. I'm going to move to DuPage. So the borders all still exist. The laws are all still different. And that was always okay. And it is creepy to me that there has been this effort for a long time to eliminate all, let's just describe it as a preference for way of living. That's an impossibility. The global homogenization people, these World Economic Forum Davos people are like, everything should be uniform. Well, what happens? Okay, take a look at Maryland. You've got Western Maryland, where it's more like West Virginia, somewhat mountainous, and you're in the middle of nowhere, and you've got wild animals, so you want a gun. And then Baltimore says, now we're voting so that you can't have guns. That's the stupidest thing imaginable. The law in Baltimore restricting guns, hey, maybe that makes sense if you live in Baltimore, but it doesn't make sense for people who live in the mountains. This idea that we would create a world where we should ban guns because they're problems in cities, but then some dude who lives in rural Wyoming is like, no, I can't have a gun. That makes no sense. There's not even any people to go shoot. So the purpose of nations on the grand scheme of things is maybe I don't want to live in a country where women aren't allowed to drive. Maybe I would prefer it if my wife could go to the grocery store on her own without having a chaperone. I should be able to live that way.
Yeah, it's better than trying to force every country to have the same law. It's better to have different laws.
And we can be at peace.
Even if there's, we can be at peace.
What? It's the gummies. No, there's, I guess, bone underneath of it. This crowd. The enforcer coming on here. We'll save that to a playlist. Debate. That one's gonna save to a playlist. Say hi, Gabe. I heard it. Yep. Uh-huh. Oh, cool. The 47, huh? I have a bubble, right? Yeah. One solid bubble. Cool. Shot down more aircraft. Everything comes down to the speed of target detection and recognition, making decisions, and striking faster. We'll save it later. That'll be under new stuff. Here in Jäger. Mikasa. Armin. Story. Jäger. What happened?
The bear was
Annie Leonhardt. Hmm. Yelena was creepy. Let's watch this. Attack on Titan was a good show. Whoa. $3. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, he's a main character. Purple. Okay. I was waiting for him. Levi. Cool. Oh, Toy Story? No, not yet.
What America is. When I say it's now just a system, then I'm saying what it used to be were these things. Do you agree?
I'm not pulling that up,
Grandy.
An idea.
Yeah,
That's
an
not
experiment.
happening. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
And
Thanks
within
for
the
the $5.
confines of this experiment, it's
Son of a
perfectly
bitch.
acceptable for us to change the parameters,
So
right?
would you, so to bring America back to what America was,
Uh-huh.
is that something you would care about doing? Do you love America? Like at least when I say America, I mean your version of America. Would you like to bring America back there?
No.
Why not?
Because I think that there's a better way, which is Christian nationalism.
Okay, and what's the conclusion of Christian nationalism?
The conclusion of Christian nationalism is to move Christian ethics into the mainstream, utilizing legislation within the liberal confines of the machine that you've built.
Why didn't the founding fathers do that then?
Didn't we just go over this?
We
They
did.
left it up to the states.
And why didn't they write it into some federal capacity for the states to
We've
override
already
it?
been over that twice. So the thing is like, what am I? Hang on.
Any pan-Christianism?
First,
So
let's
you
see if
want
we can
Mormons?
find. Let's see if we can find some agreement. Yeah, sure. Let's see if we can find some agreement. Do you agree with me that foundationally this was a white nation?
No, I don't think whiteness is central to American ethos.
Okay, Western European.
I don't think the color of your skin is central to an idea at all.
You don't think that foundationally though that was a part of the cultural glue that kept things together?
No.
Not at all.
Well, what do you mean by foundationally?
Like they really just wanted
Certain
white people
ethics.
here.
Did that exist at the time? Yeah, but I don't think that that's what makes the American ethos is a preoccupation with whiteness.
Okay, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that foundationally, definitely was a white nation.
When you say foundationally, you just mean there was lots of white people in America?
That they only wanted white people in America.
Well, the issue is they didn't even have a good conception of white at the time that you're talking about, right? Because they didn't.
Western European.
Well, they didn't like Irish that much. In
True.
fact, there was
but
a
they-
whole bunch of
but
issues
They
with
definitely
Irish.
wanted Western Europeans.
I don't know if that's true. They explicitly
Like they wanted the English.
They
They wanted the
basically
French.
only wanted the English.
Yeah.
They didn't really
True.
want the French.
True. I'm even willing to concede that.
Right. So,
But they wanted something that was not what we have now, which
sure,
is
but I
like
don't
South
think
America pouring in.
the immigration preference is a central thing to the American ethos. Because I think that if it was, the founding fathers probably would have written it into like at least the Declaration of Independence.
They
They
did.
would have done somewhere to say
Wait,
white man.
yeah, early laws they did say that actually. I don't know if you knew that or not.
The Declaration of Independence has nothing to do with white man.
No, the Declaration doesn't.
Yeah.
But early laws is what I said. Early laws did regard people of good character who are white. Yes.
Sure, but I don't think that that's central to being American.
Okay.
Because I don't think the founding fathers are the only thing that makes something American.
Okay, I agree. I'm just saying that when we're talking about a culture, the culture of the time, right? It was white and pan-Protestant.
Sure, and I just go to
Wait a
university.
second.
They think evolution's not true. They think the Earth is 10,000
what?
years old. They deny vaccines.
So what?
This is fundamentally opposed to the American ethos of science. But
Prompt 3 secular.
this one out? Oh, no, there it is.
Statistically, the absolutely vast majority of Muslims in the UK do not commit radical acts of terrorism.
Most men do not commit rape. We can agree on that. And certainly the statistics would be no different than saying most Muslims don't commit terrorism. But if you and I have a daughter and that daughter is about to cross a dark alley where there are a few men that are loitering, would we tell her, sweetie, statistically, most men are not going to be rapists. So even though you're wearing that really alluring miniskirt, don't worry about it because it's only a very small number that will commit rape.
Statistically, she's far more likely to be attacked by a white man.
Pierce, 96% of Scotland is white. Therefore, obviously, most of the rapes that are committed in Scotland are going to be committed by white men. It's this little thing called per capita adjustment, right?
Hi guys, doing this is Sahar TV, and in today's video, we will see a debate between Piers Morgan and Gatsad. Pierce is claiming that it doesn't make any sense that the Muslim community in the UK is invading the UK. Gatsad then destroyed his argument. Let's watch.
This is obviously, as we've just heard, a very emotive issue. It's a
This
complex
is where the
issue.
per capita issue
It's a
came up with Pierce
multifaceted
prior.
issue.
Was with
There's
Nick
no
Fuentes,
doubt there is
because
an
Nick
interesting
Fuentes was talking about
comparison
something,
to be made
and he said
about sheer
per
volumes,
capita,
for example,
and
of
Pierce
Muslims in
quoted
the
it.
UK and US.
Huh?
It's about the same number, around 4 to 5
Yeah.
million, but the US is
It
6-7
was on
times
Pierce,
as big as the
verdict
UK.
that,
So clearly we have a lot more Muslims in the UK.
But, like,
we have a
he
tiny
had
fraction of
legitimate
America's
data,
Jewish
but
population.
Pierce was
I think
skewing
America
the
has
data
7,
by
8
not
million,
doing
I think
it
it
per
is.
capita.
In America, we have about
Which adjusts
250,000.
because,
So
okay,
they're
like
right
6%
there,
of the population is black
we have
and
a
like
very different
80% of the
setup in terms
population
of
is white.
Muslim
So
and
obviously
Jewish
you're going to have
populations of
more
our,
white men
respective
committing
countries.
murders.
But in terms
but
of this whole debate,
when you do it
fueled
on a
lot
per
by
capita
people on the
scale, it
conservative
kind
right
of
in
like
America,
evens it out
that
to like
Britain has been
each
invaded
100,
by
like
radical Muslims.
every
Megyn Kelly used
100
that
of a
phrase
black
last
people,
week
which
with me.
would then
And we've
show
lost
you the
control
true
to radical Muslims. I just
true
see no
numbers of
evidence
percentages.
that is remotely true.
Yes.
That's not to say I don't think there have been big issues with the huge influx of immigrants to the UK in the last 25 years. That is indisputable.
Of actions in the case of an Iranian counterattack or a first strike that may be conducted here within the next few days. It appears that according to all information that we were able to access today, U.S. strikes are immediate or imminent at this moment, as U.S. forces have evacuated out of the naval stations in Bahrain and the air bases at Al Udeid in Qatar. These very same actions were done right before Operation Midnight Hammer, around 72 to 48 hours before Midnight Hammer was conducted as a successful military operation, meaning that at this moment we could see from this point onwards, starting from about 24 hours from now and beyond, the U.S. armed forces could be conducting strikes on Iran at about any given moment. We literally will be, as of this point right now, prepared to conduct a strike on Iran to any means, any capacity, any length of time, and any duration and intensity from the next 24 hours onwards. We have also been able to see that the U.S. is claimed to be considering a wide variety of strike options, including limited several-day strikes or a one-day overnight strike or a multi-week-long air campaign meant to completely destroy the Iranian government and Iranian military's capabilities. We've also seen that the Israelis are conducting some preemptive action of their own by trying to target and knock out Hezbollah forces before the war begins with Iran. That way, if the war begins, the Hezbollah forces will not be able to respond by firing smaller rockets into the Israeli air defense and trying to help the Iranians to overwhelm Israel's air defense systems, including Hezbollah's incredibly short-range
they're knocking at
rockets.
Hezbollah
We've even
stuff
seen
tonight.
that within areas of Bulgaria and also Greece, near to the city of Chania on the island of Crete, we've also seen significant U.S. military buildups, and the Sofia International Airport in Bulgaria has now been officially closed to all civilian traffic, effective immediately into the into the immediate future for military operations. We've also been able to hear of other significant developments, as the Gerald R. Ford has been confirmed by picture evidence to have slipped through the Strait of Gibraltar today and is going to be making all available speed to the Eastern Mediterranean, meaning that it will most likely be arriving sometime around Saturday or Sunday. We have also been able to hear additional developments from elsewhere in the world, as the United States has hit another alleged narco-terrorist vessel within the Eastern Caribbean Sea, and we've also been able to see that the United States is trying to give at least one minimal chance at an off-ramp from what we've been able to hear. We have heard that apparently they are willing to allow Iran to keep a limited nuclear program as long as there is no way that it could clearly lead to the development and production of nuclear weaponry. Outside of that and inside of Europe, we have also been able to hear of other significant developments within this area, as we have been able to hear that the Polish have withdrawn from all landmine treaties effective today. These actions had already been in the works for months, but as of today, the Republic of Poland has officially withdrawn from largely every landmine treaty that they were a signing member of up until several months ago, and they are beginning the production of anti-personnel and anti-tank mines, in quote, for the protection and national defense of the Polish Republic. Additionally, we've also been able to hear out of the Russian Federation that the FSB is taking further control of communication systems, which is even furthering our belief that some sort of a major calamity is about to happen in Russia, either economic or some sort of a political announcement by Putin in the form of a full mobilization that may lead to a heavy amount of public dissent that the Russian government is going to attempt to put down. We've also seen that the Ukrainians have wildly hit the Votkinsk missile manufactory today inside of the Votkinsk city area, all the way near to the Ural Mountains. This is another 1,000-mile deep strike that the Ukrainians have been able to conduct, and it appears that they are trying to hit and knock out the only factory, or one of the few in Russia, that conducts final assembly of Iskander ballistic missiles. We've also seen another facility within the Samara Oblast at Neptogorsk, which is an oil depot, apparently also being hit and catching on fire as well. Belgrade is still in a blackout, and now the thermal power plants of Rostov-on-Don are under a direct attack, and the city of Krasnodar came under a heavy attack today as well, with the Ukrainian forces inflicting a significant amount of damage onto the city area. We've also seen the Ukrainian armed forces were able to inflict significant casualties onto the Russian armed forces, and according to frontline reports today, the Ukrainian armed forces now boast that 300 square kilometers of ground have now been retaken from the Russian Federation in the ongoing offensive after the Russians lost Starlink and also banned WhatsApp and Telegram, which appears to be the largest offensive in terms of ground gain that we have seen ever since the summer of 2023, 3 years ago. Largely putting the ball in Ukraine's court, at least as far as strategic and tactical gains are concerned for the moment. But with that in mind, we are going to be making sure to get into all of our major news that we have over the course of the day, starting with our largest stories first, and then working our way on down into the smaller stories of the night, as tradition has always dictated here on the channel. And so with that in mind, it is time for us to move on down and into the area of the Middle East, as we have been able to hear the news today that we were generally waiting for that would let us know that strikes were going to be coming imminently soon. Many months ago, or more so about 2 months ago at this point, it feels like it was forever ago, we started to see that the U.S. began to make open statements against the Islamic Republic of Iran and the massacre that they conducted on their own people, which then evolved into once again trying to deal with the nuclear programs that they're still working on, and generally trying to curb the Iranians' nuclear development capabilities. According to the United States of America, they were preparing to strike all the way back about a month ago, or even 2 months ago at this point. But we did see that that was not happening, and there were many different elements that we were looking for on the channel as far as analysis was concerned that would give us an idea that strikes were going to be incredibly soon. For one, there had to be significant airlifts into the region to be able to see that there was enough U.S. forces, offensively and defensively, to be able to conduct a wide variety of actions against Iran and also protecting our allies in the region. Additionally, we also stated that there would have to be at a minimum at least one carrier strike group, possibly even two, that would have to be within the region for strikes to begin. And finally, the last most important thing that we spoke about on the channel for about the past month and a half was the evacuation of the naval station in Bahrain and the few U.S. vessels that are currently there at the moment, and also the evacuation of the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. The evacuation of these bases is incredibly important, at least considering the ongoing tactical situation within the Persian Gulf, as if the Iranians try to mine or attempt a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, or it is believed that they have a large amount of anti-ship missile batteries within that area, these U.S. vessels would largely be stuck in the Persian Gulf, largely like fish in a barrel. And for that reason, they would be susceptible to a great deal of Iranian fire and may eventually be overwhelmed and sustain significant damage or be sunk due to that heavy fire. For this reason, it is always a necessity that U.S. naval forces that are inside of the Persian Gulf have to leave before the U.S. begins any strikes against Iran. That was seen the last time during Operation Midnight Hammer, and it was also seen during the prior Iranian strikes that were conducted in 2024 against the state of Israel way back then. We have seen that that's happened just about every time. We've also been able to see that as well, near to the Al Udeid area in Qatar, evacuations have also been conducted significantly as well in that region. We have been able to hear that today, evacuations are now officially underway within Bahrain and also within the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, as according to the New York Times, there have been evacuations at the cluster of U.S. bases in Bahrain that house the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet. Currently, we believe that there is about 3 LCSs, or littoral combat ships of the Independence class, and about 1 Arleigh Burke and a couple of Coast Guard cutters that are currently inside of Bahrain at the moment. All of these vessels are moving out of the Persian Gulf and will be making their way through the Strait of Hormuz possibly within the next 24 to 36 hours, meaning that once they exfiltrate the area of the Persian Gulf and make it into the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea, the U.S. will not have any naval assets that could be at a great risk of damage or being destroyed due to the war that would be coming. We've also been able to see that the Al Udeid Air Base, which is an incredibly important one for U.S. operations within the Gulf, has also been evacuated as well, although that post, apparently the specific one that I chose, about 3 or 4 of them that we had on our Twitter page, was deleted. However, those evacuations are being conducted at the moment, and we have been able to hear that from multiple news sources in the United States of America today. This specifically is the Al Udeid Air Base. It is just to the southwest of Doha, Qatar, and it is a very large U.S. operational facility for U.S. forces within the area. However, while it is a large operational facility, we have never seen Al Udeid fully occupied and manned in the midst of a ongoing conflict with the Islamic Republic of Iran, either in the 12-Day War or during Midnight Hammer, which are our most recent examples. This is why we see that the U.S. is evacuating the area, is generally because the Iranians could also fire a significant volley of weaponry at the Al Udeid Air Base, and due to its close proximity to the Islamic Republic of Iran and its coastline, the reaction time would be fairly limited, and it wouldn't really give a lot of time for U.S. Air Force assets to attempt to shoot down as much of the incoming air targets as they could, and then to allow for the U.S. Army ground air defense batteries to clean up whatever was left behind. For that reason, a lot of these aircraft and a lot of the personnel are being packed up, and they're either going to be moving out to Jordan or Saudi Arabia, somewhere further on and a little bit a ways away from Iran, maybe by a couple of 100 miles, to once again give a greater amount of response time for air defense forces if the Iranians start conducting counterattacks or preemptive strikes, considering that it does appear that the U.S. will be bombing Iran imminently. We have also been able to hear of some other details about these ongoing developments, as it does appear that right now the force deployments by the United States within the Middle East, according to Bloomberg, is the largest force deployment that the U.S. has ever amassed in the region since the 2003 invasion of Iraq, meaning that this is the
Also, not only that as well, but I also heard today another metric that the amount of stratotankers that are currently in the Middle Eastern region right now is exactly twice the size of the amount of stratotankers that we saw right before Midnight Hammer was pulled off that kicked off the 12-Day War with Iran and Israel. So it's a lot of forces there. And also, by the way, it is the biggest. In fact, I think it might be slightly larger than what we had right into the lead up of that 2003 Iraq War. It's really insane.
It really is something insane. It's absolutely crazy to see, and it is actually true. Matthew is saying a correct statement here that I was actually about to say, to add on to the news that we were getting just a second ago right there, is that this is the largest aerial tanker deployment that we have seen within recent years. It is twice the size of the carrier, well, more so stratotanker deployments that we have been seeing right before Operation Midnight Hammer, and it clearly is showing to us at the moment that the Islamic Republic of Iran is most likely going to be under a heavy and prolonged air campaign by the United States here within the near future. The U.S. did have a large amount of combat aircraft that were present within the theater during Operation Midnight Hammer and the 12-Day War, with a large amount of those forces being based primarily out of Jordan and Saudi Arabia. But even still, the amount of U.S. aircraft and U.S. forces that we saw present within this area was not as high as what we're seeing right now. We actually believe that over 25% of the deployable combat power of the United States Air Force is currently within CENTCOM, and that's a very rough estimate. But we can also tell y'all with a verified statement that 1/3 of the deployable portion of the combat fleet of the United States Navy is currently within the Middle East right now. That is 1 in every 3 warships that the United States has that is currently sailing the seas at this very moment. All of them are currently inside the Middle East, which is an incredibly large number to see, without a doubt. We've also been able to see by satellite photography that there are heavy U.S. air presences that are showing up. These satellite pictures were largely provided by you-know-who. It was the Chinese, and they started to put these out over the course of about the past day or two to be able to show the world what really is kind of going on. And considering that this did come from the Chinese, OPSEC has already been blown on this. We're not violating any OPSEC by showing this. Generally, if a satellite picture is taken by another country and then published to the general world, there is no operational security at that point. But we were able to see here, this is what the airbase, specifically the Prince Sultan Air Base, looked like on the 10th of February of 2026. And this is what it looks like right now on the 20th of February. And there is an endless volume of stratotankers that we can visibly see on the tarmac. And I also have to point out that there is a large amount of additional aircraft that are probably here as well that we really can't see at the moment. Because if you look down here at the Prince Sultan Air Base, you can actually see these larger open air tarmac ramps where these aircraft can largely park and just stand by, but there are a large amount of covered awnings over here that can house a wide variety of multi-role air superiority and ground attacking aircraft, which we cannot see by satellite and picture evidence. This is also why, folks, it's great to have these sorts of covers over an airbase, because it largely negates the ability for enemy countries to be able to see or exactly what you have at an airfield. So these little canvas covers not only protect the aircraft from the heat, but they also make it a lot harder for satellite imagery from, say, the People's Republic of China to be able to identify and show to the public exactly what we have within this region. A pretty good thing for OPSEC.
All Russia can do is look at this and weep. They have nothing like this, by the way. All their stuff is out in the wide open. You can view it from satellite. Also, you can hit it too, because you know exactly where it's at. So Russia just can look at this and just hope that they have something like it.
I mean, you know what's kind of crazy, Matthew, is that this Prince Sultan Air Base has about the footprint of an entire international airport. I mean, it is a fairly sizable one. 2 full-length active runways, and also a large supporting tarmac and also hangar space for aircraft to just stand by and wait to be able to conduct operations elsewhere. To let y'all know, folks, this is actually something a little bit interesting. The U.S. back in the day, if I understand this correctly, actually gave the Saudi government a little bit of extra money so that way they could build out a lot of their air bases, including Prince Sultan, within the Middle East to be big enough to not only conduct operations for their own Air Force, but to also have enough space to spare for U.S. force surgings into the area, considering that they're a part of the security assurance sphere. So this is the reason why Prince Sultan is such a large size, to where it can support a myriad of not only Saudi Air Force aircraft, which are fairly numerous, but also U.S. Air Force aircraft that are brought into the area. We also were able to see something similar within the Muwafaq Air Base inside of Jordan. And this picture came out today showing us a large row of F-35 Lightnings. And you could also see here that while these covered awnings generally do protect most aircraft from being visibly seen, there are a lot of them that either have their noses or their butts hanging out of the tents on the satellite pictures, which gives us a little bit of an idea of what's here right now. We can see that there's not only F-35As, we would assume in the United States Air Force, that are currently present, but there are also some F-15E Strike Eagles. We can actually see the rear tail sections hanging out from the back of the tents. We can also see a larger number of F-16s, and we can also see a massive number of nose cones sticking out of the awnings here on the upper side of the image, although we can't exactly tell what those are. The nose cones of the F-16 and the F-15 generally have the same profile looking from the top down. The F-16s is just a little bit wider, and it'd be really hard to tell the difference, especially from a satellite that's taking this picture at this graphical quality from orbit. So a little bit hard to say exactly what's in those top row of tents, but we can confirm that there are F-35s, F-16s, and F-15s at Muwafaq alone, which generally would be comprising an entire strike package. It appears that at the moment, a lot of people are largely getting the idea that because of the evacuations of U.S. forces out of vulnerable locations, locations like Bahrain and Qatar, and also due to the heavy U.S. air basings that are being seen inside of Jordan and Saudi Arabia, which was also indicative of Operation Midnight Hammer's impending reality that was going to be setting in the midst of last year in the summer. A lot of people are wondering when this war starts, because there's no doubt about it starting now. How long is this going to last? Is it going to last months, days, hours, an hour, minutes? How long is it going to last? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so just to reiterate this, right now the current U.S. military deployments near Iran are the biggest that have ever been seen in the region since the start of the 2003 Iraq War. So the question is, now that the U.S. has pretty much decided it's going to attack, because you don't make deployments like this unless you've actually given the order to carry out these attacks, how long do you think this will last once it gets started? 41% said the Iran war will last merely days, while 35% said the Iran war will last a few months, and 14% said the war will last a year or maybe a few years at that. So it looks like most people think it'll last merely days, which is a pretty short time frame for a war, which would presume it's going to be a shock and awe strategy. But just to give you an idea of exactly what's in the region, right now we're seeing 2 aircraft carrier strike groups, we're seeing 12 warships, we're seeing hundreds of fighter jets, multiple air defense systems, literally stationed everywhere throughout the entire region. We're also seeing 150 plus U.S. military cargo flights, another 50 plus fighter jets in just the last 48 hours alone, and also that includes F-35s, F-22s, and F-16s. And obviously that is a massive loadout right there. So this is huge. Like, there is no mistake about this. This is not a quick operation. This is a very big preparation for perhaps a multi-week air campaign on Iran. So this is a little bit interesting. This is definitely going to be fascinating when this kicks off. But back to the poll question, though, I ultimately think the war might last a little bit longer than just a few days, because Iran has a lot of ballistic missiles right now that they've restocked with. They have over 5,000 at least ballistic missiles in their stocks, and that will be something the U.S. will have to contend with. So I'm with the 35%. It could last up to a month or perhaps more than that, just because of how stocked Iran is with their ballistics. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that this sort of an operation, being optimistic, probably would only last for days. Of course, if we're saying the goal is to completely destroy Iran's military and governmental and administrative capabilities, it would probably only last for days. But I can tell you all this. If the U.S. military is left to its own devices, they never take a chance on anything. They're not going to keep an operation going for days. We could have conducted an air operation against the Iraqis in 1991 for a couple of days and then steamrolled them on the ground with the U.S. Army, and that would have been a surefire reality. But we generally like to operate off of a doctrine of what is called superior firepower, and that means that we will throw as many bombs as necessary at anyone anywhere until there's basically nothing left standing and no one left alive, and then once that's done, then the Army rolls in, if the Army even rolls in at all. And generally with U.S. Air Force air operations, much like any other battle or war that we fought over about the past 80 years, we generally emphasize a superior firepower doctrine, meaning that we will take an exorbitantly long amount of time to do something that we already achieved within the opening days of that operation, meaning that once we bomb the Iranian military and the Iranian government into basically cinders and generally rubble, we will keep bombing those cinders and rubble for weeks on end, maybe even months, until we are definitely sure that there is really nothing that even poses a threat at that point to U.S. interests, and then the United States, if they move in on the ground, will start to move in after that. With the amount of forces that are currently there, and what we generally know about right now, it is highly unlikely that there are any large amounts of U.S. ground forces that are currently there, which heavily removes the idea that there will be any sort of a ground incursion into Iran. If there is, it's mostly going to be fairly limited using special forces, considering that those are used in far smaller numbers than the regular army. And so for that reason, we're definitely not going to be seeing that U.S. forces will be moving in on the ground. But I have a feeling that due to the amount of forces, stratotankers, and multi-role aircraft that we have present within the area, along with all of our ground-based air defenses and so on, this operation looks to be aiming to last for a pretty long time, and it is going to be what a lot of people would describe in the public as a shock and awe campaign. This time, it's not really going to revolve around low-tempo air operations like, say, with strategic bombers like the B-2 Spirits. These air operations that are coming up are going to revolve around what is the backbone of the U.S. Air Force, which will primarily be the F-15s, the F-16s, and also the F-35s and the F-22s for air defense. That is generally what we're going to be seeing here in the near future, and that means that the attacks are going to be conducted across the entirety of the Islamic Republic of Iran for about weeks on end, highly likely. We'll probably also
by the way, I was going to mention something here. I heard today there's been a lot of misinformation running around, by the way. Like some people have noted this. There have been so many conflicting reports coming out today, like about the strategy that the U.S. might use against Iran. Some are still going with the shock and awe strategy. And I think that's the one they will probably end up using. But they're also alleging that the president might decide to go with a limited strike against Iran, which I'm a little bit on the fence about that. I'm not really sure if that's really something they would go for, because the amount of forces they've deployed doesn't indicate a limited strike. It indicates a very large strike. So that doesn't make much sense. We also heard a third strategy today, a speculation that maybe the U.S. might go specifically after the Ayatollah and the mullahs and go try to take out them and eliminate that whole threat, and then see what happens after he takes out the top government officials. So I don't know. To me, it seems like they're going to go for shock and awe. They're going to go all out. Like it seems like it's going to start off with a huge bang to me. I don't think they're going for limited, at least from what I'm seeing.
I don't think they're going to be going for a limited operation either. I don't think that that's going to be the case at all. And I also have to point out, folks, that air operations that last for weeks are generally beneficial because a lot like crushing a roach, once you crush one roach, the roaches begin to scatter. And some of them that were sitting still that you might have not noticed a minute ago, they're going to start moving, you're going to start noticing them. And that's generally what Army and, well, not Army, but generally military intelligence and even the CIA would be able to pick up on, is once we start crushing a couple of roaches in the opening days in Iran, a lot of the other roaches are going to start moving around. And then that makes it a lot easier for the U.S. Air Force to find them, locate them, target them, and then destroy them with that provided intelligence. So generally, I would say that we're probably going to be seeing that this is going to be a longer intensity air operation and one that's been a long time coming. The Iranians clearly are not going to give up their nuclear weapons programs. They've made that incredibly clear through 2 attempted negotiations at Muscat, Oman, and in Geneva, Switzerland in prior days, and they do pose an imminent national security threat to the United States of America over their continuous funding of terrorist forces within the Middle East, which are attempting to destabilize our sphere of influence within the region, also their continued actions and developments in terms of nuclear weaponry, and their endless pursuit in trying to produce and field an intercontinental ballistic missile that's capable of striking the continental United States. And not only that, the crimes against humanity that the Islamic Republic of Iran has conducted by killing 40,000 people about last month. So quite obviously there is some action that needs to be done, and I believe that it's going to be quite soon at this point. But nevertheless, a lot of people are also talking about the Iranians and their counterattack capabilities, because saying that the Iranians are going to get hit doesn't really add into the fact that the Iranians do have the option, at least within the region, to be able to try and hit back. We do understand that according to a very recent report, the Islamic Republic of Iran has around 5,000 missiles that are available to fire. I want to make it clear that we do not know how many transport erector launchers, TELs, they actually have to be able to fire off those missiles. So they might not have a large number of TELs, which are basically the rifles and the missiles are the bullets in this sort of equation here, to be able to fire off a large volley. We actually don't know how many TELs that they have, but they do have a large amount of missiles, at least according to what we've been able to ascertain. And it looks like a lot of people are wondering if generally coalition, if we were to call it that, air defenses throughout the region, including Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel's, Qatar's, Bahrain's, and Kuwait's, could possibly be overwhelmed by the Islamic Republic of Iran in some sort of a counterattack or a preemptive strike with their missile forces inside of Iran. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so Israel is assessing that Iran has over 5,000 ballistic missiles, which I have coined the Crayola arsenal, because it seems like they have every shade of color, or every crayon color there is, possibly with their missiles, which look like crayons, honestly. So they're saying, or at least Israel's claiming, that their air defense will be overwhelmed if Iran tries to launch most of those missiles. And what are your thoughts? 41% said it will be manageable damage, but still bad, while 30% said that will cause severe damage, and 23% said the U.S. and Israel will neutralize them all. And the trick is with this, even though Israel hypes up their air defense quite a bit, and it is potent, like the Iron Dome system and David Sling, that is a very potent combination. But we did see during the 12-day war that it got overwhelmed, not by the missiles necessarily, it got overwhelmed by the cheap drones that Iran keep firing at their system. So they had damage last time. It was pretty bad damage, actually. So That shocked some people, but I would say I'm with the 40%. It will be manageable damage. And also, by the way, that is the reason why I speculate the U.S. waited for all these aircraft carriers to get in position, because we have double the aircraft firepower this time around. During the 12-day war, we had only about half of what we currently have in the region. Now we've doubled it. So, take it, leave it, double it, whatever you want to call it. We are now able to protect Israel's airspace much better this time because of those air assets being moved into place. And also, we've had the chance to move air defense, ground-based air defense, into place as well. So there will still be damage. Make no mistake about it. Israel will get hit, and there probably will be incursions into their airspace, but it will be manageable. I'm with the 40%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd agree with the 40%. The damage is most likely going to be pretty decent, but it also will be manageable because we did see in the 12-day war that the Islamic Republic of Iran, generally, to be entirely honest, they easily overwhelmed Israeli air defense back then. It was actually in the opening day that they overwhelmed Israeli air defense, even with a decent amount of coalition air defense support for the Israelis. And for that reason, I'd have to say that the Israelis particularly are going to be taking a decent amount of damage. But I'll be upfront with y'all. I don't really think that U.S. forces, at least in this scenario, are going to be taking really any damage at all in their U.S. force basings in Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and elsewhere. Because U.S. Army air defense forces, from what we know right now, are primarily based around U.S. force buildups in Jordan and Saudi Arabia, at least on the ground, not in Israel. And that means that the air defense forces, specifically the THAAD batteries that are based around Prince Sultan, down just south of Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, are going to be out of range of trying to expend their missiles to defend the Israelis. So I generally believe that while the Israelis will take some damage, it will be manageable damage, but the U.S. armed forces will probably not take any damage in the midst of the engagement that's soon to come. I do also want to point out really quickly, well, a little bit of an interesting thing here, is that Israel does not seem to have learned from the prior incidents that it's had in 2024 and 2025 when the Islamic Republic of Iran conducted significant attacks on their nation. Back then, we were generally criticizing Israeli air defenses for not being modern enough, because both in 2024 and 2025, Israel came under significant attack by Iranian missile barrages and drone attacks over overwhelming periods of,
That is the cost-effective way that they've determined to take out these drones. I think that is the future of drone defense, is lasers. But like I said, they're testing it at a very critical time. So hopefully it works the way they intend, or otherwise it could be a disaster.
I'd have to say that it's probably not deployable or usable at the moment, because the Israelis actually, I'm thinking back really hard to remember this, because I remember that they stated the Iron Beam was in use in full deployment. And I think that was during the first Iranian missile attack on Israel, which happened way back in 2024 when Israel killed Nasrallah in Lebanon. The Iranians conducted an attack on Israel about 3 days later, and the Israelis were saying in the midst of that attack, we have pushed forward the Iron Beam in the service, and it's going to be here to defend the airspace. And then when we saw the 12-day war start a year later, basically to the day in 2025, we never saw any proof of the Iron Beam in use. And to be entirely honest, I think that the Iron Beam is more so of a propaganda weapon than anything right now, because it seems like beyond prototype videos of a proof of concept, we haven't seen any of them being mass-produced and deployed in larger numbers in Israel that we've ever seen proof of.
Oh, no. Now that is a good point. Like, we don't know exactly how many of these Iron Beam systems are deployed around Israel, but keep in mind that Israel is not a huge landmass. Like, it has a wide range of borders to protect. But on December the 29th of 2025, literally right at the end of last year, they put the first few systems into actual combat deployment. So it is actually deployed. Like, it's actually out there this time. But whether or not they have enough to actually make it worthwhile, that's another question entirely. We'll have to find out. Also, the Arrow 4 is apparently going into deployment soon as well. I'm not sure if it'll be in deployment before these attacks start happening, because I think it's still being deployed as we speak. And that's also not really a drone defense system. That's more of a missile-based defense system. So I think the Iron Beam will be used, but that's why, like I mentioned, we've also brought in the aircraft carriers, because we have to have the traditional air-based air defense, the F-16s, the F-35s. We need those there as well to supplement any type of failure that the Iron Beam might have. So that's why we moved that stuff in. And also Israel, I'm sure, was begging in the background for us to move that stuff in. So we did for that reason.
And also, I've seen some people in the chat. This is always a fallacy that I've seen a lot of times, and one that I think that's always worthwhile of addressing, because it's one that it would seem to make sense until you start to dig into it a little bit deeper. And it's the old and classic saying of, well, Iran has 5,000 missiles, and clearly that would do a lot of damage if they fired off all of those at one time. I have 5 million bullets right now, but I only have one rifle. How much damage could I do in 5 minutes? Not a lot, because I will not be able to fire all 5 million rounds of ammo out of a singular rifle in 5 minutes. It's physically impossible. And that's the same problem that Iran has, is that they have a bottleneck in terms of their availability on that rate of fire. They cannot fire all 5,000 of those in an overwhelming first attack, basically every single one of their missiles, in that first initial attack, and overwhelm everyone and completely destroy them. They only have about 70 TELs, which is basically the rifle in this sort of a weapon system. That means they can only fire about 70 missiles at a time, maybe at the best. They might have been able to get their hands on a couple of others since the 12-day war, and that might increase the number up to about 100 or so, but we understand that their ability to get a great amount of TELs is fairly low, meaning that the highest amount of missiles that we could see fired in any singular moment is maybe 100, and that would be about 100 per day, by the way, because it would take about an entire day afterwards for them to be able to rearm the system, get the GPS coordinates put into those missiles, and then drive them back out to their firing locations and then fire off the next volley. That means that we would only be dealing with about maybe 100 missiles fired per day, meaning that they could keep that rate of fire up for about a decent amount of time, probably about 50 days or so before they completely expended their stocks. But outside of that, that's also not considering that there is going to be what's called attrition. Attrition is a military term meaning that forces are eventually going to wear themselves down, or people are going to die. And that's something that always goes into the equation when we talk about military terms, is the attrition rate. And as far as the attrition rate is concerned, we did see that the Iranians did lose about 20 TELs out of about the 70 or 80 of them that they had during the 12-day war last year, just from Israeli airstrikes alone over a 12-day period. That means that their abilities to be able to fire off a large volley of missiles at Israel or the United States or anyone in the region within 12 days have been reduced by about 30%, meaning that they wouldn't even be able to have enough TELs to survive long enough to fire off 5,000 missiles, because once again, they don't have enough rifles to be able to fire off all of the ammunition they have in the quickest amount of time that they would need to be able to actually overwhelm and completely destroy U.S. or Israeli forces, or to completely expend all of their ammunition. And that's generally a fallacy and an argument that I've seen throughout the internet for weeks now, is that the Iranians have 5,000 missiles. Clearly, that'll be a lot of damage. You know, someone can have 5 million bullets, but they only have one rifle. They're only going to be able to fire so many bullets at a time. But outside of that, a lot of people are also talking about whether or not the president has generally issued the order already to strike Iran. You know, it looks like it. I mean, you know, naval forces being evacuated out of Bahrain and Qatar, that's a generally open and shut sort of a book there about what's going to be happening soon. We really don't do that unless if a strike is happening incredibly soon. So, Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so like the enforcer mentioned, the question is, has the U.S. president likely already issued the order to attack Iran? And 73% said yes, and 27% said no. And I would argue that the order was likely issued weeks ago. I've seen several news articles today claiming that the U.S. president could authorize strikes at any moment. That's just simply not the way these type of things work. In order to get this into motion, they had to give the order to deploy all these forces. And on top of that, they already had to go ahead and start scheduling the attack time frame that they were going to go for as well, because there's clearly a plan behind all of this. It's not just being moved into positions that way the president on a whim can decide, I feel like attacking today, I feel like attacking tomorrow. He probably leaves the timing up to the military, kind of like he did with Venezuela. The military was the one that controlled the time frame on that. They were waiting for good weather, and once the weather became really ideal for the attacks, they conducted the raid on Maduro's house. So I think the same thing's happening with Iran. They're simply waiting for enough military stuff to get into place and the right conditions to be met, and then they will carry out the president's order. I think it's been given already. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say really quickly, let me check on something really quickly, because I was about to kid around and, so yeah, good. This is exactly what we were looking for. So right now, the moon is currently in its waxing crescent. And I was about to make a joke that the U.S. has to wait for the stars and the moon to align and everything. And then I sat there and thought in my head, I was like, wait a minute, we actually do wait for the stars and moons to align for a strike. Because the thing that's a little bit interesting, folks, is that moonlight actually is a factor in military planning. At least the light that the moon reflects from the sun back onto the surface of the earth at nighttime. And that also means that usually we don't find it ideal to open up attacks against an enemy force with a full moon. We generally look for the moon to be at either completely darked out, which is a new moon, or something of a waxing and a waning crescent, meaning that the minimal amount of light being given off by the moon is currently being seen. And right now, we're in this phase right here called the waxing crescent. That's actually this weekend right now. And next weekend, it probably would be within the new moon cycle. So right now, we're seeing that there is a very minimal amount of moonlight that's going to be reflected towards the surface of the Earth. And that also means that right now would be an ideal time to start bombing Iran, because it's going to make it even that much harder to even see who in the world's bombing Iran in the middle of the night, which is going to be the proud aviators and pilots of the United States Air Force, Navy, and Marines. But outside of that, it would make it a lot harder for them to see exactly who those pilots are and also what aircraft they're flying to be able to try and shoot at them. So I would have to say that the orders have probably already been given, and also, like Matthew was saying, the president, it doesn't have like these mythical powers where he's just like, bomb someone, and then it happens literally within like 30 minutes. There's a lot that goes into preparing a military operation and then starting pretty much a full-on war. There's the stars and the moon that have to align for the larger part, or generally just the moon. There's also the fact of the weather. The weather has to be ideal for military operations to commence. Generally, we want clear weather, and also weather that's not incredibly turbulent. And then we also want to look for all of our forces being in the area, and for us to have overwhelming firepower offensively and defensively, meaning that the enemy, whoever we are that we're going to be fighting, really can't inflict any damage on us, even if we're going into an offensive or if they're shooting back at us. So all of those things have to be put into factor-in equation, amongst many other things as well, for us to be able to say, all right, this is the perfect time to conduct a war. Let's start it right now. And that's generally what we're seeing at the moment.
And also, you know, if the president wants to operate, like, for example, on a whim, like where he's like, okay, I just want to attack tonight. Let's just go in a few hours. It's like the military, like he may be the commander in chief, the president, but at the same time, the military leadership is going to object to that very, very strongly, because they don't want to do anything that's going to put their guys at risk like that. Because if the operation goes wrong, who's going to be blamed for it? Not just the president, but also the top generals that were leading the operation. They're going to get blamed as well. So they don't want that on their shoulders or on their record. So they're going to strongly object and tell the president, we have to wait until this date. And most likely, even with the president being kind of a little bit, you know, stubborn, he probably will bend to that objection, most likely, because he doesn't really know the ins and outs of the military, and the military generals do. So the military actually has a lot of power, like to influence the decision making here. And I would imagine that even though the president has a very, like I mentioned, a stubborn personality, he probably does defer quite a bit to the generals, especially Raising Cane, who right now is the top liaison with the president. Probably a lot of leverage between those two.
And also, here's another thing that a lot of people have to consider. Imagine how bad that would look considering everything that's going on, always in politics, and there's always a huge amount of pushback to whoever's the president, but particularly right now. Imagine if they just said, I don't care, bomb them tonight, and then the U.S. wasn't ready, and hundreds of U.S. service members get killed over the next 3 days because the U.S. wasn't ready to defend itself from an incoming Iranian attack, and we also weren't really ready to conduct a successful offensive. So our offensive would completely fail, and it would be an absolute defeat, and then the U.S. forces in the region would be getting hammered by the Iranians in the days to follow. That would be an absolute failure. That would completely, basically, dunk on the reputation that the president may have with the rest of the public, because nobody's going to sit there and say, you see, the president was playing 4D chess after all by getting 400 U.S. soldiers killed overnight, because we wanted to do that to make the Iranians think we're weak, but we're really strong, and now we're going to be coming in with the real pounding here in a little bit. That's not how it works. Everyone will look at that like that was absolutely horrendous, and he had basically just thrown away hundreds of men's lives for no purpose and for no reason, and there wasn't even any gain out of it. So that also is a huge part of the equation as well, is to make sure that we're absolutely ready, so that way if it happens, it doesn't end up being an unmitigated failure, meaning that you still have to take all of those factors into consideration like we were talking about prior. But moving on from
do you think they'll wait for a weekday? Like, do you think, because we're still seeing today, by the way, folks, we're still seeing stratotankers and cargo aircraft moving into the Middle East, even tonight on Friday, which is kind of interesting, because we thought that maybe it could happen this weekend, and it still could happen. It's very possible. We're seeing the evacuations from Bahrain, from the naval forces. So that's a big sign that things are coming. But I wonder if they're going to wait for a weekday, because we had mentioned before that they're getting a little bit predictable about waiting until the markets are closed after Friday night and then into the weekend. That's usually when they've been conducting attacks so far. So they could be thinking in their own heads, we want to change it up a bit and maybe wait until a weekday. Because remember, I mean, some wars in the past have started like on Thursday evenings. Like, it's happened before. So I wouldn't be surprised if they try to switch it up this time.
Man, this time, man, instead of attacking from the east, Hexas going to order them attack from the west. Oh, excellent, absolute strategy, man. It's going to be something like that. Oh, man. I tell you.
Also, you see all the misinformation running around, by the way. Like today, there's literally like these so-called like reputable journalists that have been around for ages. It's like, you're telling me that they don't know what their sources are saying? Like, one journalist from one of these major mainstream outlets will say, there's strikes happening tomorrow. The next one will say, from another reputable organization, supposedly, they'll say, no, that's not true. You're all wrong. It's like, come on now. Like, y'all aren't getting that mixed up. Like, one of you is lying. You're putting out misinformation on behalf of the government, very clearly so. When this starts happening, when the confusion starts like that, that's usually a strong sign that something's about to happen, because that's usually when the whole OPSEC campaigns start, misinformation intentionally to confuse people, including the Iranians.
Yeah, that's definitely the case, and it's always interesting to watch that, because you'll always notice, folks, that some people within the large mainstream news outlets, whenever a strike starts coming around, they either get really quiet or they just start saying the complete opposite. Like, they'll be like, oh, peace is on the horizon. We have peace in the Middle East now. Everything's good. Or they'll say something like, oh, the U.S. isn't doing anything that would clearly show that they're about to go to war. That's ridiculous. And then 2 days later, the Iranians will get bombed or something along those lines. So it's definitely coming around. Right now, the actual mainstream news landscape is so confused and mired at the moment. There's no question about it. We are in the midst of either preparing for the actual strike, which is coming incredibly soon, or we are going to be striking them right now, and we're already ready. It's one or the other. So with that, we are going to be moving on into the rest of our news that we've gotten out of the area, as we did get to hear today that the Iranians did unfortunately execute 9 prisoners at dawn, who were executed today, and 7 were convicted of murder, 2 on drug offenses. Not officially announced, according to the Human Rights Association. Moving on out of that, we've also been able to hear that the USS Abraham Lincoln is still ready for long-term operations, and generally all U.S. forces within the area are ready for these operations that are soon to follow. The U.S. is trying to give a little bit of an out to the Iranians, but I also have to point out that the amount of forces that we have in the Middle East, or at least are preparing to conduct actions in the Middle East, are so large that we can't even put all of them in the Middle East, which is something insane. We've actually been able to see that in Crete, near to the city of Chania, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, we've been able to see that there are even U.S. military aircraft that are now building up on the island of Crete, which is about as close as they can get to the Middle East, but still showing that they are running out of room to even base U.S. forces in the Middle East on. We've also been able to see that the Sofia International Airport in Bulgaria has now been closed effective immediately, and we were able to see that the Sofia International Airport put out the following NOTAM. Runway 9 and 27, which I also had to point out that the Sofia International Airport is the only runway, well, it has only one runway, and it is runway 9 and also runway 27. It's the same runway, but it's numbered differently from both directions, and that's a huge rabbit hole to go into why that's the case for every runway in the world, but that's how runways are numbered. But nevertheless, the only runway at the Sofia International Airport was closed for all flights except military flights. That was the specific reasoning that was given right here, which is now showing that the Sofia International Airport in Sofia, Bulgaria is being used to ferry U.S. forces endlessly 24/7 either into the Middle East or into air bases incredibly close to the Middle East.
Yeah, what if I could tell you that I could actually bring you onto the ground there and show you exactly what's happening at that airport? Go check the top of the Twitter page. I've got you a picture showing the deployments that are currently at that base. As you can see, right, well, not the base, but the airport. But as you can see there, that appears to be a lot of Stratotankers sitting there right on the side. I think that is right off the side of the runway. So that's a lot. And also, that's just a few of them, I think, that we're seeing there in that picture.
Let me see where that would be.
Also, by the way, Twitter rando struck again, it looks like.
Let's see here. I'm trying to see if I can see any identifying landmarks. There's some parking lots. Wait a minute. I think it's around here somewhere is where these aircraft are currently at, because there's a parking lot right here. There's actually a little building, like a row house, down there close to the area. Oh, it might be around here. It might be around here because there's that little row house building, and then there's one behind it, which kind of is right here. So this picture could have been taken from around here, near to this high-rise here, looking towards the airport. But it does appear that there are some larger amounts of KC-135s that are at the Sofia International Airport at Bulgaria, as this picture proves right here, which generally shows why the airport is closed for military air traffic. Twitter randos be working hard. I mean, like, I tell you, they'd be putting in those hours. I mean, hell, maybe the CIA ought to hire all the Twitter randos at this point to work for them, because I think they do pretty good intelligence gathering on basically everyone at this point. But outside of that, though, it does appear that we were also able to see that pasta and lobster is being handed out for some U.S. forces within the region.
Yeah, also, by the way, I have to give a caveat with this. Some service members hopped in the comments there because we will make a disclaimer. We have not served in the military, so we're not familiar with how they feed the soldiers. So apparently, according to veterans of the military, when you're on a forward deployment like this, like these soldiers right here apparently are in the picture, apparently every Friday you get fed really good top-notch food like pie, lobster, and crab and stuff like that. So that's apparently what's happening here. So it's not entirely out of the ordinary for deployed soldiers to get fed like this, but some people, including us for a little while, thought that maybe that was a big deal. So apparently it's not.
And apparently it isn't. But I do have to say that it does look pretty tasty. You know, the lobster, the steak, the taters, the key lime pie. Ooh, that looks
pie
good.
Looks good right there. Honestly, it looks like it'd make you sick. Like, it's a lot of rich food right there in one sitting.
But I'll have to say this. It still looks bussin'. I mean, that is pretty good looking food. You know, folks, I've always heard that the food in the military is pretty good stuff. Is that true? I know that we have a lot of veterans here. Is that true, folks? Is it good stuff? Yeah, are those MREs good? You know, they're designed to keep you constipated so that way you don't have to take so many trips to the loo on the battlefield. You know that, right, folks? Y'all know that, don't you? Of course y'all do. But anyways,
man, I'll pass on the crab, lobster, and the pie and all that. I'll take the scrambled eggs they put in the bag. You know, that type you shake up in the huge bag and like boil it and stuff. I'll take that. I'm happy with that.
And also, I see a lot of people saying, no. Yeah, you know, the whole thing about the food in the military is great. I've generally heard from folks that I know it's not that good. Sadly, you would think it's good, but apparently it's not. But outside of that, though, we have also been able to see that the Gerald R. Ford has entered the Mediterranean today. There it is out there. Would y'all believe that that's actually Africa behind it over there?
Really?
Yeah, you know, the Strait of Gibraltar is only 8 miles wide. It's actually thinner than the Salt Lake is. Like, here, I'll show it to you right here. Like, here is the thinnest part just about of the Strait of Gibraltar, and it is only about 9 miles across. I think the shortest it actually is 8, because I've always heard that at the thinnest it's 8 miles across. That is compared to our Great Salt Lake here in Utah, which at its narrowest is, let's see, this would be about its narrowest from actual shoreline to shoreline here. From shoreline to shoreline, the Great Salt Lake is about 30 miles across. So kind of giving you all a little bit of an idea of scale here. Actually, as a matter of fact, Matthew, we measured the water that the Salt Lake currently encompasses at the moment. That is still 11 miles across from Antelope Island to Stansbury Island, which is a couple of miles wider even than the Strait of Gibraltar. So funnily enough, that is actually Morocco over there in the background behind the Gerald R. Ford.
Oh, that's a beautiful scenery, by the way. This is the one that's been on deployment for ages, hasn't it? Like, this will be the ones that have been on like the longest deployment for like decades, right?
Yeah, it might be setting the record deployment.
Yeah, so at least they got to see some beautiful scenery before they go into a hellish situation, at least, because they're about to get bogged down probably for a while, and which is unfortunate because they've been out here for too long of a time, honestly. But they got to see some nice scenery and go through some nice areas, I guess. But they're about to have to hunker down for a long haul.
Yeah, they definitely are, and I'd have to say, I feel like folks, I feel like the military ought to be really generous to these guys, because I'm going to tell you, a lot of people are always proud of their service in the military, but when it comes to stuff like this, considering that a lot of these sailors, the enlisted guys at least, are currently on a 4-year contract, which is the minimum from basically all branches in the military right now, a lot of them are going to be second guessing whether they want to re-enlist, because this deployment here, folks, is actually going to be an entire quarter of most of these guys' enlistment periods. Maybe we ought to give them all some sort of, not just hazard pay. I'm not talking about, your normal pay schedules and stuff like that they give out normally. Maybe we ought to give them some bonus pay, especially if they set a record. I don't know if that currently exists in the Navy, but if it doesn't, I think that should seriously be considered, because these guys are going to be out at sea probably for an entire year, maybe even a little bit longer than that. This is going to be setting quite literally the longest deployment record in modern history ever since the end of the Second World War. And I wouldn't like to think that a lot of these guys end up becoming, I guess you could say, disillusioned with the Navy, especially with the skill sets that they have and the experience that they'll have under their belt at that point, and then decide not to re-enlist. So I think that they definitely need to be given some special treatment, so that way they would feel happy enough to re-enlist once their contracts come up to term. But moving on.
But they already got the Warrior dividend, though. Like, remember, they already got the 1776 Warrior dividend. It wasn't special to the soldiers here or the sailors on the vessel, but everybody got one at least a while back. I'm not sure. Like, if anybody in here is active duty military, let us know. Did you ever get that Warrior dividend? Because I'm not in the military, so I wouldn't know if I got it or not because I'm not in it. But I'd be curious to know if that actually got paid out, because we never really heard the end of that.
Well, from the folks I've heard, around the grapevine, no one's gotten it. So,
Really?
Yeah.
Like, nobody?
Like, not that I've heard of. Like, nobody's told me about it. And when I asked them about it, which was a couple of weeks ago, no one had gotten it yet. So I don't think anyone's getting it at the moment.
Oh, it looks like a lot of people were saying yes, though. Maybe it was just some branches or some folks didn't get it yet. Maybe they'll get around to it.
Maybe they got it after the last time I asked a couple of weeks ago, because I had been hearing that, like, everyone was like, no, I haven't gotten that yet. I don't even know about that, really. But, all the folks I'm talking to, folks, they were in some of the nice, the real cushy branches. I don't want to get into which ones, but I hadn't heard from them that they had gotten it. So it appears that a lot of people have, and it looks like a small number, like a tiny number, is saying no. But the majority is yes. Everyone's saying that they did. So moving on from that, it is time I'll have to go and check on my friends again now and see when they got it, because I guess it was after the last time I asked them, because the last time I had heard, they were all like, no. And then one of them was like, what the hell is that even? And I was like, well, it's like, well, you haven't heard of the money you're supposed to get? But anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to get on over into Lebanon really quickly as well, as we were able to see that the Israelis have been striking Lebanon significantly here within the last day, as they're trying to basically grind Hezbollah down to a nub, so that way when this war starts, Hezbollah also can join in and try and overwhelm Israeli air defenses from extremely close ranges.
Also, by the way, Howard Mendelson said, how much is 1776 after taxes? I think it was tax-free. I don't think it was, I think it was tax-exempt.
But wasn't that the housing allotment money that they were supposed to get anyways, and then it was literally just taken out of that fund, repackaged, and then given to them in a different way?
It could have been. I'm not really sure. Possibly.
I mean, it's like, if you were already going to get that money, it's like, did you really even get it? It's like, you're supposed to get it anyways. But anyways, moving on from that, we also saw that the Israelis were also conducting airstrikes within eastern and northern Lebanon. Take a look at that. We also saw in this clip as well a little bit of the video of the damage. And we also were able to see that as well in these clips here. So with that, we are going to be moving on out of that little bit of news in Lebanon, and then we're going to be moving on generally out of the Middle East for a moment and on into just a tidbit more of the Middle Eastern news that's been coming out from the rest of the world here really quickly. We did see that large amounts of flights were still ongoing today into the area of the Middle East. We were able to see a large number of C-17, C-5 Galaxies making their way in and out of the Middle East, and right now, folks, why heavens, the airspace is looking a little silent. Now, that's quite interesting. Huh. You know, Matthew, this airspace is so quiet here. It looks like it's the beginning of something. You know what I mean?
Possibly. But right now, though, it's 7:35 a.m. in Tehran. So it's just the break of dawn at this point right here. So the light is starting to shine, and I don't think the roaches are coming out during the day. So I have a feeling it's not going to be tonight.
Oh, no, I'm not saying it's going to be tonight. I mean, we've already passed that period. But, you know, generally you usually see a winding down of supply and cargo flights into what's about to become active combat airspace, usually about a day or two before it actually goes down. And I'd have to say that right now, the flights that are going in and the flights that are coming out, they're far smaller in number, folks, at the very moment that we're on stream right now than prior days. I mean, even over here, most of the flights that are currently up that the U.S. Air Force is running, most of them are actually westbound back to the United States, and only 2 of them are eastbound heading towards CENTCOM. So this is an exceedingly small number of flights compared to prior days. So, you know, a little bit interesting right there. You know, it's making you wonder. It's making you wonder what's going to be going on this weekend. You know, I don't mean to be saying a lot about it, but it looks like someone's going to be getting down to business. That's what I'm trying to get at here, folks. If you understand, like, put 2 and 2 together. At least let me speak English here. I don't know what the hell's going on tonight. I feel like I'm having a hard time speaking English. I think it's this tiny little headache that I have. But anyways, we also were able to see in Serbia that the Serbian government has also notified their citizens to depart Iran immediately. So everybody has been notifying their people to leave. Also, here's the direct statement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Serbia. Due to increased tensions and the risk of deterioration of the security situation, it is recommended that all citizens of the Republic of Serbia who are currently in the Islamic Republic of Iran leave the country as soon as possible. That sounds like they're also getting the idea. This is very soon around the corner right now. But of course, who's to say? You know, this could be a month away. Folks. There's it could be a month away. It could be literally tomorrow. Who knows?
But the president said they had 10 days at the most. So that means they really probably have like 2 days.
Probably, yeah. You know, and also, speaking of that, they did say that today. Well, the president said that today. And we also were able to hear that the president has also stated that they're considering a proposal that allows Iran a token nuclear enrichment if it leaves no possible path to a bomb, according to senior U.S. officials. The Iranians aren't going to take that. They aren't going to accept that at all. And also, I saw someone down here say low enrichment caps, 3 to 5%. That would literally be unusable. I mean, like, you know, enriching anything to 3 to 5% would be completely unusable. You would have to enrich to a minimum of a 60% grade for most fuel grade nuclear material, at least from what we know. Some other reactors can operate on lower grade fuel, you know, around the 40% mark, but 3 to 5%, I mean, you're literally doing basically nothing to the uranium ore at that point. It's hardly anything, and it would still be completely unusable. So the Iranians would never accept that if that was the proposition, because the Iranians would be saying, well, what the hell's the point of agreeing to that? We were literally axing our entire enrichment ability anyways, because it's such a low enrichment level that we're capable of achieving. But nevertheless, that is all of the news that we have gotten out of the middle of the East today. And it is time for us, folks, to move on into the rest of our news for the night. And we have some major news that's come out today. A little bit of news from the Caribbean, but tremendously large news that came out today from Ukraine. Ukraine just went and blew up basically the only Iskander factory in the entirety of the Russian Federation today. And they also have been causing the Russians some very significant headaches on the front, as they have now taken more ground in just about a week than the Russians have been able to take over the course of the past 3 years. So they're not really doing too well, at least the Russians are. And we're about to be getting into that news here in just a minute. But before we do, I do have to say a tremendous thanks to the 20,000 people who have been here live tonight, and also the 90,000 people who have watched this stream in the first hour and 9 minutes. Because if it wasn't for folks like y'all, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. We wouldn't be able to have an audience to talk to. We wouldn't be able to tell everyone the news. And we're always entirely honored and extremely appreciative of the hundreds of thousands of people who come here every single day and the millions who come here every month to be able to get their news from this channel. We are very proud to know that a lot of y'all consider this channel to be your primary source of news. And if you're new to the channel tonight, please make sure to subscribe. I've said this yesterday and a day before, but this is a fairly true statement right now. With what's about to happen down in the Middle East, if you subscribe right now and hit that bell button, we run streams whenever anything happens that's major. Basically every day, we run streams at a set time, 10 p.m. Eastern time, 6 days a week, every day but Monday, covering the past 24 hours of news. So it's an incredibly reliable news network that we have here. We are literally on every day, pretty much without any fail. The last time we've ever had to cancel a show was, I believe, 4 or 5 months ago, if I'm not mistaken. But outside of that, we also go out of our way to break our schedule and go live immediately if something major is happening, like the U.S. is immediately bombing Iran or, capturing Maduro or anything along those lines. We go live instantaneously. So if you subscribe right now and hit that like button, here in maybe the next 2 or 3 days, or maybe next weekend when this actually starts, y'all are going to get a notification on the spot right when the first bomb falls that we're going live and we're covering the news as it's happening. So make sure to subscribe. It is going to pay off dividends for you, at least if you want to see what's happening in real time once this kicks off, because we are definitely going to be going live immediately once we hear the smell of gunpowder is in the air inside of Iran. But with that in mind, before we move on into the rest of our news, I do want to make sure that we take a little bit of a pause here and answer a couple of questions before we get on into all of the major news that we have for the rest of the night. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so getting our first 3 super chat questions here. Our first one is going to go to none other than Nick Hines. And thank you very much, Nick, for that very generous $100 support once again tonight. And we appreciate that very, very much. And Nick said, LSA forever, LSA for president and vice president. And I've heard that Russia has 4 months until economic collapse. And thoughts, kings amongst men. Oh, that's too high praise right there. Thank you very much, Nick, for that. We appreciate it.
Nick, that's incredibly high praise from our friend up there in Canada. I got to say, we got a lot of friends up there in Canada, and I hope that you've all been doing well up there. I hear that Canada is beautiful this time of year with the snow all around. And folks, we actually finally got snow on all of our mountains around here. It's really cool. It looks like we're in a winter wonderland out here now. Really neat. And I got to say, a huge thanks to you and your vote for president and vice president here in 2040. We're both going to be up for election in 2040. I'll be on the presidential ticket because I've sworn up and down that I got to be. and of course, Matt will be the vice president. And then once I get done with my 2 terms, then Matthew will have to pick a vice president that isn't me, because if it was me, then that could create a constitutional crisis. And then he'll run for another 2 terms. So y'all will have nothing but...
Actually, I was going to go for CIA director. At that point, nepotism will not be something looked down upon. It'll be celebrated. So we shouldn't have a problem at all if I become the CIA director.
Hooray! Like nepotism. Beyond that, I do thank you unbelievably for the incredible support. Folks like you make this thing possible. We run an ad-free and sponsor-free show. It's folks like you who actually fund our operations and help us to do this as a full-time job. And I would have to say, Nick, that timetables like that are always rough to work with, and it would always seem like it would be great to have an idea of when is Russia truly going to collapse. And I've always said, ballparking it's maybe a year and a half from now. But the reality is that I don't even know, and that's really the best estimate that I can make. 4 months, I would say that the Russians are going through pretty hard times right now, and it definitely is, without a doubt. In 4 months, they're going to be very bad off. But I'd also have to say, at the same time, however, that might not be accurate, because there's a million changing variables when it comes to economics on a day-to-day basis. So while Russia might have survived 4 months from now on the current timetable, something might happen in the future, like maybe an easing of 1 or 2 sanctions that allows for them to extend that to about another 4 months, and now it's 8 months. And so I would say that I still would go with the idea that Russia will probably suffer a very significant collapse within a year. At this point, not a year and a half, probably about a year from now, and that will probably put them into a crisis mode. But I don't think it's going to happen within 4 months, because the Russian economic collapse so far has been happening surprisingly far slower than we expected. And so for that reason, I'm generally going to give a lot more leeway in our timetable, like we've been doing for a while now, and say that it probably would take another year from this point for the Russians to actually suffer about a complete financial collapse. But that's my opinion, though, and I could be wrong. I mean, like the high likelihood is that snowballing or really crystal balling is the best way to put that. Crystal balling like that is almost always inaccurate. Almost nobody can get that right, because predicting the future is a very uncertain sort of a profession, and so many things change from day to day. The future changes day to day on what's going to be happening by tomorrow. That would be my ballpark estimate, is maybe a year. 4 months sounds a little too soon to me, so I'd say that one's probably inaccurate. But if it happens in 4 months, I mean, color me shocked and surprised, and not in a bad way. It'd be in a pleasant way, because if the Russians financially collapse completely within 4 months, the war in Ukraine is going to be ending a lot sooner. But a huge thanks to you for the support, and also in our favor, which is the more important part of this whole thing, is that if it ends sooner, it's also going to be in our favor, because the Russians just won't be able to afford to continue the war. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, Nick, and a huge thanks to you so much for those unbelievably kind words and helping us to keep this thing running. And so with that, we are on and into the next one.
All right, and our second one here goes to Grand Moff Clubby. And thank you very much, Grand Moff, for that $100 support. And we appreciate you very much as well for that generosity. And they said, here is a great contribution from the Imperial Remnant. The White House needs to stop wasting time. And as soon as the USS Gerald R. Ford arrives, they need to begin. Enough delays with these negotiations and all that BS. LOT-LSA, and long live the Empire.
Long live the Empire. Long live the Republic is what I love to say. It's a beautiful republic, and we have our problems from time to time, and sure, I mean, some people might not be too happy with the U.S. government either in this term or the last term, or people might not be that happy with the economy, but I'll say it, I'm very proud to be an American, not because of the government, but because of the people of the United States of America, from the cities to the countryside. All of them play their role in this nation every day, and we're always incredibly proud of them, I'd say. But I would also have to say, the U.S. has got to stop wasting time. I mean, this is truly something that would be ridiculous if at this point right now we then stalled again. I mean, that would be nutty. We just need to get on to it.
Yeah.
And the Iranians are a huge threat. And I also got to say that a lot of people always come here and go, oh, this is something that I get. This is something that just gets me cracking up. Are you an Israeli? Was the war with Iran promised to you 3,000 years ago? America doesn't have a bone to pick with Iran. These people must be stupid. I just got to say that up front. Because how in the world can you look at a country that ends every parliamentary session with a chant, death to America, death to Israel, as a friendly country? I mean, people literally kid
they
themselves
really
into
like
delusions these days that Russia and Iran are our friends. You know what they would do if they saw you in real life, going over to Russia and going, hello, I'm your friend. I'm from America, and I really like you, and you like me. They go, that is great. Off to front line with you. You're now conscripted to special military operation. And if you go to Iran, they call you an infidel, and they probably put you in prison. They probably harass you because you're an American, because they don't really care if you like them or not. The thing is that you are an American. And they have a deep-seated hatred for anyone who's an American, whether you like them or not. And that's why it's really out of my court even to go, well, I mean, maybe there's some sort of a sympathetic thing to be had for Russia and Iran. Because if I went over there, you know what the Russians would do? The Russians would probably put Matthew and me in prison up front because of what we said about them. They don't even respect the freedom of speech over in the Russian Federation for us to criticize them and then get away with it. We would basically go to prison immediately and then probably be executed in prison in the meantime.
We'd get the dart frog treatment, I think. We'd end up like Navalny, probably. Just disappearing off into the wild blue yonder one day, never being seen again. Then all of a sudden, there he's gone. Nobody knows what happened to him. And it turns out the dart frog got him. But also, it's like these goofy arguments. I hear people all the time these days. They're saying, Israel just wants a war with Iran. They just want it. It's like, well, I mean, the U.S. really finds the war to be necessary as well because they're developing nuclear weapons. And everybody's always saying, oh, it's the defense industry. They're pushing for war because they want to make money. Well, I mean, obviously they want to make money. I mean, it's the whole point of a defense company is to sell weapons. But that doesn't negate the fact that Iran is actually, like the enforcer said, saying death to America, developing nuclear weapons, building these massive missile cities that they currently have around their country, and manufacturing missiles at a huge pace. The only reason they would do that, by the way, is so that way they could attack Israel and our bases in the region. So nobody really wants a war. Nobody really out there that has any sense about them is like, oh yeah, I just love war. But sometimes they're necessary. Like you can't shy away from them all the time. And also we can't get so caught up with, Israel might want it or that or another. It's like if it serves American interests, then we have to do it. That's the bottom line.
And here's the thing that I always find funny. Everyone goes, oh, the Israelis want it. Who gives a shit about the Israelis? I mean, I'm just going to be a little bit upfront here. Who gives a damn what they want? This has nothing to do with them. This has something to do with us. If Iran creates a nuclear weapon and they also have an ICBM to boot, that ICBM is going to be aimed at Israel. They can already hit Israel with a nuclear weapon if they make it. They're making that ICBM to kill me. That's what they're doing it for. And all of y'all, we're all a threat here. Every single one of us is in the United States. Because if the Iranians only had a bone to pick with Israel, okay, then that means they shouldn't be making an ICBM. But every single time we approach them about the topic of going, hey, why don't you just not make the ICBM? They go, hell no, we're not ever not going to make an ICBM. We're definitely making one. And what point would they have to do that? Their IRBMs can basically reach everyone in Europe. And their short-range ballistic missiles can definitely reach Israel. We've already seen that. The only people that they can't hit right now and kill are us in the United States directly with an ICBM. So that's why they're making one. I mean, like, for people who say the Iranians have nothing against the United States, well, why the hell are they trying to create weapons that will kill Americans in our homeland here? That generally goes against that whole argument. Because if they didn't have any bone to pick with us, why would they be going out of their way to develop a weapon that could kill all of us over here in the United States? That's my question, and there's no good answer to that, because they really do hate us, and they want us dead, and it doesn't line up with the whole notion that people are going around going, oh, the Iranians are just misunderstood. This isn't a modern Disney Pixar movie where the villain is not an actual fiendish bastard who's, who is just absolutely rotten to the core, and then it's just unfortunately misunderstood once you get to know a little bit about them. These people are inherently evil in the Iranian government. At least from our end, in our perspective, they want us all dead. They don't really care if you like them or not, or if you are sympathetic to them or not. So I would say that, for one, I don't really care. I'll make this clear. I don't give a damn what the Israelis want right now. This is more about us. We cannot let the Iranians continue to threaten our control of the oil flowing out of the Middle East, and we also can't let them threaten to kill millions of Americans with a nuclear weapon, because they get one, and they also have an ICBM to shoot it at us with. So I hope that does address that the best I possibly can. And I also got to say an unbelievably massive thanks to you so much once again for that humongous support and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and help us keep this thing rolling. And I hope that you liked my 2 cents on the analysis side of things here. And so let's see. And also I see someone saying, well, a lot of people in America care what Israel wants. But that doesn't matter. I mean, like, a lot of people care about what's going on in the UK, but that doesn't really matter either. I mean, like, those sorts of things, I don't really know why anyone cares. I'll just be entirely honest with you. And this is something that I always talk about every night. These are not countries we live in as Americans. It doesn't really matter. I mean, it's like if Israel is a country that, say, has like the Shin Bet and, Netanyahu's a questionable guy and he's under a criminal prosecution right now, that doesn't really matter too much. And if in Britain, they're doing one thing or another with that doesn't really matter too much either. We're Americans. We're looking out for American and Western interests, and that means that we're looking out for Americans that are living here in the homeland as U.S. citizens. We're looking out for the citizenry. So we generally, rub elbows with and, grease the palms of whoever we need to around the world to be able to go and do what we need so that at the end of it all, it's benefiting the citizenry of the United States. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I possibly can. And with that, we're going to be on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news.
And this one goes to Ted Marshall, who puts in a $50 support, very generous as well, and we appreciate you very much, Ted, for helping to keep the channel running with that support. He said the State of the Union address is on Tuesday, and do y'all think that POTUS will wait until afterwards, that way he doesn't have to talk about it? And I don't think you'd have any reason to wait, to be honest, because I can understand where you're coming from, that he doesn't really want to say that he started a war. But the problem is, though, this thing is going to start nonetheless. There's too many assets in the region. So not talking about the State of the Union, I think, honestly, he might want to report success at the State of the Union. It's possible he might wait, but I'm kind of leaning toward the idea that he might want to say, we've done X, Y, and Z, and we're making good progress. That's a possibility. Some people have speculated that maybe he might order the attack or authorize the attack during the State of the Union on Iran, but I'm not totally sure or convinced about that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say I'm also in the camp with Matthew there. I think that it's not really going to matter too much about the State of the Union, because the thing is that he wouldn't be able to claim that he's the president of peace in the next State of the Union after that one, a year later, because, the whole war with Iran thing is still going to be on everyone's minds, because this isn't going to be a short campaign, like a day or so. This is going to be far longer than that. And also, it's really hard for him to say he's the president of peace when we already bombed Venezuela and nabbed Maduro out of Venezuela. That already generally went against the face of that, and also the threats to annex Greenland also went against the wind of that as well earlier this year too. So that wouldn't really be a good claim already at a State of the Union. It would more so just be, look at how well we bombed Iran. I mean, they're basically helpless at this point by the time the State of the Union comes around.
So
I think that no matter what happens, the State of the Union will just be structured around it to make it sound like an absolute success no matter what. So if it hasn't been bombed yet, then what we did with Venezuela and threatening to annex Greenland, those were great things. And then if we have bombed Iran, then those things are going to take the wayside, and they'll just be small additional points, and then we'll be saying, look how well we've bombed Iran. That's generally how the State of the Union will probably work, depending on whatever happens. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I possibly can. A humongous thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, folks, it is time for us to move on and into the rest of the news that we have for the night. And we're going to give you a little bit of an appetizer here in the Eastern Caribbean for our European news, as we were able to hear that the Southcom Command has struck another narco-terrorist vessel.
What's going to happen?
This one had what appears to be 3 outboard motors. And bam, there we go.
Oh dear, he says this was an appetizer. I'm not sure if this is an appetizer. I guess you could say instead of the blooming onion, this is the exploding onion. I guess you could say
something around that, or maybe it's that. Let's see, what is it? Maybe it's just the onion. Maybe it's
jalapeno popper.
Jalapeno popper,
onion ring.
That's a pretty good one. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on out of the Eastern Caribbean. Just a little update there. It was a slam with a hellfire. The boat's out. So that's that. Moving us on into Europe now, because we do have a lot of news coming out of Europe. We have been able to hear some interesting developments for today. For one, the Polish have now officially, as of today, completely withdrawn from all landmine treaties, according to the Polish government, to allow for the defense against Russia. We do understand that they've already been in the works on that for a while, and they've already been producing anti-tank and anti-personnel landmines for a minute, but their withdrawal from the treaties was announced a couple of months ago and has gone into effect from what we know today. So now they're going to be moving on into developing significant minefields and defensive lines around Kaliningrad and the Belarusian borders, along with the Lithuanians, which are doing the same, to be able to prepare for the eventuality that the Russians might try an offensive through the Suwalki Gap area, and hopefully the Poles and the Lithuanians will be able to hold them off and keep the corridor open for as long as physically possible. Outside of that, we've also been able to hear that within the Russian Federation, it appears that the Russian government is trying to take further control, according to some Russian vloggers inside of the Russian Federation. Before everyone else, well, almost. Mobile operators are now required to disconnect communications at the request of the FSB. They will not be held responsible for service interruptions in such cases. The corresponding law was signed by Vladimir Putin. So it appears that they're allowing for even further control to be taken of the Russians' communication systems. And boy, howdy, folks, I gotta say, that is quite an interesting one, to say the least. It does appear that the Russians are really trying to cramp down on that whole freedom of speech thing inside of Russia as much as they can. And we believe that it is still because some sort of a declaration of a mass mobilization may be coming up here soon, maybe even imminently, and they're trying to meet that at the head so that way everyone can't become too outraged in Russia over that issue. We've also been able to hear outside of that it appears that China is circumventing any sort of a trade embargo or sanction with the Russian Federation that the United States has leveraged by apparently working towards importing the equipment, I believe it is, to Indonesia and Thailand, and then having it shipped from there and into Russia. This is generally circumventing the sanctions that have existed in the past and allowing for the Russian Federation to still access a lot of dual-purpose goods, including a larger amount of FPV drones and also other forms of drones that the Russian Federation has been using against Ukraine. But before we get on into that topic and also what else has happened in Russia today in any further detail, I do want to make sure that we talk about this fairly large development that we're hearing about the Russian Federation's communications blackouts and greater attempted control once again. And once again, to recap this here really quickly to give the poll a little bit more time to get some votes in, it does appear that the Russian Federation is now allowing the FSB to generally tell mobile operators, which are the operators of mobile phone plants and such, to be able to disconnect communications at their request. And apparently the mobile phone operators will not be held responsible for service interruptions in the event that the FSB does demand that they disconnect communications for specific customers. So it appears that at the moment, a lot of people are believing still that due to these massive attempts at control by the Russian government, there has to be some sort of a chance that mobile mobilization is going to be getting declared soon. And this is why they're trying to get so much control of the social media space, so that way people can't become that outraged and then organize from their rage in Russia to be able to go against the Russian government. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so the Russian sources are continuing to insist that Putin plans to call full mobilization in the Russian military. So what are the odds of that actually happening? 68% said there's very high odds of mobilization, while 12% said only if Ukraine keeps advancing will they fully mobilize, and 13% said there's very low odds of Putin ordering such a mobilization. And I would say there are clear signs that it's probably coming down the pipe. Right now, we're seeing that, of course, the FSB is trying to access all the abilities to cut off communications. We're also seeing that Telegram got banned. We're seeing now that Starlink, not really because of the Russians, but Starlink has left. So that's created a bit of a vacuum as well. So the communications are getting cracked down on quite a bit. That's a bad sign. Also, by the way, Ukraine has retaken over 300 square kilometers of territory from the Russians, and Ukraine's advancing rapidly against Russian defensive positions. So there is a legit reason for Putin to want to call a full mobilization to reinforce the defensive lines, so that way they don't collapse in the midst of this major Ukrainian offensive. So I'm going to say I'm with the 68%. I think the odds of this happening are very, very high at this point, and that would explain all of Putin's very weird actions that he's been taking over the past couple of weeks. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that there is a fairly high odds that mobilization may be declared at this point. The acts of the Russian Federation to try and control the social media space is becoming so suspicious at this point with how much they're trying to really gain control of it, that they clearly must be announcing something soon, or dealing with a situation that is evolving right now that's going to come to its apex soon, that could be a threat to the Russian government, and they need to meet that at the head before people can start to organize against the Russian government off of the damning sort of statement or news that's about to be coming out here soon. So I'd have to say that I'd be with 69%. There's a fairly high odds that the Russians are about to try and conduct a full mobilization, and that will probably not end up well for the Russian government, even if they try and control the social media landscape. Moving on out of that, though, we did get to see that while they're trying to control the social media landscape, the Ukrainians are generally leveling the real landscape that's left in Russia. We are moving into Votkinsk now, a really cool city, and a really cool place in Russia. It's right next to the city of Izhevsk. Do y'all know why the Izhevsk city area is incredibly important to me, folks? Do y'all know why it's important? Matthew, do you know why it's important?
It's where they have the poop factory.
Well, if you want to call it that, I mean, that's pretty close. But it's this giant factory right here. And this factory is really special. You know why, Matthew? This is the Izhevsk firearms factory of the Kalashnikov group. And they basically produce all the AKs.
That's why it's the poop factory.
It is the poop. Well, I wouldn't say the AKs are absolutely poop. I mean, they're pretty neat. I mean, it's probably one of the few things that the Russians have ever made that's interesting outside of the Mi-24s. I mean, those are pretty cool too. But they produce basically all of the AKs of the Kalashnikov group here. That includes the AK-12, the AK-74. We don't really see AK-12s anymore, but the AK-74s, the AKMs, the AK-47s, which were basically never really produced. But they're all produced here in this factory. But just a little bit next door, just about, I think it's like 20 miles up the road, is the city of Votkinsk. And this is a really cool city as well. Here, in this valley, is another large factory. And Matthew, considering that Izhevsk, next door, produces rifles, what do you think this city produces in this factory?
I feel like this is trivia. This is like fill in the blank or something right here. But it just happens to be that I know what they're creating here. I know what they're putting together. They're putting together some very spicy missiles over here. I think they're putting together Iskanders.
Yes, that's true. And they also put together some of the larger ICBMs of the Russian Federation here as well. But those are fairly rare these days. Most of the time, it's more conventional orders like Iskanders and such. But the Ukrainians decided that this factory had had a long enough time of existing. And Zelensky said, F Belgrade in particular, but also screw Votkinsk. And they hit it last night and blew the factory sky high. Take a little look.
Oh, we couldn't have seen that coming, especially with them testing their range.
He's like, oh my God, my paycheck.
The total opposite. Usually they're laughing, but this guy's not laughing. Funny. This guy is cringing.
He's mad.
Really badly. Also, by the way, I heard the Ukrainians use flamingos on this facility right here, if I have that right.
We think that they did. We don't know for sure, though. We didn't get in. I don't think we have any video. I'll have to make sure to check here on our next clip. I don't think we have any video of them coming in and impacting. It's rumored that they might have used flamingos, but the Ukrainian government hasn't come out and made an official statement on that just yet. And it seems that it's more so like just an ongoing word out there,
innovative
the street, that it was a flamingo, but we're still waiting for official confirmation on that. This is within Liudi range, so it could have been Liudis, but we also didn't really get any videos of Liudis yet, so it's a bit of a mystery exactly what it was, but it could have been a flamingo, a Liudi, or something else. Interesting. Let's see.
Was that rocket fuel I was hearing?
Yes, that was.
Oh,
more rockets.
Oh man.
I was just burning
Very
off.
caustic chemicals getting in the sky at this point. Not good for air quality.
Oh, dude. Dude, it's like if you doubted it was a missile factory, you can't doubt it now because that was definitely the sound of the propellant going up in flames when the fire was reaching it. And we also got this other clip as well right here. Not this one. This is the same clip from earlier. But we also got this picture here, which looks to be a little bit up close. And we also got this picture of damage to a nearby building showing that whatever hit, it was kind of large, or at least the secondary explosions from the plant were fairly large. Because this was like that hallway, Matthew, at the beginning of the Chernobyl miniseries, where that guy was running down the hall and he looked outside and he said, "There's graphite on the ground." There is no graphite on the ground. It looks just like that hallway.
It's Kami hallway number 59.
Man, but let's listen to this guy here who just realized that he is going to be soon unemployed.
Man, he is upset. He's mad.
Man, he's about to bust a blood vessel. He said, man, his wife said, "Honey, come look." And he said, "What? Hopefully it's about my shift."
His retirement fund.
Like, bro, he just realized that he's not going to be called in for work tomorrow, and he's not getting paid at all. But moving on out of that, wonderful thing to see that they did hit this factory. We believe that that's going to be heavily reducing Russia's capability of firing Iskander missiles at Ukraine, which are commonly used against Ukraine at this point, because the Russian Federation is largely producing missiles on demand at this point, almost on a precision schedule, because from what we know, a lot of the missiles that the Russian Federation had in storage have been used, and at this point, Russian ballistic missile stocks are incredibly low, including the Iskander. This means that this factory, when it produces an Iskander, is basically sending them directly to a missile regiment somewhere in the Russian Federation that then drives somewhat close to Ukraine and then fires it off at the Ukrainians. We have been able to confirm that through proof of the plating of these missiles after they explode in Ukraine, because a lot of the plating is actually showing that a lot of these missiles are being produced literally within days or sometimes weeks of the actual missile being fired at Ukraine. So this may actually reduce Russia's ability to fire Iskanders at the state of Ukraine for a significant period of time, especially if a vital part of the assembly hall or the manufactory has been destroyed in the process. We also were able to see as well that within the area of Neftegorsk, which is within the Samara Oblast, a oil storage facility was also hit and caught on fire.
This was one of several too, like, wasn't it? Like, this was like one of many that they actually hit all at the same time.
Oh yes, one of many. There goes the Ukrainian SBU with a load of drones. They're gonna go drop them off near Saratov in a minute. Man, like the driver in this truck is like, "Man, these Russians don't even know that the rooftop is filled with 30 FPVs."
Oh, delivering a little cake.
Man, you got a bakery back there. Look at all that cake, and then the door, like the rooftop, I was like, "Oh, it's like, oh, that's not cake." But moving on down into the area of Rostov-on-Don, while Belgorod is going through an ongoing blackout still, which is still affecting pretty much the entirety of the city. As you can see here, the only lights in the streets are from the car headlights. We have also been able to confirm that the Ukrainians are wanting to include Rostov-on-Don in this. So apparently Zelensky said, "If Belgrade," enough times that Dmitriev grew another chin, and he said, "Mr. President, why don't we bomb Rostov-on-Don?" And Zelensky said, "Great idea, bomb the shit out of them." And so now we're hearing that they're also hitting the power plant in Rostov-on-Don, which provides electricity to the Rostov-on-Don city area. Oh! Not a good day. Not a good day for the Russians. Ooh. And we also got to see down in Krasnodar, folks, some other interesting news. We were able to see that some fires have started to break out in Krasnodar. And we've also been able to hear that apparently some of these were once again caused, folks, by... What do you think it was, Mandy? Do you think it was a Ukrainian drone, a Ukrainian missile, or do you think it was Russian air defense that did this?
I have a feeling because you set it up like that, I have a feeling it's Russian air defense.
It was absolutely Russian air defense. The missiles failed again. Some Ukrainian, some hits actually were Ukrainian. Others were actually caused by more air defense missiles that failed, from what we've heard.
Oh my God. They're dumbfounded.
They're flabbergasted. Man, I'm not gonna lie, dude. These guys dress up exactly like scabs from Escape from Tarkov. Like, no joke, dude. Like, they could put on a little vest and carry around a shotgun, and they look just like him. The only reason I'm saying that. The only reason I'm saying that, folks, is because I've been exposed to Tarkov again recently, and I'm like, damn, these. Let me go pull that up really quickly, man. Let me go. Like, you mean, you gotta see it. Like, let's see it.
Also, by the way, why they take away the last part of the name of the place? They said Krasnodar. Why don't they say Krasnodar cry? Like, they took away the cry part while the Russians were actually crying.
Man, because the Russians have broken mentally so badly, they just can't even cry anymore. It's over for them. But man, don't these guys right here, like, look at them? Don't these guys look like this, which is a scab from Tarkov?
Yeah, they kind of do a little bit right there. They kind of do.
Yeah, they kind of do. Or they kind of look like, you know, this little dude right here, or this dude right here. You know, it's just without the gun and without the little, like, ammo carrying rigs and vests and stuff. But they're pretty close looking to a scab, you know? But anyways, let's get back to the clip of watching them observe the destruction. I just love the chaos of the street, like the car alarm going off in the background, along with the house alarm. Everyone just talking. The person behind the camera who kind of sounds like a gremlin. You know, it's like it's all a great combination. Truly a Russian experience.
Also, by the way, I don't really know what is up with the Russian air defense that it keeps malfunctioning like this, because this is happening on a very routine basis. Like, I think most of the damage we've seen in recent attacks has been the Russian air defense firing their own interceptors of their own people. I'm not sure if Ukraine has somehow found a way to misdirect the air defense fire into the ground, possibly, or maybe the Russian air defense simply is not able to keep up with the new drone technology that Ukraine's using. Something, though, is going terribly wrong, and this is some of Russia's best air defense that's messing up.
Yeah, I would have to agree. It really is something interesting, and I think I don't mean to be, you know, a little bit too upfront with this, but I just think it's that Russian missiles suck a lot, and that's what's making them fail. I think it's something to do with their solid propellant or their motors that are failing, and that's what's leading them to have these sorts of issues. Maybe. I might be wrong, but that's what I'm thinking, because this is starting to happen a lot everywhere, even in Iran and Venezuela. We heard that similar such incidents had happened. So I think it might just be that Russian air defense missiles are terribly made with no quality control. But moving on out of that, it is time for us to finally get on into Ukraine, because we have a lot of news that came out of Ukraine today, and good news to say the least. Getting us on into our first bit of news in Ukraine, we were able to see that the Ukrainians have now moved on to creating War Thunder, but it's real life. The Ukrainians have started a new training course. I have to describe this here really quickly because this won't make any sense if I don't explain what this actually is, because it looks very close to real life. But the Ukrainians have created a unmanned ground vehicle simulator, and it allows for you to be able to customize the unmanned ground vehicle to whatever sort of a vehicle you will actually use in real life, and then be able to train on it in a realistic environment on this game. So it is basically just a war simulator, which is basically a video game, and the Ukrainians are actually using this to be able to train new unmanned ground vehicle operators on how to operate the unmanned ground vehicle. It actually is pretty neat, just to be entirely honest. And also, I believe, Matthew, that we can show this, at least in limited instances here. Like, for example, the unmanned ground vehicles from the third-person perspective from an FPV drone surveilling them. We can also see them here showing how it actually is operated. It literally is a video game. I mean, it's absolutely crazy to see that war is turning into, these days, a video game. It's a really interesting sort of a thing to see, because a lot of the skills that people use in video games now can easily be transferred to the battlefield. So crazy enough, gamers do have a future in modern warfare.
Yeah, and also, by the way, like these training technologies here are highly important because the Russians don't get hardly any training at all. And if they can put this training into software where that way it can largely be automated for the most part, that means they can simply sit the soldiers down at a computer, put them through their paces through these multiple different softwares here, and they can have a huge advantage over the Russians just because they're trained. And then the Ukrainians can follow that up with actual real world training on top of it. It's kind of like how they train commercial pilots to a certain degree, which is why they're so well trained, is because they go through simulator training and also real world training too, which is pretty impressive.
I'm not gonna lie to you, it's just crazy looking at this because I'm like, this literally looks like, you know, any myriad of modern games. It literally is it's built out of modern gaming software. The simulator is, and it's insane to think, folks, that nowadays, like back in the day, folks, when we were kids growing up, which wasn't that long ago, people would come in and be like, war isn't a video game. You know, you're not going to be able to play, you're not going to be able to fight a war on a gaming controller. And there's going to be, no respawns because you're not going to be, hundreds of miles away. You're going to be there in the fight. And nowadays that's becoming less and less true because war is a video game for the larger extent, at least for a lot of roles these days, especially in the Ukrainian army. Guys just sit in a bunker somewhere and stay as hidden as possible, basically in no light, almost like a basement. And they sit there in front of a computer all day and they just fly around drones or they drive around a little ground vehicle and they try and grease the Russians that way. And it's literally like a video game, at least for the Ukrainians.
So the conspiracy theory is true. The video games are designed to train young kids to be able to prepare for war.
I think, Matthew, it's the other way around. I think video games have now affected the battlefield to where war is starting to emulate a video game, really.
I don't know. Like, I feel like, and I mean, there's not necessarily anything wrong with this because, I mean, the kids were playing the games anyway. It's not like, they were coerced into playing Call of Duty or something like that. But I feel like these games might have like some element of like real world application behind them, like maybe intentionally, possibly. I don't know that for a fact, but it seems like there's a strong correlation between the two because the drone technology and stuff, which used very similar, controllers and systems like on a screen, that was way long time ago that they actually developed that, and way before the video games really took off. So there could be a correlation.
It could be, possibly. I mean, it's definitely not out of the question seeing this sort of stuff right here. And what's even crazier, man, is that they show off that you can actually customize the vehicles depending on what type they're going to be using in real life. So to show you all some of the different variants here that they were actually showing off, this one is kind of like a heavier fire support or direct fire support vehicle. We rarely ever see these in Ukraine, but they use shoulder-mounted anti-tank weapons, basically as direct fire support, like an assault gun or a really small assault gun, basically. Then they showed off this one. I'll be entirely upfront with y'all. I don't even know what this one is actually supposed to be. I've never seen it before. Then they showed this one, which is the mine layer. This one's the one that has the little ramp, and all of these TM62 anti-tank mines are attached to each other by a string. And once the command is given to the vehicle, it then starts to drop these mines off, and they're able to lay it across a road. They also have the stretcher carrier, which is for medical evacuations of wounded Ukrainian soldiers. And they also have this one, which I believe is some sort of a EOD drone, which is supposed to be used for picking up mines, bombs, or undetonated explosives, and moving them to a separate location without a human having to do that in the process. But really crazy. I mean, you can actually use different variants of the drones in the game as well to learn about each one in their specific role. But moving on from that, we've also been able to see the Russian casualty report over the past 24 hours. And a bobcat!
Oh!
Hey!
They got one. Look at that. I'm so glad that they got one today. That's a good thing.
I gotta say, it's a great and wonderful thing, an incredible thing, and I have to say that the losses today are truly something else. According to Ms. Disa, keeper of the records, troop losses average are staying below 1,000 a day. UAVs, cruise missiles, and vehicles are higher than in recent months, and there has been a notable drop in artillery. But today has still been good nonetheless. 970 Russian troops have been wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 6 APCs, 76 supply trucks, 2 main battle tanks, 3 artillery pieces, 551 drones, 1 anti-aircraft warfare system, and 1 Bobcat skid steer. It's been a pretty good day, and it's been a good day for one reason. Zelensky has claimed, and well, not really claimed, he has announced today, and we have been able to verify this, that the Ukrainian armed forces, I cannot sadly show the clip, folks. This actually is a clip from a copyrighted news network, if I'm not mistaken. But Zelensky did announce today in an interview that the Ukrainian armed forces have not just liberated 200 square kilometers of ground, which was our last report from 2 days ago. The Ukrainian armed forces have now liberated 300 square kilometers of ground, primarily on the southern front near Zaporizhia, and also a little bit of it around the Pokrovsk and Konstantinivka directions. It appears that this is showing that the Russians are once again on the back foot, and it seems that they're not really reorganizing their lines as quickly as we even expected. It looks like this is really putting them on a permanent back foot at the moment, and the Ukrainians are taking advantage of their extremely slow communications and generally the lack of modern communications to be able to outmaneuver them, outshoot them, and then generally get them to fall back or completely wipe out units to be able to gain the ground that they need. And Matthew, what are people thinking about these sorts of developments right now? Are people thinking that the Russian lines are about to partially collapse, or that they're in the process of a full collapse, or something else in between? And what are you thinking about that?
Also, by the way, before I get to this poll right here, I got to mention something here. A source reached out to me that is very, very familiar with military operations, and they told me that they can confirm the picture that we saw earlier. By the way, I'm jumping to a little bit of a different topic here for a second. The picture showing the pie, lobster, and all the other stuff that the soldiers were eating in that picture. Apparently, that is a real photo. It's been confirmed by someone in the know, and they say that's not a normal Friday meal. So, despite what other people are claiming that that's normal for Friday deployments, apparently this lavish of a meal is apparently not normal, according to someone who's very much in the know. So very interesting. We have a group of folks claiming it's normal and a group of folks saying that it's totally not normal. So we'll have to leave that up to speculation. But anyways, getting into this poll, it says Ukraine now reports it has retaken 300 square kilometers of territory as Russian forces collapse. And what are your thoughts? 44% said Russian lines are partially going to collapse, while 37% said Russian lines will collapse, and 13% said they will not collapse. And I would say personally, they're already partially collapsing. That's already taking place right now. That's why the Ukrainians are taking 300 square kilometers, which is the largest gains since 2023, is because the Russians are not holding their defensive lines. So we're already at that stage. I think we could be looking at a full collapse, at least a regional collapse for the Russian lines. So I'm with the 38%. I think if Ukraine keeps it up and they keep hammering them hard enough with this communications outage, the Russians could have a catastrophic failure, considering that Ukraine's moving so fast. But Enforcer, what say you?
I have to say that I'm generally with the 44% as well. They're not going to completely collapse, but there is an ongoing partial collapse that has happened, and this will probably lead to the Ukrainians taking advantage of this probably for several more weeks. So they might end up taking, by the end of it all, maybe 700 kilometers of ground before the Russians are actually able to reform their lines and stop the Ukrainian advances. But it is going to be a sizable amount. I mean, 700 kilometers of ground retaken at any point in the war has basically been unheard of since the opening battles of the frontier back in 2022. So I would say that this is definitely going to be a historic moment, especially for the Ukrainians. And generally, as far as the strategic outlook is concerned, it's going to put the ball back in Ukraine's court at that level. And also on the tactical level, the Ukrainians will probably be able to gain superiority over the Russians for the remainder of the conflict on most fronts, except for areas where the Russians are literally just swarming and basically are overwhelming the Ukrainians using horde tactics. But moving on from that, we could also see on the Ukrainian front lines today, up in the area of the Sebryansky Forest, that the Ukrainians were making sure, apparently they hunt Russians down in too spicy of a way for us to show. But down in Konstantinivka, we also were able to see some Russian soldiers getting hit down here by the 125th Heavy Mechanized Brigade. When you see them just finding the Russians, hitting them. It's quite easy, really. It's easy if you try. We see them now going around and finding themselves some more targets, like, for example, that one. And maybe this one as well. You know, a couple of mortars going in, never hurt anyone. You just have to make sure to, follow them up with a couple of slammings. And it appears that that was incredibly effective, all things considered, to say the least, without a doubt. No doubt about it, no questions. We also were able to see that the Ukrainian armed forces under the Fighting 93rd, the famous Fighting 93rd, which we have not heard from in a minute, were actually able to conduct some successful operations to retake a little bit of ground from the Russians today in Konstantinivka, part of that general Ukrainian counteroffensive that's taking a good amount of ground, at least at this point. And there they go, dashing through the snow. Infantry actions are very rare to see these days, but we can see them dealing with Russian fire, continuing to move through the forests. That one guy's got actually everyone's got a pretty beefy suppressor. I mean, these are huge. They're like soda cans. Dang, this guy's bringing a satchel of rifles.
How long do those suppressors last in war? Because according to what I've heard, suppressors are only good for like, what is it, like 10,000 rounds through them or something like that? So, I mean, these guys are probably putting 10,000 rounds down in just a couple of weeks, I'd imagine, or maybe a month, I would imagine, just guessing at it. So, I mean, how long do these suppressors even really last?
That's a great question, Matthew. And the answer is that the suppressors actually last as long as the rifles do, because interestingly enough, suppressors and rifles only can survive about 7,000 to 10,000 rounds each before they're completely worn out. So by about the time that the suppressor's worn out, the rifle barrel or the rifling in the barrel of that rifle is also worn out as well. And probably a lot of the mechanical components in the receiver are probably getting towards the end of their life as well. So actually, while the suppressors generally can't handle a great deal of fire, they still can handle enough to generally survive the life of the rifle.
Interesting. But with the actual gun itself, the rifle itself, you can just pretty much swap barrels, like for the most part. You can just swap barrels out. The receiver in the chamber and stuff like that, it takes damage. Obviously it does, but it seems like you can swap barrels out and you're okay. But the suppressors, though, obviously pretty expensive. They got to replace those out, and that's a pretty big expenditure just for one piece of the weapon.
That is true. That is, well, actually, you're saying suppressors are expensive?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Oh, no, suppressors are only expensive here in America. Suppressors are actually fairly cheap from what I understand around most of the world, and really guns are as well. I mean, you can get an AK, like say if a military wanted to buy an AK-74, a lot like the Ukrainians use, or say an AR platform in large numbers, generally they can get that unit cost down to just a couple of $100 per unit. So like an FN-M4 for the public would cost about $2,000, but an FN-M4 for the U.S. Army would only cost about $650 to $700 because of the batch order that they put out. So, and also on top of that, the Ukrainians are using a great deal of weapons from former Soviet stock, so they're basically free. So generally, it's not that much. Let me make sure to pull this up. How much let's see, suppressors cost for the military? Let me see. I will just go with the U.S. number to see. Let's see here. So generally, suppressors can go, depending on the batch size, for as little as about $300 and all the way up to about $2,000, and it depends on the caliber and the batch. But generally, they can probably get them down to $350 because nobody ever buys such a small batch that the unit cost is around $2,000.
Yeah, that's bad. I mean, that's almost on par with what we're paying here in the U.S. For those suppressors almost. Because I mean, you can find suppressors here for like a 5.56 for around $450 to $500, like a mid-grade one. If you're looking for like a really like higher end one, it's going to go for like $600 to $1,000. So that's actually not much cheaper than I was thinking.
But I mean, it's still like 200, 300 though. Like if we're talking about on the low end, which is probably what the Ukrainians are getting, because they aren't made of money. $300 on the low end for one of these, surviving 7,000 to 10,000 rounds. I mean, that's a pretty good cost effectiveness right there.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess.
But we can see them moving on through the woods. We see this guy with a literal satchel of rifles. I don't know what he has the satchel of rifles for, but it's pretty cool, honestly. We see them getting inside of the automobile. That was apparently provided to them by the British because it had the left side steering configuration. We now see them hopping back out of the trunk and firing at the Russians in the distance. We also see, that was a drone that they were firing at. We now see this guy whipping out the shoddy, I believe that was.
I've never really seen the Chameleon unit. That's kind of an interesting group.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've never heard of a Chameleon group in the 93rd, but this is the first time we're hearing them, and they look to be doing some good work. We now see Satchel Rifleman.
I wonder what the symbology is behind this, the Chameleon group. Is it because they try to blend in some extra? Oh, damn. That was a close one.
Yeah, damn. Like, that was crazy. Maybe that is. Maybe they say that they blend in and they're really good at, like, getting up on enemy positions and raiding them. So they're basically like chameleons because no one sees them until they're right up on top of them. Oh, and there went an outpost.
Yikes.
Oh, it's just some book bags and stuff, school supplies. I know we can see them tossing in some more grenades. The Ukrainians love grenades. Grenades are great for clearing out bunkers, at least. You just toss one in and usually the problems solve themselves.
You know, I wonder how a high-vis would do on a battlefield. You know, a high-vis can get you in a lot of places, by the way, like, you know, social engineering and stuff like that. I wonder if they would avoid firing at you because you got high-vis on.
Man, Matthew's going to be out there on the battlefield in the high-vis behind a whole bunch of guys in camo saying, you see, you guys are the stupid guys. They're not going to look for an OSHA inspector. Like, it's
No, the Russians could think it's the like a router technician showing up to fix the radio communications. I'm here to fix the radio. Could you please come into your behind the line situation? Yes, Bled, come right through. We need a radio so bad. Come on through. You never know with the Russians.
You wouldn't mind if I took a whole bunch of pictures of your setup to send back to management so that way they can know what y'all are working with. Of course. Please take all the pictures you want. So it's like, oh, this is easy. It's like, this is what the CIA should have been doing all this time. But also we were able to see, apparently the 59th Assault Brigade was getting a little bit hairy there. You know, it's always hard for me to say, folks, because whenever I watch these clips, which I only watch about the first 30 seconds of each of them, I always look at them and I'm like, they're not too bad, but apparently my eyes have just gotten used to the whole thing. Anyways, moving us on down in the Zaporizhia, we were able to confirm that the Ukrainians did shoot down an Su-34 today in the Zaporizhia front. Great news to hear. And we've also been able to hear that the Russians lost 3 Tor air defense systems in one day as the dramatic music ensues. This loss cost them a cumulative $75 million amongst the 3 Tor systems they lost. There was one of them. And here it goes.
Dun, dun, dun.
Haven't you ever?
Man. Oh man, I guess you could say they tore it down. Look at that. Oh my God.
That went up.
They tore it up.
Dang. That was a Tor M1 too. That was one of the earlier types.
There's another one.
Look at them. They're going in. Are they going in for a second? Oh, look, we got some stock footage again.
Oh, look, it's actually showing the firing process of the Tor, at least. This one was actually set up to fire, and it just didn't catch the drone coming from the right. It thought it was coming from the left, but it was actually coming from the right.
Poor bastard.
Poor bastard. Oh, and there goes a missile from a Tor. It's always neat how they kind of like catapult them out before the motor starts. It's neat. But, you know, it's not neat enough. The Ukrainians are obliterating these things left and right. Also, this one's apparently Steamboat Willie. That oil filter has been replaced in probably a couple of decades. But that's the end of the clip, and a wonderful thing to see you all together. And with that in mind, folks, it's now time for us to move on and into the next segment of our stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. Sadly, there was no speech from Zelensky today. Zelensky was busy with that interview.
Let's see. Is there anything else going on? I might call it on the stream. Oh no. Yeah, I'll watch that later. Is this still going on? You should have like a 4 or 5 hour debate. I'm gonna watch that too a little bit. Oh, Joe Rogan's napping. Oh, I don't want to in the window. Alright, anyway, I'm gonna end the stream here. Thank you everybody for watching, and yeah, I'll catch you another night. God bless. Have a good one.